Good afternoon. We'll roll call in just a moment. Stand by. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the, I'm wondering if Charles D., if you could mute yourself, we're just getting a bit of feedback. Or perhaps if we can mute Charles. There, okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the August 31st City Council public hearing on land use matters. I'll call this second last public hearing to order and recognize that the land that we're talking about itself is Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Nakota Sioux, the Saulteaux, and the Blackfoot peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation. And we come together in the spirit of the treaty to build a better community for everybody. Hopefully we'll let that guide our deliberations today on the many matters before us. So I will roll call to establish attendance among our colleagues here, starting with Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Banga.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Sitting
Mayor.
right next to me there, Councillor Zadek.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I think Councillor Hamilton is not able to join us today again for medical reasons, and Councillor Henderson, of course, is on leave. So that's 11. That's everyone we were expecting. I need a motion to adopt the agenda with some replacement pages. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the August 31st 2021 City Council Public Hearing Agenda that would be adopted with the following changes. Replacement pages for 3.4 Bylaw 19803, Attachment 2, page 4, and Charter Bylaw 19826, Attachment 2, page 4, or 3.7.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote to adopt the agenda.
And we're just missing 2 votes. And Councillor Esslinger?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Split vote. Carried unanimously. Protocol items. I don't think we have any today. Explanation of the public hearing process. So, the way this will work is the clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I'll call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that we wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. And for each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chambers. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. And when you have finished your presentation, please stay at the podium or online, as council may have questions for you. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all the speakers and questions have concluded, I'll ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. This process will require patience to ensure that anyone who does wish to address council has an opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, when it's your turn to speak, please come down to the podium over here to present. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Okay, so first up.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Bylaw 19820, Amendment to the Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Bylaw 16521?
Yes, I have Mike Saunders to answer questions only from Station Lands Limited, and he's by remote. Mike, are you there?
I am, thank you.
Good afternoon, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 19817, to allow for the preservation of natural area, Kavanaugh?
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only by remote from Stantec.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 19834, to allow for low-density residential development, Crystal Nera East?
Yes, I have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only from Select Engineering by remote.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Louis Donnan, also remote, also to answer questions only from Genstar Developments. Are you there, Louis? Hopefully we can get Louis on the line here if needed. I have no one registered in opposition, though, on the Crystalline and Nera East item. Next.
Items 3.4 and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 19803 to amend the Cybecker Neighborhood Structure Plan and Charter Bylaw 19804 to allow for low-density residential uses and public utility uses, Cybecker?
Yes, I've got Scott Cole to answer questions only from Stantec by remote.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have Keith Davies to answer questions only by remote from Stantec as well.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Jamie Kitlarchuk to answer questions only from remote by from Qualico.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 19827, to allow for low-density residential development on individual shallow lots, Rosenthal?
Yes, I've got Katrina Rowe to answer questions only from Cantiro Communities.
Good afternoon.
Coming in from remote, welcome. And Eric Sen to answer questions only by remote from Select Engineering. Eric?
Yeah, I'm here, sorry.
No problem. Welcome. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 19826, to allow for low-density residential development on individual shallow lots, Rosenthal?
Yes, I've got Bladen Dibben again from Select Engineering and Katrina Rowe again from Cantiro, both to answer questions only. So we've got them from before, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 19825, to amend section 993.6, Riverview Town Center Commercial Zone, the Uplands?
Yes, I've got Bob Ross. Says Bob was going to be in person. I don't see Bob from Qualico, but he's to answer questions only, and there's no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 19835, to add a self-storage use and other commercial uses to an existing DC1 provision, Ambleside?
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu again from Stantec to answer questions only, and Chet Demansky to answer questions only by remote from Cameron Corporation. Chet, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And I have no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 19824, to add cannabis retail sales use to a commercial site, Ellerslie?
Yes, I've got Stephen Yu to answer questions only from InvizTech Consulting Limited
Hello?
by remote. Welcome, Stephen, and no one in opposition on 310.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 19822, to add private education services to a site zoned RA7 low-rise apartment zone, Wine Loss?
Yes, I have Jeff Booth from Situate Inc. by remote. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
And did you wish to make a presentation or questions only?
If the item gets selected for debate, then I'll make a presentation. Otherwise, just questions only.
Understood. And I have Sultan Ashar Khan from ICNA Edmonton.
Yes, I am here, and I would like to give the presentation if the item is selected.
Understood. Thank you. And then
Thank
I have
you.
Chelsea Jerzak to answer questions only from Situate.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No one in opposition on item 311.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Charter Bylaw 19785, to allow for a high-rise, high-density mixed-use tower downtown?
Yes, I have Marcelo Figuera to answer questions only from Green Space Alliance.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And there is a request to refer on that one, I note, but we'll deal with that in due course. So welcome, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 19830, to add cannabis retail sales as a listed use, Oliver?
Yes, I have Chuck McNutt to answer questions only from WSP Canada.
Yes, good afternoon.
By remote, welcome. Johanna Haley to answer questions only from Nova Cannabis Stores Limited Partnership.
Present.
Welcome. And nobody in opposition.
Items 3.14 and 3.15 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 19815, Amendment to the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan, and Charter Bylaw 19816 to allow for expanded development opportunities, Central McDougall Queen Mary Park?
Yes, I have Rizwan Mohuddin. It says in person. Is Rizwan here? Not seeing Rizwan. No one registered in opposition on the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park item.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.16, Bylaw 19832, to amend the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan?
Yes, I have Stephen Boyd to answer questions only from Arc Studio
Yeah, we're here.
by remote. Welcome. And no one in opposition.
And my apologies, 3.16 and 3.17 are dealt with together, so that also includes Charter Bylaw 19833 to allow for a mid-rise residential development, Glenwood.
Indeed.
Correct.
Next up,
Next up is items 3.18 and 3.19, which are dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 19828 to amend the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan and Charter Bylaw 19829 to allow for a mixed-use multi-unit housing building with ground floor commercial uses? Oliver.
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu again from Stantec. I have Ian Evans to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ms. Liu was to answer questions only as well. And I have Henry Edgar to answer questions only from Edgar Development.
Hello, thanks.
Hi, Henry. And Mark Huberman from Huberman TC.
Good afternoon, Mayor Robison.
Good afternoon. And Mark, are you questions only, or do you have a presentation?
I am questions only.
Okay.
Thank you.
Understood.
Mayor Avison, we do have a presentation if council would like it, but happy to forgo that and answer questions.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Mr. Edgar. I have no one registered in opposition on 38319.
Items 3.20 and 3.21 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 19766, Amendment to the Garno Area Redevelopment Plan, and Charter Bylaw 19767 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Garno?
Yes, I have Marcelo Figuera from Green Space Alliance again.
Hello again.
Hello again. I have Janish Deshpande from also from Green Space Alliance.
Hello there, I'm here.
Hello. I have Jared Candlish from Green Space Alliance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Bryce Pinto from Precision Engineering.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And in opposition, I have Jacinta Miller. Jacinta Miller. How about John Crookshanks from Caledon?
I'm here.
Good afternoon. I have Gerald Levine from High Level Crossing.
I am here.
Good afternoon. I have Byron Prochnow.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I have Sharon Pianzola from Garno Community League.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mark Dunlop.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Good afternoon. Steph Neufeld from Garno Community League.
Hello. Yeah.
Councillor Banga, could you mute yourself, please?
That's not me speaking, but I am speaking and I am here.
Thanks, Steph. Councillor Banga, oh, okay, he's muted again. Cheryl McPherson,
I'm here.
welcome. That's everyone I have for the Garno ARP and Garno item. Next.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.22, Charter Bylaw 19831, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing, North Glenora?
Yes, I have Raj Duna to answer questions only from Regency Developments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And in opposition, I have Alicia Tennant. Alicia Tennant, are you there? How about Crystal Oko?
Hello, I'm here.
Good afternoon. And Evelyn Poirier?
Yes, I'm here. I'm also representing the North Glenora Community League.
Yes, you are. My notes indicate that. Sorry for not specifying that. Welcome. That's everyone I have on the North Glenora item so far.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.23, Charter Bylaw 19823, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing, Grubner?
Yes, I have Stephen Yu from Invistec, who we called upon earlier, and Fabio Coppola to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And in opposition, I have Brian Mernhagen. Brian, are you there? How about Jason Abtoswa? How about Pat Keatley?
Yes, I'm here, and Jason and Brian will be on later on the call.
Understood. Thank you, Pat. And Morris Frisky.
Yes, here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And that's everyone I have on the Grosvenor item.
Items 3.24 and 3.25 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 19685 to close road right-of-way Cromdale and Charter Bylaw 19687 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Cromdale?
Yes, I've got William Daly from Ebenezer Developments here in person. Hi there. Carrie Daly from Ebenezer Developments in person. Welcome. Bard Golightly from Ebenezer Developments here in person. Terry Collier to answer questions only from Points West Living Connecting Care here in person. And Gordon Garside from Ebenezer Developments in person. Will be here later. Okay, understood. And in opposition, I have Debbie Bocabella. Hi there. Welcome. Here in person. Graydon McRae is remote. Graydon, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Welcome. Then I have Jennifer Bowerman.
I am here.
Welcome. Howard Gibb from the Cromdale Group, who is in person. Welcome. Shauna Faragini by remote.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. Trenton Brisky remote. Trenton, are you there? How about Lori Rackle?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Jean Rathall. Jean Rathall. How about Debbie Reed? Debbie Reed. How about Nancy Bradford with the Friends of Cromdale Corner by remote?
Yes, Brian and Nancy Bradford are here.
Okay, I was going to call you next, Brian, but
Thank you.
understood you're
Yeah.
together.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up would be by remote Grant Pittman.
This is Joyce Pittman. I'm listed as well. He'll be joining us later.
Okay, we'll have to get you registered, Joyce. Oh, no, you're number 22, Joyce. Understood. So Grant is number 12, and Joyce is currently number 22 on our list. So thank you. Number 13 by remote is Juanita Ruse. Juanita? How about number 14, Eileen Dent by remote?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Number 15 is Kelsey Ruse.
Mayor, I expect if Juanita and Kelsey Ruse aren't on, it's because they're at work and they will join us later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
16 is Max Jackman.
Present. Hello.
Welcome. 17 is Carl Rathall, or Cal Rathall, pardon me.
I'm here, thank you. And my wife Jean is also on another device, but having some challenges, I guess, with the technology. Thank you.
Understood. Thanks, Cal. Thanks for letting us know about Jean as well. 18 is Anthony Oliver from Cromdale Community League.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 19 is Ashley Ryan.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon. And 20 is Roman Warkola.
Top of the day, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. 21 is Andre Nikiforek.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 22 is Joyce Pittman, who we heard from earlier. 23 is Olivier Can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 24 is John Lazarick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. And number 25 is Charles Dent. Oh, here in person. Welcome. And number 26 is Heather Lazarick.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And number 27 is Chris Frigon. Hopefully we'll be able to get Chris on the line, but it'll be a while before we get to him at this rate. So thank you all. Is there anybody we missed? No? Okay. Then let's select items for debate, folks. Councillor McKean?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I don't know exactly what's going on with 312, so I'll select it.
Okay.
And I'll channel my Inner Ben Henderson on due 320. And 322 and 323 are both in the ward as well and have speakers. And I'll tell you, I would love to select 318 and 19 because it is a really progressive design and build, but I will not do that for the sake of everyone's time today.
Yes, thank you. So I've got 312, 320, and 321 are to be held together, so I'll assume Councillor McKean wants both of those, 322 and 323 as well. And passing on 318, 319, as a very happy ward councillor, I will interpret. So unless someone else selects that, so you're welcome. Councillor Katarina?
I'll select 24 and 25.
324 and 325. Any other selections today?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Katarina?
I'll close public hearing on all others, which will be the omnibus 3.1 to 3.11, 3.13 to 3.20.
319.
3.19.
313 to 319. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, please vote to close public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Thank you. On first reading, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mayor, I'll move second reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Second reading, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
So Mayor, I'll move consideration for third reading on the omnibus as stated.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed. These are all here for all three readings, right? Yeah. Please vote to allow third reading to be considered today.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of Bylaw 19820, 19817, 19834, 19803, 19804, 19827, 19826, 19825, 19835, 19824, 19822, 19830, 19815, 19816, 19832, 19833, 19828, 19829, and that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. On third and final reading of the listed bylaws, please vote.
Councillor Zadek? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. So 312, we've got a request to, that's now before us. Before we start hearing it, there is a request to refer it for further discussions regarding increasing the timeline for the surface parking lot to continue operation from 5 to 10 years in line with other towers approved around the new district park and return to a future city council public hearing. Councillor McKean, that's the request to refer. Should we get the presentation and start the conversation, or do you want to ask questions specific to referral before we get a presentation and get started.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind asking questions on the referral.
Is that okay if we deal with this question of the premise for referral specifically without launching into the hearing?
Yes, you can do that before the public hearing starts.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
So the referral is, as I just heard the mayor say, was to look at extending the surface parking permit from 5 years to 10 years. Is that correct?
Councillor, the referral should be shortened a little bit, just to refer the application back to come back at a later date instead of the additional information that's present there.
So just to double check then, what I read in is the applicant's request?
Correct.
Okay, so they wish to have it referred to do more work. That is their ask. But so that was, I wanted to check in on this too, because for us to give that direction without even starting the hearing is probably premature.
Correct.
So that's your advice as well, and Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, council would be wise just to do the referral if that's your intention or desire. And leave it at that.
Refer it back to work further with the applicant on the
generic.
application period. Okay. Is that helpful, Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I'd be much happier moving the referral under those terms.
Do you want to put that on the floor then?
I will move referral.
Okay.
Second.
So a generic referral seconded by Councillor Nicol. And there's no timeline to that. There isn't even a schedule for public hearings anyway at this point, so it is what it is. Okay. So it's general referral of 312, moved by Councillor McKean, seconded by Councillor Nicol. Any questions on referral? Any debate?
Can I speak to it?
Sure, go ahead. Well, let me just check. Anybody else before Councillor McKean closes on referral? Going once, going twice? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. What I've seen is a very audacious proposal for a very tall tower, which may or may not be appropriate in the downtown. I'm not commenting on that. I would say, though, in regards to surface parking, the city has been working on reducing surface parking ever since I've been on council. Surface parking creates a sense of insecurity, especially in the evening, in the dark. And it also stifles any sort of sense of vitality or vibrancy on these spaces. Our new downtown park will eat up and has already eaten up a lot of surface parking at cost to the taxpayer, but will result in a tremendous amenity for the downtown, which will help create that vibrancy and vitality that I was mentioning earlier. So any concern I would have about this is that, you know, we have to be really careful as a city about allowing a continuation of surface parking in an area like this, which is so critical to the future of the downtown. Yes, we've done a lot of investment around 104th Ave, but you know, the downtown park and all the costs that we're putting into that was not to stimulate surface parking for 5 or 10 years. So I hope administration keeps that in mind in this referral when it goes back. So I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote on referral. Thanks for the voting music, Mo. No, not yet.
And Councillor Nicol?
I'm a yes. I'll have to reboot in.
And Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Display the vote.
Is not displaying, but it did carry 11 in favor.
Okay. So unanimously, that's carried. So then next up would be 320 and 321, Garno item. Let's get the presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Holly Nicholson will provide that presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. This application is to rezone a site in the Garno neighborhood from the RA7 low-rise apartment zone to a DC2 site-specific development control provision. The proposed DC2 would allow for the development of a 6-story residential apartment building up to 23 meters in height with a maximum of 96 dwellings. Next slide, please. The site is located at the northeast corner of 108th Street and 86th Avenue in the Garno neighborhood. This property is a larger corner lot comprised of 3 residential lots, which was home to 3 single detached houses that were demolished in 2020. Road right-of-way abuts the site on 3 sides, the north, south, and west, and only shares a property line with an existing 4-story apartment building to the east. The surrounding area is predominantly zoned RA7 low-rise apartment zone and consists primarily of low-rise apartments with high-rise towers located a block to the north on Saskatchewan Drive. High-frequency transit is accessible from both 109th Street, approximately 200 meters to the west, and White Avenue, just over 400 meters to the south. On-street bike lanes connected to the broader city bike network are located a block to the south on 85th Avenue. Next slide, please. The proposed DC2 provision would allow for the development of a 6-story, 3.7 FAR residential apartment building with row house-style units at grade between both 86th Avenue and 108th Street. Commitment has been made to ensure that there is a mix of dwellings in the building by requiring a minimum of 25% of dwellings to have 2 or more bedrooms, and at least 9 dwellings to have a floor area greater than 100 square meters. Of these dwellings, 5 will be required to be family-oriented dwellings, providing certainty this building would provide a variety of unit types and sizes. The design of the building is intended to allow for the core of each floor to provide common amenity areas for residents in addition to a large rooftop amenity area. The DC2 provision requires a minimum of 200 meters squared of common indoor amenity area and with at least 50 meters squared that is specifically designed for children. Next slide, please. While the scale and intensity of development proposed by this DC2 provision is more in line with what would be expected on a major corridor such as 109th Street to the west, the site is unique in that there is utility easements which somewhat inhibits development. This slide shows the proposed site plan of the proposed DC2 in gray, and if you could go to the next slide, the blue overlay represents the setbacks and stepbacks of both the current RA7 and the RA8 zone, which is comparable to the proposed DC2. As you can see, the DC2 proposes a decreased setback from the north and west, which is offset by an increase in setback from its most sensitive interface to the east, as shown in the table on the slide. Next slide, please. The easement in the northwest corner of the site is located directly where the minimum setback of the RA7 or the RA8 zone would be located and would result in larger setbacks to manage the requirements of this easement. As the north property line abuts a lane, which creates separation between the site and the building to the north, the DC2 provision proposes a reduction in setbacks to allow for the building to straddle this easement and locate footings to ensure that the underground pipe is not disturbed or damaged. Even with this reduction in rear setback, the facades of both buildings will still be 11 meters apart from each other. To offset this increase in building mass and to appropriately manage the transition to the east setback is proposed to be increased from 1.2 meters to 2.5 meters, and the setback increased from 3 meters to 4.5 meters. Sorry, the stepbacks increased from 3 meters to 4.5 meters. This is in addition to the regulation which limits balconies in the setback. Next slide, please. The building mass from a 6-story building will produce additional impacts on these properties in the form of a larger shadow and reduced privacy due to increased opportunities for overlook from the proposed building. That being said, it is important to note that these impacts would be present should the site be redeveloped under the current zoning, where a 4-story building could be constructed. Separation between properties from existing road right-of-ways and the proposed setbacks and stepbacks of the DC2 provision mitigate such impacts and proposed increase in density at this location. Next slide, please. The Garno Area Redevelopment Plan is intended to accommodate growth through redevelopment while ensuring it is compatible with the existing residential character of the neighborhood. The general policies of the ARP manage this growth by restricting high-rise development to the north and east edges of the neighborhood and managing an appropriate transition from high-rise to low-rise apartment buildings. This is reflected through policy G4, which is graphically shown and intended to transition in height on the right of this slide. While this site does not share a property line with a high-rise tower, the general intent of this transition policy is maintained to the property's proximity to the tower development, just north of the rail right-of-way and surrounding RE7 zoning. Next slide, please. The site is located within sub-area 2 of the Garno ARP. While the plan describes this area as appropriate for medium-density development and encourages diversity in housing, the policies which govern this sub-area restrict development to 4-story apartments or stacked row housing. The RE7 low-rise apartment zone is applied to the majority of the properties within sub-area 2. This is demonstrative of more modest definition of medium density development when the Garno ARP was written compared to current expectations of medium density. While this application does propose to amend policy 2.1 to allow for 6-story development, it is important to note that general residential policies of the ARP would still be maintained. The site is located approximately 50 meters from the rail right-of-way, which is a break between high-rise buildings located on Saskatchewan Drive and the interior of the neighborhood, which allows for the development of low-rise apartments. As it would be unreasonable to expect a single row of RE8 to be located along this right-of-way, this block, which is adjacent to the right-of-way, should be considered the transition zone between the high-rises to the north and the low-rise apartments in the interior of the neighborhood. As a result, the site is an appropriate location for medium-density development. Within the city plan, the University Garno area is identified as one of 6 major nodes located across the city. While there are north-specific boundaries identified for these major nodes, they are considered to be approximately 2 kilometers across, located 1.4 kilometers from the University of Alberta Health Sciences LRT platform. This site is located within the major node. The increase in density proposed with this rezoning aligns with the goals of the Edmonton City Plan. Next slide. Due to the public health precautions related to COVID-19, an in-person public engagement session was not held for this proposal. Instead, the main form of engagement on this application took place between March 22nd and April 6th, where online feedback was collected through the city's Engaged Edmonton webpage. The page was visited by 112 individuals, 8 of whom left comments or asked questions. Of these, 7 indicated opposition and 1 indicated support. The most common feedback provided was general support or non-support, with specific concerns including that the general proposal isn't consistent with the Garno Area Redevelopment Plan, concerns that the proposal does not provide enough parking for residents, sun shadow impacts, and comments that residents purchased homes based on a 4-story height maximum. Next slide, please. This application complies with policy C599 regarding developer-sponsored community amenity contributions through the provision of 5 3-bedroom family-oriented dwellings, subsidized transit passes for building occupants at a rate of 50% for a minimum of 10 years, and $90,000 towards enhancements to the future park to the northeast of the site. Next slide, please. In closing, administration recommends approval of this application, as on the whole, it represents an appropriate increase in development rights while respecting surrounding properties. The increase in mass and reductions in setback requirements for this BC2 provision are offset by the context of the property, and appropriate efforts to improve its interface to its most impacted neighbor have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Just getting to the right page here. So the first presentation will be from Marcelo Figueira.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I just want to highlight some of the key features of this application. Can you go to the third slide, please? Yeah, there we go. So the proposed development is based on the RA8 zone, but a DC2 is needed to address an existing EPCO utility right-of-way on the north-south corner of the site and to respond to the surrounding area with appropriate design features and amenities. This development will be a car-free environment, but to support active transportation, it will provide subsidized transit passes for all tenants for 10 years, and it will provide bicycle storage to all units, which is double the requirements of the zoning bylaw. This development will also be a family-friendly environment for the following reasons. 10% of the units will have at least 100 square meters, and 20% of the units will have 2 or 3 bedrooms. And there's also be a specific indoor play area for children. This is all highlighted by administration, but I just want to point it out that this is really a family-friendly environment. Next slide, please. So we started the design of this building in June last year. So this just shows the evolution of the design. Usually in the pre-application consultation, we go with a clean slate. So that's what we propose before we submit the application. So based on the community and administration feedback, this building was redesigned throughout the rezoning process. And I think we had like 3 rounds of redesign. So the final design that we bring forward today features increased setbacks on the east and south sides and stepbacks on 3 sides of the building. This approach reduces the massing for better interface with the Garno Manor and the high-level crossing buildings to the east and to the north, while it also provides additional yard space from 108th Street on the west side and 86th Avenue on the south side. Landscape features will be simple but well-designed in keeping with the form and architectural expression of the building. High-quality planting is planned to provide an attractive interface with the streets and the adjacent Garno Manor building to the east, offering additional natural elements to complement the overall streetscape. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a little bit more details, all the revisions that were made and also highlighted by the administration. So as you can see, it's color-coded to indicate where setbacks were modified or setbacks were, additional setbacks were provided. So on the east side, the setback was increased from 1.2 to 2.5 meters, the 1.2 being the standard setback in the RA8 zone, and the step back is increased from 3 to 4.5 above the 3rd level. We carved out the building. You can see like this ident here on the east side. We carved out the building specifically to provide more space for planting and be more separate space between the existing balconies on the Garno Manor. On the north side, the yellow color, a 1.5 meters step back is provided on the 5th and the 6th levels to reduce the shadows on the south exposure units of the high-level crossing building. On the west side, step backs are provided on the center of the facade on the 6th level and also above the 2nd level where we did have that to allocate the foundation of the building to deal with the epical utility right away. Finally, on the south and west setbacks, we follow the requirements of the RA8 zone, except where those specific foundation requirements needs to be dealt with for the epical utility right away. Next slide, please. So this is a photo montage that we created to show how the development integrates with the surrounding buildings. As you can see, it provides enough setbacks from 86th Avenue and 108th Street to clearly define the public-private interface and contribute to the comfortable sense of enclosure along the street and the avenue. Together, the configuration of the ground-oriented units, landscaping, and setbacks will contribute to a sense of animation along those roadways. All those features will be possible with a slight increase in FAR from 3.3 to 3.7. Next slide, please. And then to conclude my presentation, we believe this building will be a positive addition to Garno neighborhood by supporting the following council initiatives. It will include a build form and scale that aligns with the city plan policy and is compatible with existing context. It will contribute to the Garno neighborhood renewal to create a positive impact on the public realm. It will encourage residents to use transit and active transportation modes, which supports municipal investment in public transit and bike lanes. And finally, we'll support the open option parking initiatives by introducing a car-free environment in a highly walkable area of Garno. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Figuera on the presentation? Not seeing any at this time then. Thank you. It speaks for itself up to this point. So next we'll hear from Janusz Deshpont. Oh, sorry, Councillor McKean, did you have questions?
Yeah, sorry,
No, that's okay.
takes a while to click in.
Go ahead.
I'm used to being there. At any rate, Marcella, so what is the total then distance between the two buildings that's the eastern edge of your proposed development? What's the total distance?
Thank you for your question, Councilor McKee, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So on the ground level, we measured that the Garno Manor has approximately 3 meters side setback. So we have at the ground level 2.5, so it would be 5.5. And then as we match the height of the Garno Manor, we increase that setback to 4.5. So that would be 7.5 meters.
And if you were going, if the conventional zone, your argument is the conventional zone wouldn't have demanded that kind of setback or step back. Am I right?
Correct, yes. So the existing zone, the setback is 1.2 meters at the ground level and then 1.8 meters above 10 meters height.
And anticipating that we're going to get concerns raised about the height, the extra stories, what would be your position on the impact of those additional stories on the building to the east?
Well, I think as was shown in the administration presentation, the existing building is it's about 3.5 stories, and in the current zone RA7, you're able to go with the with 4 stories. So we're adding those 2 stories about 6 meters, and we had a sun shadow study presented, and one of my colleagues is going to show that in more detail. So the impact shadow is to the east is non-existing, so to speak. And in terms of the setbacks on the RA7 are the same, like 1.2 meters on the ground level and 1.8 above 10 meters in height. So we're using the DC2 to mitigate those impacts, and hoping with the design of the facade, like as also was explained by the administration, being carefully with the location of balconies and that ident that I showed in my presentation, where we're further away from the balconies on the Garden Manor. I think those design features will mitigate those concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Vergara? Not seeing any. Next up then will be Mr. Deshpont.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and respected members of the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Today in my presentation, I'm going to talk about how this proposal fits well with the overall urban design context of this site. So next slide, please. Many of the points I'm going to make is just a reiteration of what administration had already talked about. As you can see in this plan, this site is located in Garno University major node identified in the city plan, and generally the acceptable build form in this sort of like major node is medium rise to high rise buildings, and that's what we are proposing in our proposal. Next slide, please. In terms of the land use context for this particular site, the site is located right here at the intersection of 86th Avenue and 108th Street. You can see on the north side there is this high-rise existing build form, and this orange color, which is throughout Garno North neighborhood, is a number of medium rise buildings. So in our opinion, this area over here, north of like 86th Avenue, kind of like provides that transition between the high-rise build form and the medium-rise build form. In addition, the locations that are appropriate for a slightly high-rise or slightly higher intensity build form are locations that are in close proximity to amenities. So you can see on this map over here, the site is in close proximity to number of green spaces, various community amenities or institutions, schools, in close proximity to the river valley and in a walking distance to 109 Street Corridor and White Avenue. So next slide, please. And this is what Marcelo was talking about in the previous presentation. We strongly feel that this build form, which is approximately 6 stories, provides a perfect transition between the high-rise towers to the north and medium-rise buildings on the south side, which are approximately 3 to 4 story high. So next slide, please. In addition to that, this project is located in so Garno neighborhood is going through neighborhood renewal, and as you know, the city is investing approximately $23 million in public realm improvements in this area. Again, when that sort of like improvement happens, which is led by the city, private sector investments and higher intensities are a subsequent outcome of that investment. So as you can see here, there are like variety of pedestrian like pathways. You have a rail trail connection, which is proposed shared use part. There are additional shared use part located on the north side of the subject property. So all these amenities are being proposed as part of like the Garno neighborhood renewal project, which is scheduled for completion in at the end of 2023. So next slide, please. Immediate to the site, there is a proposal for implementing a new sidewalk immediately at the south location of this site on the north side of 86th Avenue, and also some additional traffic calming improvements along 86th Avenue. So all these improvements are happening right next to this subject site. Next slide, please. In addition to that, the triangular park located at the northeast corner of the site, there is a proposal to improve that park, creating new pathways, new sitting areas and gathering places, a new plaza, addition of like additional trees and so forth. And as you know, not all the improvements for these park improvements are funded through standard neighborhood renewal budget. Some of those elements are unfunded, and the city is looking for additional funding mechanisms to implement those amenities. So next slide, please. So as part of like community amenity contributions for this site, we are providing $90,000 as our amenity area contribution. And this is a perfect example in our opinion that a park space that is vetted through community consultation and supported by the community is, there's a possibility of like funding that through developer contributions. So it's a really win-win situation. Next slide, please. In the current area redevelopment plan, there is a policy that talks about, at specific locations, 5-story built form may be considered if it is located adjacent to existing 5-story buildings. Now, we understand that immediately to the west of this property, there is a 4-story building, but there are some projections, like that go into the 5th story. By definition, it does not fit into a 5-story building, but a precedent is right there, and we strongly feel that this policy may be applied to this particular site to consider additional height as ARP may support a 5-story build form at this location. So next slide, please. And one thing to remember is that this area redevelopment plan is again 40 years old. So at this point in today's, in 2021, slightly higher intensity seems like an appropriate proposal in our opinion. This slide, in addition to what Marcelo talked about, just provides that comparison in an elevation view. You can see the blue.
I'm gonna have to get you to,
in our opinion, 5-story
wrap up
platform.
there.
Just 1 minute for me.
I'm afraid we're at the end of the, we're past the end of the 5 minutes, so I've got to stop you there, Dinesh.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks. Just given the number of speakers we've got today on a variety of items. So, but there may be some questions for you.
Okay.
Stand by. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. Thank you. Next, and perhaps picking up where Mr. Dishband left off, Jared Candlish.
Yes, thank you. If you could go to slide 19. Thank you. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My presentation will focus on the community consultation and feedback process, car-free parking, and sun and shadow impacts. Next slide, please. As part of the DC2 rezoning process, several steps were taken to inform residents and stakeholders of the rezoning, to listen to their concerns and discuss options, and to incorporate their feedback. We initiated our engagement process in June 2020 with a pre-application notification letter, and we sent that to residents in the immediate area and to the Community League. We received about 20 responses and discussed concerns regarding height, on-street and zero parking, and the scale and the design of the building. Over the next few months, we reworked that design several times, and in November 2020, submitted our application to rezone the land. The city sent out its advanced notice in January 2021, and then hosted a formal online engagement session between March and April, accumulating a number of responses. After that formal online engagement, we began our initial discussions with the Community League, and in July, however, we received notice that the chair of the planning committee had changed. After that, there were a number of efforts to schedule a meeting with the chair of the planning committee, but unfortunately those requests were either canceled or declined. Next slide, please. The open parking option was approved by council in June 2020, removing minimum parking requirements in the zoning bylaw. For this project, we've decided not to provide any on-site parking, but instead market the building as a car-free development. Because we're not providing any vehicle parking, we wanted to ensure that people living in the building supported active transportation and contributed towards city investments in LRT and transit. To ensure how best to do this, we completed a transportation demand management study and identified how best to support non-vehicle modes of travel. The chart here shows a comparison between the parking and transportation requirements under the existing RA7 zone versus the DC2. For our project, and based on the findings of our TDM study, we will be supporting non-vehicle modes of transit by providing one car share stall, double the amount of long-term secure bike storage in the building, and double the amount of short-term bike parking, a bike repair station, and subsidized transit passes for each dwelling at 50% of the cost for 10 years. All of these items are not required under the existing RA7, but will be provided for with the DC2. Next slide, please. Car-free buildings are not a new concept, and there is a precedent that they can be successful in other jurisdictions. In Toronto, for example, there's several examples of car-free buildings, mostly high-rises. In Calgary, there's the N3 condos in the East Village, which is well connected to transit and is a walkable community. And there's also examples in Edmonton. We have the Brighton Block and the Crawford Block, both mid-rise buildings that are car-free. Next slide, please. One of the main concerns that we heard were shadow impacts, and the height and the massing of the building were concerns from the community. As mentioned by other speakers, we've included design features such as setbacks and stepbacks, recesses and articulations in the facade to minimize those impacts. The images here show the shadowing impacts by comparing the DC2 zoning regulations, shown in blue, versus the RA7, which is existing. In the spring, fall, and summer, during the morning, midday, and afternoon, under the DC2, we were able to mitigate much of the impacts from the increased building height. And in our opinion, when comparing the RA7 versus the DC2, there's only minor shadow impact increases. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows the shadow impacts in the winter season, whereas one might expect much of the site and surrounding area, regardless of the zone, will be in shadow during the winter season. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Candlish? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time. So next up is Bryce Pinto from Precision Engineering.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. My name is Bryce Pinto, and I'm the developer of this project. And I'd like to talk to you about 4 things today. Number 1, why is this the right location for this project? Our site has a unique location in North Garno. It is a lot flanked by public roadway on 3 sides and surrounded by multifamily buildings, not single-family homes. The city plan says that we are a city of 1 million and we're getting ready to welcome the next million. It also says that in 2020, less than a quarter of daily trips occurred by transit, but we want to expand how Edmonton moves so that 50% of daily trips are by transit, walking, and cycling. How are we going to do this? Our site is 200 meters from 109th Street, which is a major transportation route to downtown, 500 meters to the University of Alberta campus, and surrounded by new bike lane infrastructure that the city has invested in. The building proposed today is exactly how we're going to move towards that goal of 50% as we welcome the next million. Our marketing slogan for this building is Live Central and Be Active. Number 2, building design and benefit of the community. Our goal is to preserve the character and quality of the neighborhood with a building that is architecturally interesting and well designed. To achieve this aesthetic with significant building articulation and setbacks at various elevations, we needed to use a structural steel design rather than wood construction. This building will be finished with high quality materials on all facades, even the north facade facing the alley. This is a no parking development, and that might not work in many locations in Edmonton, but with a location like ours, this is a perfect concept. And my company has experience renting zero parking units in Garno, and for this location, we made the conscious decision to replace a potential parkade with additional suites that are needed in this area. Number 3, how has this design evolved? As part of the city process that started in June 2020, we have received feedback from all city departments and from the community, both at the pre-application and application stage. Due to this engagement, we have redesigned the building 3 times, and we've made changes to respond to the feedback that we received, to improve the project and earn the support of city administration, which we received, and to earn the support of the community. We have tried, as Jared mentioned, to schedule additional engagement sessions with the community since early June, July, and August of this year, but with no success. We believe the major items that remain a concern to the community are the following. This is a no parking development, and this project will add to the traffic issues in this area. But it is important to know that this site is currently zoned RA7, and we could do a no parking development today with no subsidized transit passes, car share stalls, and double the required bike parking. The DC2 guarantees additional provisions are in place to encourage these transit and biking, etc. The height goes against the ARP. The height of the building proposed is 23 meters and is proportional to the road right-of-way width. Because this is a corner lot, the current ARP allows for a 5-story building. The ARP is 40 years old and also recommends that this area is designated for 18+ living. We believe that there are elements of this Garno ARP that are out of date and not in tune with what the city needs, and the city plan recommends up to 6 stories in this area, which is what we're proposing. The other issue is there are just too many units proposed here. Our goal was to take the feedback we received from the city and community and improve the massing and build form of our development. City administration, they put us through the ringer to earn their support, and we had to make concessions on many of the setbacks in this development. Once the correct build form is achieved, we believe that this is an area where more density is appropriate, needed, and aligns with the city plan. And finally, that we did not consult enough on this project, which is not true, and I want to provide one example that really illustrates that. We got a lot of feedback from the residents of the Garno Manor to the east during the online engagement. They were concerned about the impacts of our building in regards to privacy and sunlight. At the ground level, we currently needed a step back of only 1.2 meters from the property line, but we stepped the building back to 2.5 meters, and we also created a contour exactly where they had balconies on their west facade of their building, so we could provide more of a buffer, increase planting, and we really believe we put thought into how we responded to the feedback we received from our neighbor. Number 4, asking for a decision today. I grew up in Edmonton, but I'm a new developer in the city, and I bet big on the direction that this council has voted to take the city. By eliminating the parking requirement, investing in bike infrastructure, and passing the city plan, and encouraging more density around major public institutions like the U of A and employment hubs, the concept of our building on this site is based on decisions passed by this council. We have redesigned this building over 3 times over the last year based on feedback from the community and various city departments. This process has been hard, but has made the project better. The other side of this, though, is the process has extended far beyond our expected timelines, and there's a real cost of capital here for me and my company. We are ready to go and get this project built and respectfully ask council for a decision today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor McKean.
Mr. Pinto, I think you've addressed probably a number of the concerns will be raised. Mine would be around a little bit around parking and predatory parking. Is it your thought that people would use the public curb in the general area, residents or visitors, or like, do you accept that we may put parking restrictions, further parking restrictions in that'll make it more difficult for residents to have cars and park them somewhere in the public curb in the greater Garno area?
Thank you for your question, Scott McKean. I would actually support restrictions in parking in this area. We're in favor of that. And like I mentioned in my presentation, this building is going to be marketed as a car-free building. It's that there's a growing population who they don't need car ownership with, to carry the insurance costs year-round, cost of maintenance, et cetera. And so we believe the demand is there, and we've seen it because we do rent those kind of properties in this area. And so to answer your question, no, we'd be fully supportive of a motion to increase the parking restrictions in this area.
So, and I just want to be clear, what gives you comfort around that is close access to transit, close access to segregated bike lanes, that sort of thing, that you feel any future residents would have easy access to and therefore be able to take advantage of, and therefore see no or far less reason to have a car day-to-day or commute.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so in our current units in Garno, people who are living car-free, we have 2 NAs who work at the university hospital. We have people who are doing their graduate studies at the University of Alberta. We have people who are actually faculty members who are also doing a 2-year term here and living in our unit. So with electric bikes and the ability to very seamlessly get to downtown, put studded tires on your bike, year round, you can really use your bike as a commuter vehicle. Now, this probably wasn't possible 20 years ago, but with e-bikes today, and just with all the amenities that we have in this area, it's very feasible to live car-free here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Pinto? Not seeing any. Then we'll turn now to speakers registered in opposition, starting with Jacinta Miller. Jacinta, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, I'm not in opposition. I was just here to listen and find out more information. I just had my concerns about the parking and about the size of the building with the zoning change, but those have been addressed. So, yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is John Cruikshanks.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for this opportunity to speak. So I'm speaking today on behalf of the owners at the Caledon condominium. That's directly to the project next door to the west. I know that a representative from the building to the east, Garno Manor, wanted to be here, but they could not, but we share their concerns. So we're in opposition to this tower as currently proposed, although we would like to see something built in this vacant lot. We're in favor of developing multi-unit buildings and densification, but our primary concerns are with the proposed lack of setback, the height, and the actual density that's been proposed. So regarding setback, our condominium, like those around us, have large setbacks despite being multi-unit buildings. We have yards that allow for green space, beautifying the neighborhood, trees for privacy, public meeting spaces, which we used during the pandemic, and these are consistent with the local goals and plans, including the neighborhood renewal plan and the Garno area redevelopment plan. So this proposal has virtually no setback on the west side facing our homes. This will not just reduce the area for the natural environment, but it increases the shadow that this tower will cast on us. The light study that we saw before today only showed the light impact for spring, which is a 4-month season and not a specific date. Our own light studies that we've done show that we will live in a shadow throughout mornings for much of the year. And some units in our building only have east-facing windows. So this lack of setback directly impacts us. Regarding the height, 6 stories will increase the tower's shadow. With an adequate setback, these height issues could be mitigated, but we would like to see a more detailed light study first, as has been done for other projects. We've also not seen a wind study, which was done for other tower developments in our area as well. This extra height also lends itself to a problematic density, which is of concern as well. So replacing 3 homes with 96 units represents a unit increase of 3,100%. We are in favor of increasing density in our area, and we all chose to buy homes in a multi-unit building, but there are only 15 units in our building, of which 14 have 2 bedrooms. So we're concerned about the impact that 96 primarily small homes will have, including noise, traffic, impact on the environment, and our ability to know our neighbors. 96 units, primarily geared towards short-term rentals with so few family units, will have a negative impact on future neighborhood development, because knowing your neighbors increases a sense of belonging and of community. High turnover does not lend itself to a safe or sustainable community, and the Garno, Edmonton's densest neighborhood, is already under stress. So we ask the City Council today to reject this project as submitted so that developers can work with the community to arrive at a plan that allows for a build that does not so directly and negatively impact our home. We understand compromise and collaboration are beneficial, and we would like to see a revised plan that is more in line with the community, particularly addressing the tower setback. We're open to an amendment if the city would review the setback today, but believe the community should play a role in guiding local development, particularly when we are left without an elected representative on council at this time. And we know that Councillor Henderson supported us. The same developer recently worked well with a local homeowner in North Garno to compromise on another development, and we would like that same opportunity. So to reiterate, we are in favor of development and densification, but this project needs to be sent back for some discussion, as much of the information that we saw today was new to us and still does not address our concerns. Thank you very much for considering our request.
Thank you, Mr. Cruikshanks. Questions? Councillor McKee.
Yeah, Mr. Cruikshank, you talked about, I asked the proponent about the setback and step back to the east. You mentioned the west. Is there not a roadway there? Or am I wrong?
There is a roadway, yes.
Okay, but that doesn't give you the comfort that you seek.
Yeah, so the buildings on both sides, and I mean all 4 sides, despite being multi-unit buildings, all have yards in front of them. It's an aesthetic thing, but it's also going to impact the light, lack of light coming towards our building. We'd like to see a yard, or setback on the west side, similar to what's been proposed for all the other sides as well.
So density, you mentioned that as another major concern with the 90+ units. Does it give you any comfort that it's a car-free building and that parking restrictions could be enhanced to prevent sort of predatory parking in the neighborhood? And therefore, I guess much of the traffic would be, taxis and Ubers and of course bikes and people walking. So just looking at it from a detached distance here, I wonder how much impact there really will be from that level of density.
My concerns around the density is less about the parking. I know that some people have serious concerns about the lack of parking. My concerns around the density are more around social impact, just the number of people that will be living in a small space and the impact that will have, not just on traffic, but on things like noise, a sense of community, and just the development of our community. The Garno already is so dense, and we have a lot of people who only live for a couple semesters and move out. And to be a healthy and sustainable community, we need some long-term residents.
Yeah, I hear you on that, but, you know, one of the neighborhoods I represent, Oliver, is extremely high density. And it seems like the majority of the people on the community league and really engaged are people who live in apartments and maybe renting. So I wonder if that's changing. Some of those, the new generation sees things differently. And I wonder if some of those attitudes are a bit dated. Any thought on that?
I think the difference between Oliver and the Garno is that Oliver, the people who tend to live there tend to be young professionals who are moving there into condominiums that they're buying or rentals for a number of years, but they're laying down roots and they're getting engaged in their community. I lived in the Garno for years while I was a student at the university, and I didn't get involved in my community. It wasn't until I decided that this is where I wanted to be, this is where I wanted to get involved, I started getting involved in the community league. Students are great. We need to have students. We have a lot of students, and unfortunately, they don't get involved in the community the same way that people who see themselves as intending to stay do.
Mr. Cruikshank, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions.
Thank you. Don't see any further questions for Mr. Cruikshanks at this time, so we'll go next to Gerard Levine.
Hello, I'm president of the condo board for High Level Crossing, which is the condo directly north from the proposed development across the lane. Our building has 27 units. It's a 4-story building and it's about 15 years old. The residents and owners at High Level Crossing have general objections. Many of them were already expressed by Mr. Cruikshanks. One of the first concerns is that we think that there was limited consultation on this project and really inadequate dialogue with the neighbors. There was online feedback and written feedback given, but as far as the dialogue goes, that was extremely limited. And we would favor further dialogue so that the project can be further refined to come up with one that really suits the area and the residents. The density of the unit is a concern. 96 units, you can't get away from the fact that this is a large number of units on a very restricted site. The height of the building is also not in keeping with the area buildings. It'll bring significant shade to our condo, and it is not what the current owners ever expected to see in the area. The reduced setbacks, for example, changed the character of the neighborhood. We've always expected that there would be further development in the area because there were several older and derelict houses, and there still are some. One of the concerns is that approval of this development would effectively set the parameters or the new standard for the area. So whichever new proposals come up for example, the west side of 108th Street, where there are a couple of vacant or demolished buildings, it'll be the same thing. And the point was made by the developer that 6 stories is only one story more than 5. And I'm sure that future developers will say 7 stories is just one more than 6. So we would need to be cautious of setting a precedence that we would not be willing to live with. Traffic remains a concern. Parking on the street, on-street parking is already pretty well 100% occupied, so that may not change very much. Apart from taxis, Ubers, we have a large number of delivery vans and trucks coming by on a regular basis, so that will also increase. And I don't think that a traffic study was done for this. So that sums up the concerns that we have, and along with the concerns that were already expressed by Mr. Cruikshank. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Questions? Not seeing any questions for Mr. Levine. Thank you. Next is Byron Prochnow. Byron, are you there?
Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So here we go again. For the obvious reasons why this application should be turned down or modified as indicated in the city's feedback summary, let's highlight some of the more important issues which will impact the neighborhood. The height of this development is obviously a problem, as it is out of character for the neighborhood and will have a negative impact on the property, specifically to the north and east of it. And the city's administration report on pages 4 and 5 more or less admits this. And if you look at the height of this building based on the number of feet compared to some of the other 4 stories, this is more like a 7-story building and not a 6. Administration also admits that there will be negative impacts on the properties to the east and north on page 5, but then tries to minimize or downplay these impacts by saying that, well, it really won't be that bad. However, you look at the sun shadow analysis at certain points of the year, it will definitely have a major impact, especially on the building to the north, where Mr. Levine lives. And if the suites that it impacts there will directly block the sun from their kitchen windows, which face directly south. The argument of scaled back setbacks to me just isn't a good enough argument. The administration's claim that this development will meet land use objectives of sub-area 2 and alignment of the Garno ARP, of course, is not true. Otherwise, you would not require amendments to the ARP. And the transition image that is shown on page 9 of the admin's report is not only misleading, but false as it pertains to this development, as there are 4-story developments to the west, east, and north, which means you are not transitioning to any high-rise buildings, as those high-rise buildings are way to the north on Saskatchewan Drive. So this is not an appropriate transition as indicated, or appropriate for medium density development at this location of Garno. And of course, the other point that's been made is the number of units in this development to me is unacceptable. With the floor area ratio increase, the height increase, you're almost tripling the number of units that could be allowed on the site from the current land use. And I don't know, maybe my math is wrong, but just based on the number of units that they're allowed to have and the number of the 2 bedrooms versus 1, I think a lot of these 1-bedroom units looks like they'll be less than 500 square feet, which is effectively building large walk-in closets. So is this really the kind of building we want? And of course, the number of people potentially living in this development will not all walk, bike, nor will their visitors, delivery people or service contractors. I'm sure some of them will try and drive and will find places in already the overstressed neighborhood to find a place to park. And the city admits that this development will lead to more vehicles in the neighborhood as per page 11 of the admin report, but again tries to gloss over it by referring to a current review of parking. And I'm not sure what that even means when they say a strategic public asset. Does that mean metered parking, or perhaps, as you said before, restrictions on parking? And any increase of the density of this magnitude, I'm sure, will also help the crime in the neighborhood, which I've explained before has definitely gone up dramatically over the last 3 to 4 years. And in construction, and in regards to construction of this development with the skinny setbacks and the 3 years it'll probably take to build this out, where will all the tradespeople park? The DC2 Schedule B also fails to address the issue of the developer reimbursing the developer of the property to the north for half the cost of the paving the lane that was forced upon that developer to certain standards with more like highway standards. So this development should be rejected in its present form, as it does not propose a moderate increase in building mass, does not respect the height transition in the Garno area redevelopment plan. And just final comments, the last time I spoke here in July, I had warned City Council that your previous decisions would be opening Pandora's box regarding development, but obviously most of you don't seem to care about that. So you're picking winners and losers as far as developers are concerned, and you only seem to be guided by your sacred city plan, which I'm sure the average public is not even aware of, as it rampages through existing subdivisions with really no regard for a lot of the people that live there. So what is the point of having any rules guided by an area neighborhood plan when you're going to override, amend, and ignore them because of your large city plan? That's basically all I have to say. I think it definitely should be rejected or at least modified to a lower height, less units. But according to the developer, that probably isn't going to work for them. But I'm really scared for future developments in the neighborhood, and we have buildings that are abutting up to some of these vacant lots. And I don't know. Anyway, that's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Prochnow. Councillor McKean, if you could take the chair.
Take the chair.
So, Mr. Prochnow, you said this building will increase crime. Can you explain to me how?
Well, I just know when you have more people living in a neighborhood, you just attract more people, more opportunities of crime. I just seen it over the last number of years with more people living in the neighborhood. I mean, it's not all related to that, but it's definitely a concern. And anybody who lives in that neighborhood knows what I'm talking about. I mean, we have one building just down the street from there where we had effectively 13 break-ins in a 3-month period. It was just getting kind of ridiculous. And anyway, so that's my take on that.
So just math?
Basically, I think so, yeah.
Do you have any evidence to back that claim up?
Well, I just told you some of my evidence, other than I don't have any statistical evidence, but I just see what's happening on the street and I know what's happening there. And I think the more people you have more opportunities for crime. Agree with it or not.
Okay. I'll take the chair back.
Turn the chair.
Councillor McKean, did you have questions?
Yeah, I do. Because you mentioned the size, potential size of the 1-bedroom units. Why is that a concern?
Well, I mean, that's definitely adding to the density, right? I mean, if you had the floor area ratio wasn't so big, you could have perhaps larger units, perhaps even families or less occupants, obviously in the building. That's what I'm looking at, the smaller the unit. And perhaps, with a smaller unit, you might have, as some of the other people have indicated, a more transient type of individual staying there, right? Not really setting down long-term roots in the neighborhood. Whereas if you have larger units, whether they be rental or condos, you tend to have people that more than likely will stay a little bit longer than just their, short-term university stay.
Yeah, I had to ask. I got pretty engaged in my community as a city councillor, and I live in 500 square feet. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for Mr. Prochnow. Next up is Sharon Pianzola. Sharon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that.
It's okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you so much, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. Most of the comments that I had in my mind have already been mentioned, but I did want to just mention a few other things. I thought I heard earlier that this building was meant to be family friendly, which is great, but it confuses me a little bit because there are a number of 1-bedroom units. The other thing is that if it's going to be car free, which, don't get me wrong, I'm all for public transit. I cycle all the time, and I think that's great. But the problem is that if it's family friendly, and you've got a family with kids and a dog, and we're carpooling kids to soccer practice, you pretty much need a car. So I'm kind of thinking, well, people are going to have cars and they're going to want to park them somewhere. So I'm a little bit concerned about the parking issue as well, and the density of cars in general in the area. As for the crime issue, I really didn't want to bring this up, but I just wanted to quickly mention that my understanding of what's happening with the crime in the neighborhood is not about residents at all. It's actually people coming in from other areas like White Avenue, perhaps downtown, I'm not quite sure. But I think it's people that have fallen on hard times, unfortunately, and they're desperate. and they're finding that going into people's yards and taking things is much more lucrative than going through garbage. So in my opinion, that is what is happening. Do I have any other points I want to mention? Oh, yes. Also, I'd just like to quickly mention that I would really appreciate seeing buildings that are larger than 4 stories kept to the major corridors, like 109th Street, White Avenue, maybe Saskatchewan Drive, keeping it in those areas where there's a little bit more traffic already, there's more access to transportation, public transportation, and keeping those neighborhood areas quiet and having less traffic in general. So those were my basic points. And again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, or well, let me just see if there are any questions for Ms. Pianzola. I'm not seeing any at this time, so we'll hear next from Mark Dunlop. Mark?
Thank you. I'm a long-time resident of Garno. I live just east of the proposed development. I imagine as council, you get tired of communities opposing rezoning application by developers who assure you their proposal aligns better with the city plan. I speak to you today because I'm afraid for the future of our neighborhood. In just over 2 years, this council has approved 904 resident dwellings in a 7-block area around my house. If this building is approved as is, that number will be 1,000. Between 106A and 112th Street and 86 and 87th Ave, 4 towers have been approved. This approval will be the 5th. Many, if not most of these buildings are short-term rentals, small apartments. There's always a token nod to family dwellings given for appearance. A significant number of these are micro units. This proposed building appears to me to be mostly micro units. I applaud the city for wanting to bring density into the core. I'm surprised that so much of it is concentrated in the small area that is our community. I'm not NIMBY, I'm not opposed to development, but not all density is the same. The city has good urban design guidelines that allow for different housing types to densify a neighborhood. The recent development approvals in Garno by council are not following these guidelines. There's an excess of small apartments and micro units and a lack of family units. Micro units don't bring students to the Garno school. We did not expect to have a 6-story student residence like this proposed building meters away from our door. We are strong supporters of quality development. In the last 2 years, our neighborhood has not got this from the council. I believe that part of the reason we haven't got better development is because the guidelines that are here to guarantee this are being ignored. The Garno Area Redevelopment Plan is and has been an effective guideline. We understand the GARP is still in effect, but it is being continually amended to upzone development potential. This appears to be setting precedents for the new zoning bylaws being developed. This has all but rendered the GARP useless, as the new city plan has identified Garno as an area of densification. We understand the district plans are currently being drafted, but the city has not engaged with our community about how they will direct future development in our neighborhood. City administration is ignoring GARP and proceeding with policy that addresses the city plan, but has not been made available to the public. With each new application, the GARP is amended. The GARP is clear in stating no policy amendment to the GARP can go forward to City Council until after a public meeting with the community is held. City administration has failed to do any public engagement or consultation with the community to address these amendments. It has become clear that for developers and planning department, the development guidelines provided in the GARP are no longer respected or effective and will be changed with the city plan. Speculators have been hoping for oversized developments in Garno since they learned of the new city's planned attention to redesignate Garno as a high-density residential node. It is not a surprise that this has resulted in a feeding frenzy in our neighborhood. The result is spot rezoning. This has caused speculation to be out of control in the neighborhood, and the community can't keep up. The city has also not complied with the land use policies of the Municipal Governments Act. To quote Policy 2.1, municipalities are expected to take steps to inform both interested and potentially affected parties of municipal planning activities and to provide appropriate opportunities appropriate opportunities and sufficient information to allow meaningful participation in the planning process by residents, landowners, community groups, interest groups, municipal service providers, and other stakeholders, end of quote. The city has failed to provide fair, open, considerate, and equitable engagement to our community and other communities that have been experiencing a significant increase in rezoning during their zoning bylaw renewal planning. Instead, each rezoning proposal is amended individually with little or no public engagement. Developers have the advantage and can cherry pick what they want of the GARP and disregard the parts they see as problematic. With city support, communities are at a clear disadvantage and must reorganize to respond. This is not an equitable planning process. This development is a good example of minimal public engagement. I received notice of the public hearing 19 days before the hearing date. Few of us have even seen the new proposal. Those of us that have see little difference from the previous proposal. It does nothing to address the so-called concerns from the public engagement held by the city. No communication with the developer has occurred. At a previous hearing, a council said, it's not great, but it will have to be good enough. Good enough is not what I hear on the municipal election campaign. Our city and our community deserve better. We are hoping for better from this council today. Please vote to oppose this development as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. Questions? Don't see any, so thank you. Next is Steph Neufeld.
Great, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Garno Planning Committee in opposition of this development so far. Before getting involved in the planning committee level, I was actually at the adjacent park playing with my toddlers, and I looked at the site and thought, this is all terrace site. Well, it's a great place to develop. And I looked at it and I thought, well, 6 stories, that seems reasonable. And some of those, as councillors, some of those thoughts may resonate with you as well. It all seems very reasonable. But as we continue to see at the planning committee level, the devil is in the setbacks, the process of engagement, the lived experiences of the neighborhood, and larger planning uncertainties in a time of evolving zoning bylaw, districts, and nodes of growth. The density of our little 82-hectare community is high, with almost 10,000 people in 5,800 dwellings. With the recent approvals of 10 DC2s, another 1,100 dwellings are coming. And that's in just 3 years. So a 20% increase in dwellings in 3 years. That rapidly outsurpasses the city's current growth rate, which is about 1.6%. Current zoning provides certainty, which people bought houses on that certainty. And the current zoning build out allows 23,000 people in Garno. To get to 250 jobs per people in Garno, we need 21,000 people or 10,000 dwellings, and that's if there's no jobs. Currently, the city isn't able to provide the number of jobs that are in the Garno community, but I'm working on calculating those because I'm a scientist and I like math. As new developments come up, it may be important to consider, is there an upper limit to density? And is a one-dimensional metric, density, the sole driver of whether current zoning is set aside? Is there an opportunity to allow greater density through DC2, but get a net benefit to the community, as is done in other cities, such as having public art, office space, shared green space, small business opportunities? And knowing that large density increases have already been approved, is it time to follow city policy and breathe and wait for district plans to come in place where certainty is reestablished? Being in line with the city plan means being in line with anything. District plans are not complete for the Garno or the Scona area, and major nodes have long-term density targets, as one-off development isn't appropriate in making that. You can't make a choice on a one-off development. I digress on these larger planning and quantification programs. My role here today in this next 2 minutes is to talk about the current development, the zoning change as more units, more people, greater height, a decrease in setbacks, and subsequently more sun shadowing, loss of meaningful green space, and no consideration of the city's winter design guidelines. But most, I want to focus on this lack of meaningful engagement. Not until July 27th, 2021 did the Garno Planning Committee receive a revised plan. I don't know how they were trying to contact the Garno Planning Committee, but it wasn't until the 27th we received a plan. We were supposed to meet 2 days later and ask for an extension of that because that wasn't enough time. In retrospect, it was enough time because there were only 2 changes in that entire plan in 1 year, from 2020 in November to July 2020. The above setback was changed 30 centimeters. The setback from the east lot was changed 50 centimeters. That's the only 2 changes in those 2 plans from all that community engagement. Regardless, we asked to have it delayed to the 22nd, 1 month to review the plan that we got July 27th, but then we found out the public hearing would be proceeding just 5 days later, not allowing any time for the feedback to be incorporated. It's one thing for a developer to tell you what you want to hear, that meaningful consultation was attempted, but we have the record of when the plans were set and the communication back and forth. And I think it's important to understand that process wasn't followed. So the opposition is in response to the change in mass, the lack of community input, the other concerns of the contravenient of the Garno area development plan. But it is unclear what the community gains when we move from an appropriate zoning of a 45-unit 4-story that would meet the growth targets and the long-term needs to a larger massing building that doesn't have any additional community benefit that we can see from the Garno planning. Again, that's all I have, so I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Neufeld? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm going to try to tap then into your inner scientist here. And tell me, Ms. Neufeld, if I'm wrong, that the DC2 actually ends up with increased setback and step back on the east property line where it is most sensitive, next to the 4-story building. And then you've got sort of roadways on all the other 3 sides, so that they've actually tried to make it, to improve it over the existing zoning. Your thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, I think those setbacks are appropriate. I think any developer would think those setbacks are appropriate if you can get an extra 2 stories. And I think, as a general populace, we need to decide what we get for those extra 2 stories and have an effective trade-off. If we're going to put 6 stories, can those extra 2 stories be completely family-oriented? Can we get other community amenities that we can get those trade-offs for? Because from the community perspective, yep, the setbacks are appropriate, but we're still getting an extra massing of those 2 stories and those sun shadowing effects. So what do we get for that trade-off? And I'm not sure we can really say anything. $90,000 to a park, that's not a real significant budget implication for that park.
There are family ground-oriented units, though, right?
There are 5. That's correct.
Right.
That's not 2 floors, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I don't know what that is, and I'm kind of wondering in my mind. So what do you think so you're almost looking at this transactionally, that the community would have tried to get more for allowing the 2 more stories. But the 2 more stories, this is what I think many of us will be struggling with. In a modern context, maybe a 6-story is the old 4-story. I don't know, with modern economics. So is it mostly the transactional component of this, or is it, the sun, shadow, and privacy impacts that you're concerned about?
I think the community league, from the members in the community league, it's those sun shadowing effects. I actually did you can do it online and you can do your own sun shadow. And I looked at it from the east, the north, and the west. And really it's only an hour difference if you were going to go to 4-story to 6-story. So you get an hour extra in winter on the west side, on the east side. And then on the west side, there's no winter effect, but you get an hour extra so it would be 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. So the sun shadow difference, if you were going to look at it from a completely arbitrary scientific perspective, it's 1 hour. What's that 1 hour worth to you in terms of that time of day? I cannot put a number on that. But what I do know is that in other cities, when we upzone or when upzoning occurs, there's usually a trade-off that makes it better for the community. It's not pushing out those setbacks, pushing up the scale, and then not getting anything for it when, that concept of we're going to have a bunch of micro units, without some of those benefits to the community. I mean, well, I think that's the real crux. I don't see those benefits, and I don't think the community sees those benefits. And maybe that's why there's, this strong opposition rather than, the sun shadowing, the noise, those sorts of things. They all culminate in that lack of trade-off.
Tell me your thoughts, please. We don't have an ability to weigh in on whether these units are sold or rented. Size of the units, I guess we could have some concern about, or the density, the number of people that will live there. I don't often think that's a bad thing, that it helps revitalize a community to have lots of people living in it. Those are my thoughts, but I wanted to get yours.
Yeah, I think it's finding that mix and that balance and getting those numbers. It's hard to get those numbers. So we know the dwelling numbers. The census is a snapshot in time. How many people are transient in the Garno? How many people are long-term residents? How many families live in a building without cars? I've been trying to find that information. It is difficult to get. So we really don't have a good demographic picture of what's happening in Garno or what we would really be trying to achieve in our community that maintains those interconnections and that social structure and that sense of community and that sense of belonging. So it's really hard to take a zoning or a building and say, okay, well, these are going to be the apartment buildings in there, and say, okay, well, this is what the community structure that's going to look like, and this is good for everybody, and this is going to make a holistic community. I will say you want to have that mix. You need to quantify it, and we need to get those numbers and see what works to maintain the vibrancy of that community.
Ms. Dunfeld, I'm out of time, but I really appreciate your answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Ms. Neufeld, a couple of questions for you. And you mentioned that 2 extra floors. You're not getting anything for those 2 extra floors. Could you be able to tell me, is any amount of money or efforts by the developer is going to address your situation?
You know what? I can't speak for the entire community because the feedback hasn't happened. In that discussion with the developer, it really hasn't happened. And I think the community can work together to see, what are the opportunities, and is the park the most important thing? And that feedback hasn't occurred. And what has occurred is, this is what we think is best for the community. We tried to engage you, but we didn't send the right emails to the right person. And here's our plan, and sort of non-meaningful consultation. And I think that, I don't think that we can't come to a good place. I don't think it's, no, we only want 4 stories. But if we have 6 stories, can we think about what's good for the community? Can we really have truly open dialogue to determine what is best for Garno in terms of filling those units, maintaining a demographic, because we're not getting there. And it's going to be continuous headbuttings as we continue to approve DC2s and have to have these conversations over and over again. That process of dialogue has to be set, and it has to be meaningful, and that engagement has to be meaningful, and the community has to see changes. So we saw those 2 small changes in setbacks, but we didn't see, that concept of those concerns. I'm not going to get to know my neighbors. There's going to be mostly university students who are great, and I was one, living in these apartments. We're not really discussing the real crux of the issue, and the developer isn't meeting us at that table. I understand where developers are coming from, but as a community, we're struggling to see who's going to be coming in, and are they going to engage? And, maybe we could get something that would, at least get something from green space to public offices to places where you could host your individual yoga studio, something from these buildings when you're upzoning.
Okay, unfortunately, as previously Councilman McKean said, we can't legislate who lives there. We can only but just being somebody who does not, I guess, live in the area you're living in, please tell me something. If you are a city builder, where would you build a city? This is where the city is investing in your area. City is investing a whole bunch of money, and they have invested, and there is need because of the university, again, the main traffic corridor and LRT. Where else would you put these, and why?
Well, this is an awesome question. Because I have a lot of GIS background, I actually mapped all the current zoning, made some density estimations, and looked at all the underdeveloped lots. And now I pulled all the data to see, okay, where are the RA9s, how many people live in there? So we have we have about 10,000 people in Garno. What would it look like if we built up to the current zoning? So we just approved all the 4 stories, and we would get to 23,000 people in Garno. And so build everywhere that zoning allows. There are so many underdeveloped lots that are still in those single family homes. Build them up to 4 stories. We don't need to take the 4-story lots and make them into 6 stories to meet those intensities. In fact, it will actually put more pressure to develop those underdeveloped zones because it will keep the pressure, the need for those housing requirements there. So if you put those people, those 2 stories in that 6-story, then maybe it's going to take another 2 years to develop the lots that are behind me on 87th Avenue, which are essentially all tear downs. And that's a great place to put a 4-story building. There are so many great places in underdeveloped lots in Garno. Put the 4 stories where the 4 stories are. And I don't think, the math says you're not going to have a density issue. We're going to meet those density targets, not even including jobs. And we all know that, that north side of White Ave and that 109th corridor has a ton of jobs, as well as the university offices.
Thank you. My time's up.
Why don't we take Councillor Knack's questions before the break, and then we'll break, if there's no objection to that. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Neufeld. So I feel like there's 2 issues that are being talked about, and I'm wanting to make sure and maybe I'm incorrectly separating it, but I'm hearing a bit of a broader community-wide issue about how the community is developing and what that looks like based off some of what you've talked about, from how we engage community to how we make sure that folks are involved. That's one thing I'm hearing. And then I'm hearing some specific conversation about this development, and I'm not. So I guess I wanted to get your thoughts, because when I think about those broader issues, is that, and you weren't the one that brought it up specifically, but there are folks that bring up the idea of micro suites and what does that mean, and who are the people living there, and are they going to be engaged? It's not technically really what's before us, and frankly, I think it's a challenge that communities have been dealing with. I live in a mature neighborhood, and I'm a 2-person household in a 700 square foot. It's not a micro suite, but I'm happy to live my life in a small space, and so I want to make sure. Should we sort of set that one a little bit to the side, because to your last answer, if all the ones that could be 4 stories went 4 stories tomorrow, they could all be micro suites, and we'd still be talking about the same issue around how we're going to engage people. And that's not a land use piece, that's a broader community issue piece. Thoughts on that? Sorry, that's a long question, I realize.
Yeah, no, I got it. So the 4-story development, the RA7 still has those requirements for certain suite sizes, family units, those sorts of things. I think current zoning largely addresses it. You can have micro suites as market forces determine, and you still maintain that family. GARP right now, identifies the needs. We want to have students. We want to have people transitioning through multiple phases of their lives, from single to families to grandparents, and they will all live in these different apartments. All we need to do as a Garno Planning Committee is provide those opportunities and allow zoning to provide those opportunities for multiple types of housing. What we're seeing is kind of this upzoning or upscaling and allowing of these micro suites and these 96 units. If you allowed, the current zoning kind of already addresses who could possibly live there. It gives the opportunity for families to live in there as well as students, and it provides that diversity. When we say we're going to say, it's 6 stories, but it's 96 suites, that's determining who's going to live there. And it really is, because it will turn into student housing, and we all know that. But allowing 45 suites in 4 stories it's just more room to live in. And so it will give the opportunity to have that diversification. And I think we're losing it. Again, you need that greater demographic. We're having 2 kind of conversations here. One's that greater planning and one's that micro suites. But I guess I would say that the current zoning does allow for that diversification in demographics. This planning and this DC2 takes that away because it's 96 units. If it was a DC2 and it was 55 units, it would be a different story. You're allowing for that demographic. And I think we need to have that conversation. We can't determine who's going to live there, but we can provide the opportunity and the space to encourage it. I think 5 family units is too small. I don't know what the ideal number of families in a neighborhood are, but an urban planner does.
Are we, and help me understand, because I want to make sure I understand the local context. Are we losing family units in all of these rezonings that have been approved? Like, have we started losing diversity of housing? Or are we, because from how I understand it, we've added new units, we've added new rezoning applications, some of which might be smaller, some of which might be larger, but are we actually seeing a net reduction in 900 square foot or 1,200 square foot units in all of these changes?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know the exact answer to that, but my sense is that we are. Even though we do have that, there's 5 family units in here, there would have been 5 family units or greater in that 45 unit one. So, in ratios, yes, we are.
Okay. I'm pretty much out of time. Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Neufeld? Not seeing any. Then let's take our 15-minute break now. So let's come back around 3:48. We'll roll call in a moment here. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'll start this time with Councillor McKean.
I am here, thank you.
Good evening, or it feels like evening. It's not quite good evening yet. It's just a little dark out there, a little foreboding. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
I'm present, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Zadig.
I'm here.
Good afternoon. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Made it back safely from the break. Okay, we've got one more speaker registered in opposition, Cheryl McPherson. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm really nervous. I've never done anything like this before.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
We do this all the time, so you'll be fine.
All right. The first time I ever saw anything like this was a few weeks ago about the Hive. So, and I only decided to talk about this at 1 o'clock today. So my notes were not in great order. So I go forward. I am opposed to the development as presented. Going from the three single-family houses that were there, any apartment is going to, or condo is going to substantially increase the density on this site. I guess I'm kind of wondering why the developers, well, I know why, for money, but why the developers don't just follow the RA7 plan for every new building. I mean, obviously they want to make more money. They've purchased the land at increased values a few years ago when land was skyrocketing. So I understand, but the approval of the 245 units at the Hive and this prospective 96 units, I guess I wonder why they don't follow the ARP and don't this seems like extra work that everyone keeps doing. If they followed the rules and just kept to the RA7, built a 4-story high building, then none of this would happen. We wouldn't need all these meetings. Anyways, I wish that would be. The 6 stories, which in my viewing of the thing, the first story is not a real story. It's much higher than 1. So again, my opinion is that it's really a 7-story building, which I think is 23 meters, which could be 75 feet high. Sorry, I'm old. I think of feet. 75 feet high as opposed to 45 feet for the current 4-story RA7. That's a substantial difference. They talk about the gradual increase to the north or to the Saskatchewan Drive high rises. Again, the high level crossing is a 4-story building with a flat roof, which is 45 feet high. And this one could be 75 feet high. That seems to go down and not adhere to the increase to the high rises. The light. In the administration report, on the very front page, it says that administration supports this, proposes a moderate increase in the building mass. The building mass. I also wonder, I know new buildings have to have landscaping, and I see very little landscaping on this, especially with the big increase in the density, and the setbacks seem to be very minimal. I'm not sure how much landscaping you can put in 1.2 meters or whatever the space is. There's not going to be very many trees. Sorry. Setbacks, the building will have, it'd be great if there was a whole bunch of, well, maybe not a whole bunch, quite a few 2 or 3 bedroom units, as opposed to the small units that probably will be there to get up to 96 units. I do also manage a building, an apartment building very close to this one. And we have residents that have been there since the building was built in 1987. And they stay there because the units are bigger. They're all 2-bedroom units of varying sizes, but they stay. We have some university students that are wonderful and stay after they graduate because it's such a great place to live. I just wonder if council could vote against this as presented. I'm happy with development, just do 4 stories, and maybe council could not vote this through and put it off until the new council is elected and go from there. I just think it's too soon, and COVID didn't allow for much consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Questions for Ms. McPherson? Not seeing any. Thank you all for your presentations. Please stay muted for the next while here while we ask questions of the city planners, and then we'll see if there's more under new information. So, Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's Ms. Mickelson. I just wanted you to plain language this for me. The zoning today would allow 4 stories. This is 6 stories. Why did administration feel that increase in height was okay?
Thank you, Councillor McKean. That's a good question. What's changed since the RE7 zoning that is present there and the Garno ARP was adopted is really, our city has changed drastically, and we have the adoption of the city plan. It is reasonable to expect that we would see these types of rezonings happen in a major node. And as the applicant has proposed a DC2, we felt comfortable in supporting the DC2 with the minor changes to the RA8 zone to make it more sensitive and compatible and give that design certainty to the building. And what the community and the city is getting from allowing a DC2 with that reduced setback on the north side is the value, the money towards the park, the guarantee of the 5 family-oriented dwellings, and the transit passes that are subsidized for a minimum of 10 years. So we do see a benefit to going the DC2 route and increasing the density in alignment with our city plan.
And I would never claim to understand what the market looks like exactly today, but people wanting to live in the core of the city, whether it's Garno or in some area around downtown, typically have to live in smaller units, yes?
That's typically the case. We do see smaller units being developed, whether it's multi-unit housing, row housing, lot subdivisions within the core.
And we see in this one, there's 5 ground-oriented, quote-unquote, townhouse units, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And 25% of the balance of the units will be 2 bedrooms.
Yes, a minimum of 2 bedrooms.
Minimum of 2 bedrooms. So do you think it's realistic from your understanding, from a planning perspective, that you actually could have families live in this building?
It is realistic. It's of course not guaranteed. There may be singles or that choose to live in a larger unit, but the opportunity is present. And another thing to note was in my presentation, I mentioned that 50 square meters of the amenity space, of the communal amenity space, needs to be developed as geared towards children. So that's another incentive for families to live in the building. But again, we can't guarantee who moves into a building like this or any building.
You could have university students share or anybody share a townhouse unit. You just wouldn't know. We can't put that kind of restriction on. And I wanted to ask transportation. If memory serves, this is the first building with 0 parking. And I just wonder what kind of analysis transportation did on that in regards to this context, as far as creating problems, parking pressures, traffic with, delivery, with, food delivery, all sorts of things. So, Mr. Saeed, did you do that sort of analysis on this? It must be sort of new for you.
That's correct, Councillor McKean. A transportation technical memo was done as part of this application. And given the location, given the intent that the approach is towards minimal to 0 car ownership, the focus of that technical assessment was around transportation demand management strategies. And a number of recommendations were put forward. Most of this, so the major ones rather, are all part of the regulations in the DC2. For instance, the transit passes, accommodation for a car share program, bike parking that is twice as much as needed in the bylaw, a maintenance station for the bikes, and so on and so forth. So we looked at that, and then given that we could capitalize on the infrastructure that is being upgraded in the area for active modes, easy access to frequent transit network, those were the things that that were supporting this this kind of proposal, and that was pretty much the technical analysis done as part of this application.
Thank you, and I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mickelson, my questions are, how many extra units we are adding, going from 4 stories to 6 stories?
The current RA7 zone doesn't have a maximum density, it just has a minimum density. So it's difficult to compare how many we would be adding. But what this DC2 provision is proposing is 96 dwellings.
Okay, and I understand there is a Garno ARP. Could you be able to tell me, is there any limit on the ARPs when they become, I guess, old, extinct, whatever you want to call it? Or are those documents written in stone that they would not be changed?
No, it's impossible. It's not possible to have them written in stone, as you say, just because obviously cities evolve and grow and change. And after the passing of the city plan and with the movement towards district planning, we are looking at plans across the city and which ones have met their intentions and their life cycle. And as you saw in June of this year, there were repeals of some ARPs and structure plans and statutory plans. So the city does look at that. There is an active file right now looking at all of our plans in the city. So no, they aren't set in stone. And when a developer makes a proposal for rezoning, if it doesn't comply with a statutory plan, we do require amendments to the plans as they are statutory, and we will look at them based on the merits of the rezoning and whether it meets the changing and evolving policy context in the city.
Okay. So when do you start, I guess, analyzing and eventually reaching to a conclusion that this ARP does not work anymore?
So we haven't come to that conclusion on, let's say, the Garno ARP, but as rezoning applications come in, if they do not comply with an ARP, we'll look at it as a case-by-case basis on whether a rezoning is suitable for a specific site. And if it doesn't meet the ARP, is it with good reason to support an amendment to that ARP? And does it match what we are seeing in the changing policy context of our city?
Okay, and could you just remind me how old is Garno ARP?
I believe it was adopted in 1982.
1982, okay. And a couple questions about traffic. Mr. Said, I am pretty sure you are good for these questions. So are there any concerns at all going from buildings with projects with parking to no parking at all in this area?
I can confidently speak to this particular proposal because we have a technical assessment and a DC2 that supports that approach. As far as this zoning is concerned, we see this as workable.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Devana is on the call. Just wanted to ask if any other concerns in relation to infrastructure, underground piping and stuff, if he is around.
Councillor Banga, we don't have any concerns regarding infrastructure capacity. It is serviced by a fairly large size pipe which immediately drains into a larger trunk. So there are no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Other questions for administration? Not seeing any, then let me check if there's any new information. Mr. Figuera, do you have any new information?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just some points of clarification, and maybe that didn't come across very well during the presentation. So the first thing is that the west setback, as was mentioned, it's only the northwest corner of the building where we reduce the setback from the existing RA7 or a future RA8 zone. But the rest of the west setback is the same as the RA7 or the RA8, so it's 3 meters coming from the north to the south side. So that was one point of clarification that I wanted to make. The other thing is, yes, we are demolishing 3 houses and providing 5 family-oriented units, but those family-oriented units have a specific criteria which offsets in terms of community amenity contribution $150,000. So it's not just the $90,000 that we are dedicating to the park, the future park. Another point was we appreciate the comment about creating areas between those new buildings that will be open for the community to use and and interact and make sure that people they meet their neighbors. One of the challenges that we had in this building is there are some other policy documents that the 109 Street ARP that directs most of the commercial uses to the street, and we didn't want to create more concerns attracting about traffic and more transit to this building. But instead, every floor of this building would have a central core, where we call a common amenity area core, and we're hoping, like was mentioned, there's no guarantee who's going to live in this building, but we're hoping that the future residents, they will take advantage of those spaces and meet each other, and maybe at the end they will be able to meet the neighbors outside the building. And then my last comment, I think, was already addressed, but I want to say that anyways. There's no maximum in the RA7 for the density, so the 45 units per hectare is a minimum. So there's about the same number of units that could be, similar number of units that could be developed under the RA7 or a 9.8. So with the DC2, you do have the certainty of a maximum number. There were some comments regarding the macro suites or macro units, or even questions around if the 2 or 3 bedrooms that are a minimum of 100 square meters would be feasible for families to live. And I grew up in an apartment building in a high-rise, in different context, but I mean, it was great. So I think there are opportunities that people can live different than what we're used to. Thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Vergara on the new information from members of council? Not seeing any. Mr. Deshpande, did you have new information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in addition to what Marcelo just talked about, I just want to highlight that in the RA7 zoning, the allowable FAR is 2.3, and the zone suggests that it can be increased to 2.5 if 10% of the dwellings have floor area greater than 100 meters square with at least like 3 bedroom units. So if you do like a high level calculation, if this building is developed under RA7 with 2.5 FAR, you can still get, because there is no maximum number of units allowed, like required on this particular site, you can get approximately, as the community members indicated, maybe 50 or 55 units on this particular lot. That basically says that if you go to 2.5 FAR, you can get maybe like 5 family-oriented units. But in this DC2, by going through this process, we are actually ensuring that 25% of the units would be 2 bedrooms or more. So I think there was an appetite from the community side that having some assurance for family-oriented units, and I think this DC2 provides a complete assurance that that would be implemented, which in turn contributes to the overall demographics of this neighborhood, of creating family-friendly neighborhood and providing that flexibility for everyone. So just wanted to stress that fact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Deshpande? Not seeing any. Mr. Candlish, did you have any new information?
Not from my end, no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a very quick point. Just that this building has been designed to attract and retain people for many years. And one of the ways we're doing that is to have a lot of amenities in the building. So we're going to be having a yoga studio. We're having a 2-story gym. We're having a games room and a social room. So the whole core of the building is amenities. And while it's on the DC2, it's 5 units for the community amenity contribution that are family oriented. We're actually going to be having around 23 bedroom units in this building. And the 2 and 3 bedroom units are actually about 40%. But of course we wanted to be safe. And so we have the 25 as a minimum there. And the intent is to have people integrate into the community. The whole reason we have these townhome style units where people can, right from 86th Avenue and 108th Street, walk right up to their front door, open the door and go in, is to create that interface with the avenue and street and to have more of a community feel to it. So in my view, we're replacing 3 homes and we have far more homes for families and for people. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinto. Any questions for Mr. Pinto? Not seeing any. I'll check in on new information from our other speakers. Ms. Miller, if you're still with us.
Hi there. I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkshanks, any new information arising from?
Yeah, I just have a few points I'd like to raise just based on what I've heard.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate hearing this new information from the developers. It's too bad we couldn't have a conversation before the project was submitted to council. I want to raise just a point on a few things, and maybe I missed this, but when the city administration presented the engagement results, I don't think I heard it mentioned that in the first round of engagements, there were 26 letters of opposition sent in to the city planner. And I believe that many of those people then didn't participate in the online engagements because they felt that their letter made that unnecessary. I know that I'm one of those people. I do feel I have to respond to the diagrams that showed that my condominium complex is a 5-story building that was used throughout the presentation. And this is a point that the developer is using to justify building 6 stories. As the developer's representative said at one point, the Caledon, which is my condominium, is not a 5-story building by definition. To clarify, as the presentation provided some inaccurate information, 1 unit in our building has a 1-unit loft that goes above the 4-story limit. So it just doesn't constitute a 5th story. So the argument that this one loft, which actually overlooks the parking lot, is on the opposite side of the building away from the proposed tower, that the argument that this provides a 5th-story precedent is a stretch. The loft doesn't even face the hill terrace. And last, I just want to say I appreciate Steph getting grilled more because she said that she was a scientist, while I conveniently didn't mention that when I went to the U of A, it was to do my PhD specializing in urban governance, community development, and housing. So as Steph told me, when else am I ever going to be able to say that this is relevant? So I should have said that. So I just want to pick up on a couple of things that I heard Councillor McKean and Bangus say about having more people helps revitalize communities, but we can't legislate who lives where. I just want to emphasize that communities need families, young professionals, seniors, and students. And this building, as we've said, disproportionately favors students because of the small unit size and the proximity to the university. That's what makes this building different than building elsewhere. Garno has enough student housing, and we think it's optimistic at best to think that families, seniors, and young professionals will want to live under a student residence with no parking. And to clarify on what somebody else said, density does not increase crime. But a development that heavily favors small units likely will result in more short-term rentals that don't strengthen the social bonds that our community needs to sustain itself. We know that our community league is seeing a steady decrease in involvement, despite increases in other areas such as Oliver. We need some diversity in our housing and to have appropriate developments. So this project is a good start, but it needs some more work to get approval, we believe. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Cruikshanks.
Thanks.
Questions on the new information from John? Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should have just clicked on. So because of that, so now I feel like I want to ask the question about that community building piece, because one of the arguments that's being used today is that smaller units will result, as you've just talked about, in more short-term rentals, which maybe not. That we've heard today they're trying to build up an amenity-rich building to attract more. But let's say for the moment that it is more short-term rentals. Does that guarantee that people can't be engaged in their community, though? Like that's what I'm trying to understand. Is that what is the correlation between size of unit and type of rental accommodation and engagement in one's community? Is there actually evidence around that, or is that instead a challenge? As somebody who used to be on a community league myself before I was on council, I challenged myself to go to those buildings and and actively try to engage. So I'm curious, is there some evidence that would back that up, though?
Sure. I mean, there is evidence. What we see and we know from first-hand experience in the Garno Community League, we struggle to get members. And the reason we do is because the large number of people who live in our neighborhood are students. And that's good. There are some students who participate. But I myself, I moved to the Garno years ago to go to university, and I wasn't involved because I believed at the time that I had no intention of staying in Edmonton. I was there to get my degree and get out. And it's not until people decide that they're going to stay in a neighborhood that they really start to get involved. I know there's going to be some outliers, sure. There's the occasional student who comes to a community league meeting, but to be honest, they come to one and we never see them again. The benefit to what, as Mark had raised, having families in the neighborhood means that they have students going to the school, they're going to lay down roots. Same with other demographics. And there will be some students like myself who end up getting a job in the city and staying and realizing that they love their neighborhood and they want to stay and contribute to it. But the evidence doesn't point to people who don't believe that they're going to be there wanting to get involved.
Okay. Wondering if that's a bigger problem we have to try to resolve. Like, I'm trying to figure out, is this land use hearing today before us the resolution for that, or is there something that needs to be done with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and community leagues across the city to try to tackle that, so that we can, because it sounds like a serious issue, but I just wonder what is the right thing to do to refuse this zoning on that basis, or is it the right thing to do to try to work on a different series of solutions with that, independent of what happens on the rezoning side of things?
Sure. Well, my concern has always been to live in a healthy community, and that's a community where people know each other. They're involved in, if it's not the community league, it's at least involved with different groups around the area, and there's active engagement, and that does decrease crime. To be fair, when people know each other, that's the correlation, and I think that speaker may missed that connection.
Yeah, no, that's.
The issue that we're facing in Garno is unique to Garno because of the high density of short-term rentals. And I understand that this project is not going to solve the larger problem, but it can contribute to it if it's not done right. It can also help improve the community if it has appropriate diversity of housing.
No, I appreciate that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions for Mr. Cruikshanks? Not seeing any.
I
Then
think I'm on board.
I clicked on.
Oh, okay. There may be more than one. Then I don't have the screen up though. So, Councillor Banga, go ahead. I didn't catch who the other person was.
Thank you. So, Dr. Levine, I got a question for you.
Sorry, Councillor Banga, we're on.
When you said you did move into the university area first time, you wanted to you chose that location because of it was good for you. It was a university that attracted you to that proximity. Now, and then you eventually ended up settling there because of whatever reasons, your own reasons. But now, if somebody who's a young student, I know they're probably not going to be interested in the community league and whatnot. Maybe not everybody is the same. But shouldn't they have that experience or convenience of the same kind of things that you had?
Absolutely. And there is a surplus of student housing in the neighborhood right now. And whatever is built in that lot, I hope that there are some students who live in it. I'm not against living with students or living near students. I had to teach them for years as well. But I just think that we need to have a diversity of units in that building.
Okay. And so, again, I am going to ask you one more question. Do you think some of those students could eventually become very productive members of the society, community league, etc., in the same area? Is there a possibility?
Absolutely. And I think it'd be great if some students live near there. We do, in my building itself, there's a number of students that live there. It's just a matter of density and the number of, once you get a certain number of people, you reach a point where you don't know your neighbors anymore. And that's the connection that we need to make to have a healthy society.
Okay. So when, I guess, I don't know how old is the building that you call my building, but when that was, I guess, approved at some time, did it comply with the ARP?
I believe that it did. It was a 4-story unit, or a 4-story building. I did have that one loft that extended above the 4-story limit, but I don't know. At the time, I wasn't an owner at the time. It is 30 years old. So.
Okay. No, fair enough. I know that's not in discussion today, but I just wanted to ask this question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
You know what? I'm good. My questions got asked.
Okay. Thank you. I see no further questions for Mr. Crookshanks. Next is Gerard Levine. Any new information?
Just a few comments in conclusion. I think that while recognizing that the area plan is already several years old and probably somewhat outdated, I think that a piecemeal approval method to deal with proposals like this is effectively creating a new area development by default, by creating precedents. And I think council would be wise to be cautious in that regard. If a area development plan needs to be reworked, discussed, and approved, that is one question. Creating precedents is a different one. The other two concerns, I guess, is that if developers reach the conclusion that they can get a favorable approval from the city admin and from council by providing cash, for example, $95,000 for park development, or roughly maybe $100,000 over 10 years for subsidizing transit passes. That opens up another can of worms because seeking to influence favorable judgments by kind of oblique things is maybe not the most desirable things for city council to do. The other thing that I think is a distraction is weight given to 5 units on the main floor, which are accessible from the street and perhaps larger. I'm not sure in a 96-unit development how much weight should be given that in influencing the decision. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Questions for Mr. Levine on his new information? Okay, Mr. Prochnow, did you have any new information?
Nope.
Next then, Ms. Pianzola, did you have any new information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also just wanted to quickly mention, I was also a student who ended up living in the area, staying in the area for over 35 years. So I'm one of those people as well. So I'm glad to hear that there's lots of us that come here as a student, we enjoy the area and we want to stick around. What really attracted me to the area was that it's a quiet residential area that's really central to lots of other areas in the city, has beautiful, gorgeous trees, and that's what I really like about it. Now, I just wanted to also mention that we have a number of duplexes on our street, and they're great because you can have two families living in the same unit, and they're beautiful units, which is fantastic. But I can tell you right now that it does not seem to be families that are living there. They are students, or they're young professionals, but they're young people. And the backyards are parking lots. There are like 8 cars parked back in many of these homes. So I can tell you that I can see parking being an issue because even students and young people need cars. So I just wanted to mention those points. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Pianzola? Okay. Mr. Dunlop, any new information?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to also mention that I was a student that moved here and stayed. So, I'm a little somewhat confused by the engagement that referenced. I found the evolution of design fascinating, but mainly because I had never seen it before. We've seen 2 designs and they're both almost exactly the same. So I don't know how much that has credibility. I'm not sure if the Pinto developers are mistaking their engagement with planning as an engagement with the community, but it's not. And I don't feel well represented by the planning department lately. And there has been insufficient, if almost no, engagement with the community. And I'd like that to be a distinction, that the community has not had the input that they should have on this building. As far as the mention of reciprocal development in the neighborhood renewal, the neighborhood renewal is a much needed, long overdue infrastructure upgrade. And as far as I know, it's paid by the taxpayers that are here. If it's going to benefit developers, I'd like them to follow the GARP. That's a simple thing. And the amenities proposed, they seem to be getting bigger as we talk, and they don't seem to match the 96 units there. I struggled to put 96 units in the building without all these amenities, and I can't see that they're going to be big enough to accommodate the population that's going there. Gerald's point about giving the transit passes and things like that. I'm just curious, is there a structure to implement this or to monitor it? Or is it just something that somebody's saying now and we're hoping will work out in the future? And I'm uncomfortable with the $90,000 for the park, and I'd like to say that I'll give $90,000 to the park if they make it a 4-story. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. I'm not sure we have an intake for that offer, but questions for Mr. Dunlop on his new information? Okay, not seeing any. Ms. Neufeld, new information?
Yes, please. I just have 4 quick points. The first is the comment from administration that the The rezoning fits with the new city plan. The city plan is long-term density targets and nodes of growth. That's not a plan, that's a general concept. District plans will provide more certainty and clarity on that. The current GARP also fits with the city plan. Everything fits with the city plan. So until we get clarity on that, I don't really understand how 6 stories now fits with the city plan and 4 stories doesn't sit with the city plan. The city plan is to develop in Garno to 20,000 people. You can get there 2 ways. You can get there through a bunch of DC2s, or you can get there with the current GARP. The second thing, this is a tough one for me because I ride my bike everywhere and we have 1 car and I live in a single family home in Garno. But I get all the amenities that the proponent is putting in for families, I think is negated by the fact that families don't have cars. Like my kids play soccer in Belgravia, and to carry all those balls, they just don't fit on my bike. I got to put them in a car. So I don't know how to reconcile that. I don't have the answer. I just have the problem in that case. The rezoning, in the single families on my block, I live right across from the Sugar Bowl. On my block, it's 20 houses. There are 6 families living in those houses. The rest of them are student rentals. And that's a larger planning problem. And I think that, in some cases, by rezoning and allowing rezoning, we've lost the certainty of the GARP. And families are hesitant to buy, knock down, and develop in these areas. They'll go to Belgravia, they'll go to Windsor Park and develop because there's certainty for development there. And in Garno, you could get some really big developments happening next to these single family homes. And so we're losing those families for that reason. And I think that's something to be addressed when we're rezoning in this piecemeal, a larger issue. Just wanted to mention one more time, we've had 20% growth, 1,000 more units move into Garno in the last 6 or 7 developments. That's a 20% increase. That is aligning with the city plan. And it would have been the same now that we can make these decisions. We can take a little bit of pressure off that density by, staying with 4 stories for a while. We're meeting those objectives. I'd love to see quantifiable objective targets in the district plan. And so just those considerations for this, I just wanted to bring up. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Neufeld on the new information? Not seeing any. Ms. McPherson, any new information?
I guess I would just like to say a couple things. I think it's become pretty clear that there should be a new GARP for the area because, again, it seems silly to keep going back and having to have developers and city council waste their time or not. Just hearing amendments to the bylaws so they can do these developments. I think maybe city council should not approve this and redo the GARP before this goes forward. Anyways, and I think COVID definitely affected community engagement because many of us weren't going out. And
have a tail.
We do, again, I do manage 2 buildings. One's 15 units, one is 9 units, very close to this place. And all except for 2. There's 2 units in all those units that don't have cars. And yes, this might be a changing thing, but it's not changed yet. And and we do have parking for those cars, which I think is very good. But if you have 96 units with 7 stalls, I just can't see everyone's going to be parking on the streets. But and I think there's a lot of good things for this building if they just made it 4 stories, had all the bike parking. Even if they didn't have any parking, I'd sort of be okay with it. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Any questions for Ms. McPherson on the new information? Not seeing any. would anyone be prepared to put closure of the public hearing on the floor?
Yes, I will move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Banga? Okay. To close the public hearing, please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. First reading?
Yeah, I'll move first reading on the bylaws.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Speaking to you?
Yeah, I will speak to it, and again, I don't think I'll do a very good job of channeling Ben Henderson on this, who I've been trying to help out. First of all, I wanted to thank all the people from Garno who came out to speak, and I heard your aspirations very clearly about having a community that is connected and engaged, and you see kids and families in the neighborhood. You know, and I live in Oliver, and I represent Oliver, and fun fact, more children live in Oliver than in Westmount. And I know couples who have children and live in towers. Things and attitudes are changing around the type of housing, not for everybody, by the way, but some have changed their attitude about the type of housing they want to live in, type of lifestyle they want to have, whether or not they own a car or can get around with ride share, car share, taxis, bikes, and transit. So we're starting to see a generation emerge that is really environmentally aware and aware of their impact and wanting to have less of an impact. So I'm really quite intrigued by this experiment by Mr. Pinto going with zero parking. And I think the context is right for it, from what I can see. And if we start to see predatory parking creep into the neighborhood, then the city of Edmonton can react with parking restrictions to protect the neighborhood public curb as it currently exists. You know, and as far as engagement with or participation in community, I think that is changing too. And I'm reminded, oh man, it was probably 20 plus years ago, I did a story on the Highlands Community League. A community league that is extremely, it's flourishing nowadays, extremely vibrant. But it was about to tip into non-existence because they could not get volunteers for the community league in that predominantly single-family housing neighborhood. Now it's changed. But then I compare that to Oliver and all the young people that got really engaged in the community league and in events and volunteering, and all of them living in apartments, because 98% of people in Oliver live in apartments. And also seniors being involved at the same time. So, you know, maybe we need some studies done by an urban anthropologist or something in the future to get a better handle of what's happening. The other thing that I'm struck by is Mr. Pinto's description of the amenities in the building. So what modern developers are doing is trying to also develop a sense of community in the building, which I think would then transfer out. And I spent a little bit of time in the Hendricks in Oliver, which is amenity rich, has this amazing rooftop terrace area that gets well utilized, and a gym and those sorts of things. It's a different world. And I understand, again, Garno's concerns, but And as somebody who's 62 years old, I'm sometimes astonished by what's happening and what's changing too. But really, we're talking in many ways about a 4-story to 6-story building and the impacts of that, which I don't have much to stand on to suggest that is somehow so egregious that I couldn't support this. We have 5 ground-oriented units, which families can and maybe will live in, and then 25%, if I have that right, of the other units will be 2 bedrooms or more. So I really think this could be a building that helps to bring a lot of new people to Garno. And the other thing we heard today from 3 or 4 of our speakers was they still live in Garno after living in apartments as students at the U of A. And I think we see that at Oliver with the difference being McCune University. So I'm comfortable supporting this development. I think it's going to fit in well, and I think it's going to be an addition to the community and bring additional revitalization to Garno. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You want me to take the chair?
You can't, since you've got the thing on the floor. So I could hand it to Councillor Walters, but he's advised me he's going to have to step out right away, actually.
Mr. Mayor, I can stay till the end of this item.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have the chair.
Can you take the chair then? Perfect. Yeah. I won't add much to what Councillor McKean has said. I was struck too by the idea that folks who came not thinking they were going to stay and themselves fitting a stereotype of the transient student becoming the lifelong resident and champion for the neighborhood is precisely what we'd love to see more of, I think. And whether this project caters to that notional demographic or not is really actually not for us to say. Now, I won't say that the housing market is flawless and knows how to meet the needs of everybody who needs housing, and that we should trust in the market to solve all the housing issues out there. There are market failures all over the place in housing, particularly at the acute end. But overall, the housing market is reasonably good at meeting obvious needs. And there is clearly some impetus for more housing in this area because of the desirability of the experience, not just linked to the university, but also to central employment, the amenities, the public realm upgrades the city has made to surrounding neighborhoods and the River Valley and other areas. There are reasons why people of all ages and stages of life want to be in these neighborhoods. And I think there's recognition of that from the speakers we heard from today, that the neighborhood is going to change, development is going to come, and then there's a sort of a fair debate about what form, what pace, what guidance can be provided, and a desire to see additional diversity in the housing typology with a view to securing additional diversity in the tenancy. And to the extent that we want to see that culturally, socioeconomically, age-wise, family configuration-wise, generally the city agrees. And generally speaking, I think this application advances that. There aren't a lot of smaller suite units, at least in newer buildings. There are a lot of older walk-ups, certainly, but new stock, refreshing of the stock is not a bad thing. It's part of what we need the market to do. And to my mind, in a project like this, to include 5 family-oriented units, that is a net gain on the houses that are being lost, is not what we would get or expect out of conventional zoning with a 4-story. And so that is a significant move towards those shared goals of housing diversity. I don't think we could expect more than that, just given the configuration of the site. And we can only push so far for that. There's a larger question about how do we make sure that it's viable for families to choose these neighborhoods into the future. But that question to Councillor Knack's line of questioning, along with some others, is not really what's before us today. The core question is this application on this site? And I think it did. I think it was improved by the referral. Did it answer all of the concerns and questions of the community? Clearly not. But I thought this was a good proposal, and I think it's a stronger proposal now, with the benefit of some additional work. So I'll be supporting this today, and I think that all of the folks who will be able to attain housing in the neighborhood in this project, should it actually be built, because again, all we're conferring today is the opportunity to build something in accordance with the DC. If it goes ahead, I think it will be net positive for the neighborhood. I hear fear, I hear uncertainty, and particularly around the parking and transportation issues. This is new, but this is precisely what we had in mind when we made a number of regulatory changes to enable more of this kind of thing, and we're going to need to see more of this to get to the vision of the city plan. And yep, I know that that's in tension, in healthy tension with the Garno ARP, which we're going to have to take a look at through the district planning exercise going forward to refresh and update how density is going to land in neighborhoods. But if it looks like this, I'm okay with it. Though I hear and accept that that it represents a little more change than neighbors are comfortable with at this time. But I think it will work out, and so I'm going to support it. Take the chair back.
From the chair.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Please vote on first reading.
Yes.
Was that Councillor Zadig?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried 10-1.
Mr. Mayor, I will move second reading on the bylaws.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
And we're just missing two. Councillor Esslinger?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on the bylaws.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
And Councillor Esslinger?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I will move third reading of bylaw 19766 and 19767.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Councillor Esslinger, please.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Display the vote, please, and that's carried 10-1. Okay, thank you. Next is the North Glenora item. We can at least get started on that. Presentation, please.
Thank you. At this moment, I'd like to introduce Claire St. Aubin as our new senior planner, and she'll be giving our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pollock. Good afternoon, coming to evening. Today we are presenting an application to rezone 3 sites in North Glenora from a DC2 site-specific zoning to the RA7 low-rise apartment zone. The purpose of RA7 is to provide for low-rise multi-unit housing, and if applied to this site, would allow for residential buildings up to 4 stories with limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The rezoning consists of 3 sites, areas A, B, and C. They are located in the interior of the North Glenora community. An on-street bike route runs past the sites on 109 Avenue and 135th Street, and bus services available on 109A Avenue and 135th Street. The sites are part of a partial ring of existing multi-unit housing that surrounds the central open space of Coronation School and North Glenora Park. The open space is nearly surrounded by zoning that allows for low-rise buildings, including existing RA7 zoning along much of the north edge of the park. The low-rise built form is considered appropriate and compatible at this location. Next slide, please. Under the lens of today's zoning bylaw, administration sees these sites as a better fit for standard zoning. Site-specific zoning is generally used for sites that have unique characteristics that require adaptation. These sites are of a regular shape, they're separated from other properties by a road or a lane, and they're across from open space. By using the standard RA7 zone, the future development will better conform with the zoning bylaw's broader requirements, such as parking, landscaping, and amenity areas. And the requirements for those features will be consistent with future zoning bylaw changes. Next slide, please. When comparing the current and proposed zones, both allow for a low-rise built form of similar intensities. Notable differences of the RA7 include an increase in floor area ratio, 1 additional story of height, no limit on the number of dwellings, applying the open option parking, and an introduction of limited commercial opportunities. Several restrictions would apply to the commercial uses, including limits on the size, location, access, and type. And the types of permitted uses are generally those compatible with residential development. The images on the slide show the potential massing for Area C, and it compares both the existing and proposed zones. The model gives a general sense of the building size. However, there are many required design details of both zones that are not shown here. Next slide, please. The image on this slide models Area C's building shadow at the fall equinox. At 6 p.m., the shadow has more of an impact on the houses to the east than it does earlier in the afternoon. Next slide, please. The city plan sets a target that 50% of new dwellings be added through infill citywide, and to have 600,000 additional residents welcomed into that redeveloping area. This rezoning, which would allow for a moderate increase in density, achieves the city plan goals for infill. The residential infill guidelines do not support low-rise apartments at this location, as it is not a corner site or on the edge of the neighborhood. This applies to both the existing DC2 and the proposed RA7 zone. Given the close proximity to community and educational amenities, administration believes that the locational criteria of these guidelines is too restrictive in this case. Next slide, please. During the advance notice to the public, administration circulated to 60 residents and received feedback from 8 community members. We heard concerns that increased car traffic will create safety issues for school children, that business uses will cause excess street parking, and that the increased height of the buildings will create shadows. To conclude, administration supports this application. The proposed RA7 zone is compatible with the surrounding sites and neighborhood in both uses and built form. The differences between the existing and proposed zones are minimal and will lead to comparable developments and impacts. And the proposed RA7 zone will facilitate development in line with the intent and objectives of the residential infill guidelines and the city plan. Administration recommends council approve this bylaw. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and congratulations on your new gig, Ms. Saint-Aubin.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunna is registered for questions only. Questions for Mr. Dunna?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks. Didn't have time to click in. Mr. Dunna, Councillor Knack and I were invited out to a meeting in the community, it was a couple of weeks ago, and there was about 20 people there. and they raised a lot of concerns to us. And I think a lot of it is around wanting to have more input, willingness to be sort of open and creative with you, to look at maybe how this is being done. So what they want, and I wanted to ask you about, what they want is this referred back to work further with you on some possible, not with you, I think, losing any overall density, but just wanting to have some input that they feel like they have not had to this point. So I wanted to ask you directly in the hearing about your willingness to have this sent back for more discussion, as you know, what you've done, I know, in Holyrood.
Thank you, Councillor McCain. Brief background, we started this project actually last year, and we had submitted a development permit under the existing zoning, which applied for 3 variances. Those had to do with open option parking, providing extra landscaping, and revising the drawings show a pitched roof to a flat roof, which is currently in the area as well. DP was issued, ultimately SDAB overturned that. Through that process is where the RA7 ask really arose. So on the administration's presentation there, you didn't see site D, which is also part of this parcel in Glenora that we own, and council unanimously approved that to an RA7, I think 2 or 3 months ago in April. That day we had no opposition, so 0 opposition, and we based that off of a competitor as well who has a similar site in size, and council at some point approved that as an RA7 as well. So an RA7 fit what we were looking to do in terms of parking, in terms of ground-oriented units. All the units today are 2 bedrooms on site, so we're replacing those with 2-bedroom units. But what we brought forward is really in line with what's already in the surrounding neighborhood. And I think the fact that nobody showed up to speak at the first rezoning, which is only a few doors down from these lots, there's really no reason for a referral, in my opinion.
But they did come out to oppose the development permit before SDAB, am I right?
That's correct. And I think a lot of those questions were addressed subsequently. And that's why I believe nobody showed up to the council hearing where we had no opposition.
Well, I can tell you, I think there is opposition this time, and they may have been distracted by another development that was before us at the time. And I don't know if I got a direct answer from you, so.
There's no really reason for me to come back with a deferral. So I guess if you're looking for a direct answer, if it gets referred, there's really nothing for me to do differently than what I brought forward today.
Okay. I wanted to, and I've asked you this before, I think on that previous one, and tell me if I'm right, you only have 15 parking spots per apartment?
So the first lot that was already approved RA7, we've got the updated DP, and building permit is going in shortly. We're going to demolish that building in a few weeks here, now that the tenants have vacated those 14 townhomes. And it's going to be 48 units, 47 which are 2 bedrooms, which replaces all of the existing 2 bedrooms. And there's about 20 parking stalls there. And so we expect to have something similar. And I've been a proponent of open option parking. I think it's a great thing for the city. And in terms of affordability, that's how we're going to achieve lower rent rates compared to what we have today.
Yeah, I just wondered if, and I think I asked you the last time, there could be parking restrictions on the public curb in the neighborhood to put it back on you to be marketing your units with potentially no parking. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely, yeah. Our current data shows that we're providing free parking to all the tenants on site, and we get about 30% usage of the stalls we have today. And those studies were done in the heart of COVID, during the height of COVID, I should say, and we did that twice. So in essence, the assumption was that everybody was home because they were not allowed to go to work, etc. And we learned that a lot of the parking stalls remain empty, and we give them free currently.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Duna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just wanted to follow up a little bit more on the question of engagement, specifically with regards to the residents in the patio homes. I wanted to just get your sense. I spoke with, I think it was close to 15 households over the last sort of month, and every one of them had mentioned that sort of the first time hearing about this was either when the sign went up or when there was a story on the news. And so I just want to get a sense for you, if you could share, maybe why there was a bit of disconnect, because most of those residents seemed like they were understanding that something had to change and were just hoping to be a part of that. But I'm imagining that there had been attempts at outreach. So can you share what happened on your end and maybe why there might have been that disconnect?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. Yeah, we always try to communicate with our tenants as much as we can. We have a site manager who talks to a lot of tenants at least once monthly, I think, with rent collection and stuff like that. We have 60 townhomes, so I think you mentioned about 15 people feel they hadn't heard. So relatively speaking, a bit lower number, but a bit concerning that some people hadn't heard about it. I do have proof that we've sent notices. My property manager has communicated through notices to each tenant. So I'm not entirely sure why they wouldn't have received it or knew about it beforehand. But quite often, I think some of the concerns are when they see a sign, they feel the process is quicker and they need to vacate tomorrow. So we've really gone out of our way to communicate as much as possible to tenants to say this is not an imminent thing where you have to vacate, and management's been all over that. So there's a lot of communication that we can provide evidence on that we've sent to our tenants.
Okay. All right. And just for clarification, it was 15 households of the ones that were home. So that was
okay.
just to share that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dunham? Not seeing any. Then let's hear next from Alicia Tennant. Alicia, are you there?
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I'd like to start by saying that I am a resident of the townhomes, and I'm just going to speak to a couple of points that the developer just mentioned. I moved into this unit last year, June of 2020. I had not been notified when I signed my lease that they were going to be redeveloping. In fact, I was encouraged to renew the space. I was encouraged to renew my garden, which I did, and that has connected me with the community, which is actually how I found out about this, and then was confirmed when the signs went up. When I did email Daniel, the property manager, he didn't give me any info on anything, no confirmation that we would be included in the plans or that we would even be given any information. And also in regards to the parking, I can say that I personally do not park in the back because my back door is broken to the point that I cannot open it. So there's no point in me parking in the back when I cannot access my unit. You may have given notice to 60 residents, but I have never received a notice. I re-signed my lease of this year, failed to mention to me then as well. So to get on with some of my points, beyond the lack of communication, I did find out recently that this is an important part of the LGBTQ2+ community, as it was designed by a lesbian couple in the 1950s. So I think it is important, as there is not a lot of known history in the community, that this be recognized and there be some designation and recognition to that part of history. I'd also like to touch on the part that every neighbor that has pretty much come up to me while I've been sitting on my lawn with my family and my dogs, that they would rather see townhomes and more family-oriented units above 48-unit apartments that do not attract families at all. I know personally we just moved out of an apartment and we have no desire to go back into an apartment. There's also over 5 new developments of apartments already in this general Westmount area. I've lived in this area for nearly 30 years. I'm very aware of rents and everything. The council is still in development. There's another new unit across the street from there, which the rents there are for a 2-bedroom are nearly $1,800, which is nearly a 100% increase of the current rents that we are paying in these townhomes. There are similar units in Dovercourt and Sherbrooke, which have been renovated and rejuvenated. And I'm wondering why there isn't more, why developers aren't held more responsible to upkeeping current units and rather than just spending that exact same money on purchasing new units. These are perfectly sustainable units. And I think that there needs to be more pressure on developers to redevelop as opposed to new develop the current units that are in places like this. Some of the units in the area beyond the council and the new one across the street from the council include a new unit coming into right across the street from us. There are new units, the new unit, as mentioned, that was approved from tearing down another unit, and these other townhouses. There are a number of new units going in. However, I don't feel that there is another need for these. There are so many new units sitting empty that I just don't see the need or desire. It's going to push families like myself out of not only the community, but the city at this point, as there is no affordable housing, there is no comparable housing, and the increase that we would be looking at is just not feasible for many families and people who live in this area.
Thank you, Alicia. Questions on that? Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Ms. Tennant, when did you first found out that things were going to be changing in and around your homes?
I was confirmed that it was happening when they replaced the sign outside my unit. I do talk to a number of the neighbors that live on my street in the single family homes, and I've talked to a number of my neighbors, and there were whisperings about it, whisperings about the units being torn down. But as I said, when I signed my leases, I was never given any information about it. And so, yeah, it wasn't confirmed until this year when the sign was put up on my lawn there.
Okay. When you signed your lease, how long a lease did you sign for?
Last year, I signed for a 1-year lease, and then this year I re-signed for another 1-year lease. And at neither time was I told that we would potentially be losing our home. Had I been told in the first place, I don't think I would have signed my original lease.
Okay, so the lease you renewed this year, did you, I guess, explore any other ways to for some kind of compensation or whatever, I guess, some measures to counter it?
No, I wasn't made aware until after I signed my lease that this whole process would be taking place. And again, if I had even been made aware during my original lease that started last year, I probably would have looked at other accommodation and not at re-signing somewhere that wants to remove me from my home.
Okay, and when you said you heard some whisperings from your neighbors, would that be before signing the second lease or after?
It was before, but it wasn't, as I said, it was nothing confirmed, and it was just 1 or 2 people. And when I did ask about it on re-signing my lease, I was told that there wasn't any plan in place and I wasn't at risk at losing my home. I think that was just encouraging me to re-sign my lease so that they didn't lose the revenue. But I feel that that's even more hurtful than them being truthful and telling me that this was a potentially happening.
Okay, and so you did actually ask the landlord about what they were going to do, and they were told they told you that there was nothing happening. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I spoke to I spoke to the previous property manager, and he told me that there was nothing like that happening. Sorry, not property manager, I guess the on-site manager. And then he left, and there was just the property management dealing with it. They emailed me and just encouraged me to sign my lease. And then I haven't even met our new property manager. So I'm not sure why the gentleman said that she talks to us all. As far as I'm aware, everybody's pays by direct deposit, and I don't even know, I'm not even sure who she is to speak to her, so.
Okay, I guess some of those answers can be obtained under new information from the applicant. Thanks a lot for coming out and speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Tennant, for joining us today and for your submission. One question I just have for you, having chatted with a lot of your neighbors, and I don't know if we had the chance to chat or not, so my apologies. I did hear from a number of folks who live in your same development there, who were not opposed to something being built there, but wanting to be a part of that process. That's one of the common themes I heard, and how they would have an opportunity to, because there's 4 different sites, so are there ways for people for one site to be built and then be able to move into something new? And I guess I just wanted to get your take on that as well. I mean, I know from our next 2 presentations, there is that conversation about having it sent back to have that dialogue and to be able to work through that. And so wouldn't mind your take as somebody that's living in there right now of what you want to see.
Well, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to new development. However, I feel that a lot of new developments are rushed. And like I said, I feel like there is such a lack of responsibility to management companies to upkeep buildings and to kind of fix buildings that are already their properties. So knowing now that this was developed by a lesbian couple, I feel like there needs to be at least some kind of recognition and some sort of almost like homage to that. So, I mean, that would be something that I would like to see discussed. Also, just I would really like to see, if there are new developments, I would like to see possibly townhomes included in this, because so many of us don't want to move back to apartments where we feel like there's a lack of privacy. We moved here, there's a yard, there's a beautiful space that I can have a garden. There's a place that I can have my dogs outside. There's just so much more opportunity for me to interact with my neighbors. Whereas in an apartment, I just moved from an apartment in this area, 15 blocks away, and I didn't know a single neighbor in my apartment building.
No, that's fair. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to get your sense on where you would be if because I think that's been some of the conversation that's happened with some of the other community members and then some of your neighbors as well, about how might we still allow something to be. So I guess what I'm saying is I didn't hear a lot of people saying no, there should be no like this should be refused and there should be no change whatsoever to these sites, but that rather people want to be able to be active participants in that. And so is that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I feel completely left out, and I feel like a lot of the other residents of the townhome feel the same way. And I think that if we just were included a little more and maybe there was a little more discussion of other options that could be, the sites could be used for, I feel like we might not be as opposed, and just having that discussion again, or the opportunity to have that discussion again, would mean a lot to a lot of us.
Sure. No, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Next, let's hear from Crystal Oko.
Okay, thank you. Today I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 58 concerned residents of North Glenora. We decided that I would speak on behalf of our group, as we all agree this presentation represents everyone's views and feelings. Next slide, please. North Glenora is a beautiful, safe, and welcoming community and home to the largest net zero multifamily social housing development in Canada. The stacked townhouses consist of 5-bedroom units for large families and were fully supported by our community. We currently have 6 rental apartment buildings existing or in development, and the patio homes and apartments are located in the core of our neighborhood surrounding Coronation Elementary School and North Glenora Park. The patio homes are affordable and house many families. Coronation School is one of 2 IB World elementary schools in the Edmonton public system. Many families live here because of the proximity to the schools. A child can walk to elementary, junior, and senior high schools, making North Glenora an ideal location. Next slide, please. Replacing a 2-bedroom townhouse with a 2-bedroom apartment is not a like-for-like situation. The townhouses provide more living space. They have green space for children and pets out the front and the back, and they have storage space in the basement. Also, rent on a new 2-bedroom apartment would be higher than what the patio home residents currently pay. And for people who can barely make ends meet, paying hundreds of dollars more a month is just not possible. In addition, Regency Developments does not plan on including any family-oriented 3-bedroom units in their new buildings, even in the one directly across from the school. We would like to work with Regency Developments to include affordable or family-oriented units, but an RA7 zoning doesn't provide us with any guarantee of consultation or collaboration. Next slide, please. According to the City of Edmonton policy C551, affordable housing should be provided in residential infill projects. Next slide, please. The lack of designated parking for tenants of the proposed buildings is a major safety concern for several reasons. The proposed apartment buildings across from Coronation School will have approximately 48 units and 16 parking spots. If the other 3 sites have buildings of similar size or larger, that would mean at least 128 units do not have a designated parking spot. Next slide. Because of the lack of designated parking spots, tenants will be forced to park on the streets surrounding the park and the school. This will lead to greatly increased vehicle traffic, road narrowing, and increased difficulty seeing children and pedestrians around the park and the school. Packing the streets with cars around our school is a major safety concern. Next slide, please. Another safety concern is winter driving and parking. 135th Street is the main road through our neighborhood. It's a bus route and it has a seasonal parking ban. Windrows narrow the width of the road, and with it already being the busiest route through our neighborhood, adding more cars to the street, both driving and parking, creates hazardous driving conditions and safety concerns for pedestrians, especially children when they're walking to school. Also, when the seasonal parking ban is in effect, the tenants parking on 135th Street will have to move their cars to the narrower side streets, which already have significant numbers of cars parked on them. Next slide, please. Since Edmonton is a winter city and we often experience very cold temperatures for weeks at a time, those tenants without access to plug in their cars are more likely to idle or frequently start their vehicles. This will negatively impact the environment, children, and those with respiratory illnesses by pumping toxins into the air, polluting it, and causing decreased air quality. Next slide, please. Many residents are also concerned that the 4-story apartments on sites B and C will block the sun to their backyard. Not only will this impact the enjoyment of their yard, it will lower their property value. Cars lining the streets cause safety concerns and create an unattractive neighborhood. This, coupled with large apartment buildings negatively impacting the character of the neighborhood, will lower property values. Next slide, please. Residents of North Glenora need to be consulted when major redevelopments like this occur in our neighborhood. Regency Developments has completely left us out of this process. We very much want to work with them towards a mutually beneficial outcome. Next slide, please. What we would like is to be involved. So we are asking for a direct control zoning. We understand we may need to work quickly so that the redevelopment can occur in a timely manner. However, since the site next to Coronation School has already been rezoned with construction commencing this fall, we feel that there should be enough time to properly consult with the residents of North Glenora. Next slide, please. On behalf of myself and 58 concerned North Glenora residents, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Oko. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Oko, for your presentation today. So I want to ask you one question, just thinking about the meeting that Councillor McKean had referenced earlier. The 58 residents you represent, they might, I think it's fair to say there might be varying perspectives on what they might want as a permanent solution. I get the sense that everyone's generally on board with something having to change there, but there might be disagreement, to be fair, amongst what that would be at the end result. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
And the reason I want to ask that question, because, you know, so if we even look at the current zoning today, it does allow for a 3-story building. So some of the things that have been referenced would happen regardless of whether or not they use the standard zone or something new. Therefore, I guess the question is, recognizing that you might not be able to answer this on behalf of all 58 residents, because there could be varying perspectives, but if this were to be sent back, is there an openness or a willingness to recognize that the community members, not everyone might get everything they want because there's already a permission for a larger structure, but that you can still try to work through some of the things that you want to see achieved. So I guess I just want to make sure there is truly an openness to doing that work as a community, to coming up with a good solution that can work for as many people as possible.
Yeah, well, I think we've shown that with the stacked townhouses, the social housing, like what a great thing for our community and so great for the school. And it's really diversified our community a lot. And with the loss of the patio homes, like so many families are leaving. I have a letter from one family that couldn't make it to the meeting tonight, but they wrote me a letter. And their daughter is crying all the time. She's like severely depressed now. Like they just loved living here, and I feel like 2-bedroom apartments are not family oriented. And I mean, you're right next to a school and a park, you're in a residential neighborhood that's beautiful and central. To replace that with more rental apartment buildings that aren't family oriented, I think you're losing a big opportunity. And I think there's an opportunity to have some rental units, like they already have Site D, which is going to be 48 units. Maybe 2 of the sites aren't rental units. Maybe 2 of them are something else, or maybe there's a mix, you know, like of townhouses mixed with apartments, or townhouses on the bottom and apartments on top, or stacked townhouses. Just, we feel like there could be something better that will include families and allow families to stay in the neighborhood and not have to move away to Millwoods or some other neighborhood where they can find something that's more suitable.
Appreciate that. So what I heard, and just want to make sure I'm clear, because I think that question does come up around, you know, if there's going to be a conversation around that, you might still be open. The right solution might be something of equal density in slightly different varying built forms. Could it be a building that has 2-bedroom unit or 3-bedroom units on a main floor? So it's not that so I just want to make sure, and again, maybe not everyone in the 58 agrees, but I want to get your take since you're leading this work here today. If that meant still having a building that has maybe multiple bedroom units that are in the form of a townhome on the bottom, you know, what is your feeling around that? Not speaking for the other 58. How do you feel about being willing to work within that?
Oh, like, yes, I'm in total agreement. Like, the patio homes have been left for so long without fixing them up. They're, you know, you either have to put a lot of money into fixing them or build something new. And really, I'm just open to something that's going to keep families in the neighborhood, that's going to provide a safe neighborhood for everyone who lives here to enjoy it. And yeah, like, let's get creative and look at what other neighborhoods are doing. Let's look at and see what's happening in Blatchford and Griesbaugh, and give people some mixed housing options, because in North Glenora right now, there really isn't anything besides single family homes and rental apartment buildings. Like, there's nothing else in the middle.
Well, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yeah, and
Actually,
Councillor
hold
Knack
on, let me
pretty
just-
much covered most of what I was going to ask. Ms. Oko, you may have got advice from your city councillor to not stack the public hearing with 58 speakers, which is why there are not that many out today. But you'd sort of dealing with that, so you went around and talked to a lot of people. Rather than having all those people show up, you're representing them.
Yeah, and I sent the presentation to everybody, and they all emailed back saying, like, fully agree, 100%, you know, we totally agree with everything you're saying. Our community is very supportive of, you know, affordable housing, family-oriented housing. It's not that we don't want more density, it's that we want density that works for families and works for the neighborhood.
So yeah, and I think I even raised this in that meeting, and I'm not prescribing anything, but maybe you have much more density on one site that works well, more than 4 stories. You know, because I think Mr. Dunna, we all respect that he can't lose money. It's not the way it works. You know, he has to go ahead with this, anybody has to make money on the project or it doesn't work. So, you know, I think sometimes I've heard neighborhoods be unreasonable in that matter, but I wasn't hearing that night at when Andrew and I were invited out. It's more like you feel like you haven't had any say in what's coming in, and you'd love to have that say.
Yeah, and to speak to Mr. Dunna's point about how no one opposed the one site across from the school when it was rezoned to RA7, you know, I think a lot of people just didn't know about it. It was during COVID. We had already made, like, many people had lodged opposition to what he wanted to do under the DC2. And then I think maybe people just didn't really understand what was happening because they had already lodged opposition to it, and they thought, well, maybe I don't have to again. And plus, of course, only the people in that one small area were notified. And some of them, the people who would have been vocal, were preoccupied with another development that was going on. So it's not like the neighborhood fully supported the initial rezoning of that one site. They had all the same concerns that I'm presenting today. It's just that something happened that we didn't organize and come out, and there wasn't someone like me organizing it and doing it. So it just didn't happen.
And just please describe to us your past opportunities to meet with the developer. What have they been?
Well, I mean, I sent an email, but my first email wasn't responded to. And then I arranged for a global news story and a CTV news story. And then my email after those stories was responded to, but he didn't answer any of the questions I asked in the email, which was, will you meet with us? Let's look at some other ideas. Let's come together and figure something out that's better than 4 big apartment buildings. And he just basically, you know, responded with the talking points about how he's replacing 2 units with 2 units, and like that was it. And then we had a meeting with you and Councillor Knack in the community, and then you guys encouraged me to reach out again to Regency Development, which I did, and then we ended up having that meeting.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Crystal.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're at 5:30 now, but I'm going to suggest that we stay a little bit longer to finish the speakers, at least on this item.
So moved to
Thank
finish all the remaining speakers.
Yeah, there's only one more. So, well, there's questions, one more set of questions from Ms. Oko and then one more speaker. So to finish hearing from speakers, then we'd break and come back afterwards. So that's been moved. Seconder for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. I'll just check. Are there any objections to extending to hear from the speakers? Okay, not seeing any, then by unanimous consent, we'll carry on a little bit longer into the break here. But then I think we will take the break proper because we got a long way to go afterwards. So Councillor Banga, you have questions for Ms. Oko. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Oko. Couple of questions. The first one is, are you one of the tenants in that, I guess, I shouldn't say that area, in that complex?
No, but I live very close and I know people who live there, and I've lived in the neighborhood for 12 years and I know some of the tenants who have lived there for the same amount of time as me.
And what's your position with the community league?
I'm currently in the process of joining as the school liaison, but I'm just more involved with the school than I am with the community league. But this is a point where I felt like I needed to do something to get involved.
Okay. And so do you know what's the position of the community league on this one? Like,
Eve is going to be talking next, so you can ask those questions of her.
okay. And my last question to you is, most of my questions have been asked and answered. That would be in relation to, I would say, your engagement with so you said you sent them an email, and then what happened? They didn't answer at all, or they failed to discuss what you wanted to discuss?
Well, the first email wasn't answered. The second email, he didn't answer my questions, like my concerns. And then after the third time I asked for a meeting, please, can we meet? That was my second request, to actually have some sort of meeting. And he did agree, and Councillor McKean's office set up a meeting between Councillors McKean, Knack, myself, and Raj Dana.
Okay, so who was intended, I guess, recipient of your communication?
Mr. Dana, because he's the COO of Regency Developments, and he's the one that responded in the news stories that I was involved in.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. See no further questions for Ms. Oko. So next up would be Evelyn Poirier.
Hi, thank you. And I am representing the North Glenora Community League.
Yes.
Okay, I'm putting my little 5-minute timer on, and I'm going to shoot through this really, really fast. I'm not going to say everything that's on the slides because I don't have enough time. Okay, so can we go to the first slide, please, after this one? What I want to do is present a bit of a history about the relationship between the Community League and Regency Development. In 2018, the Community League contacted Regency to inquire about the upkeep of the Glenora patio homes. We received some kind of response in 2018 by McCore Management, their management organization, and they promised to fix the front porches. They planned to remedy the open junction boxes, the wiring, the windows. All the work was to be complete by 2019, and they told us they were queuing work on the exterior paint. That spring of 2019, no work had been undertaken on the patio homes. The Community League requested a work plan, and we received no response. Next slide, please. These are just some images of what the patio homes look like today. Next slide, please. So you may be wondering why we're opposing something that is in such a state of disrepair, but I think it's important to understand the history. Patio homes A, B, C, and D were rezoned DC2 in 1993. in June 2020, wouldn't you know it?
We'll have to get the dog to register as well.
Sorry.
No, I'm kidding. It's okay.
In June 2020, the community received notification of the redevelopment for just patio home A. The Development Authority had granted significant variances to the original DC2. Regency made absolutely no attempt to contact, communicate, or consult with the community regarding these variances. And as a result, and over the years, there has been an erosion of trust between the Community League and these developers. Next slide, please. The only avenue that the Community League had to voice its opinion or communicate with the developers was to file an appeal regarding the variances to the Subdivision and Appeal Board. We did file an appeal regarding the variances to the DC2 patio home A. The intent of the appeal was to communicate and to get some level of consultation. The Subdivision and Appeal Board found on November 14th, 2020, that the Development Authority had erred and a failure to follow council decisions was there, that the developer did not consult with the community at all, and at that point they refused the permit. Next slide, please. And this may answer some of the questions as to why no one showed up for the original RA7 rezoning. We didn't know they had rezoned. The Subdivision and Appeal Board decision was issued on November 14th. What we didn't know is 9 full days before the Appeal Board decision, Regency had gone ahead and applied for a rezoning to an RA7. We didn't know they'd done that. We were writing letters to them, asking them to find a way forward with us. Of course, we got no response from them. The RA7 eliminated any obligation for the developer to consult with the community. The design that they set forward in the RA7 is exactly the same design as the buried DC2, but with one extra story. When we found out about the RA7, we approached the city's development authority and asked them what we could do about it. And they said there was nothing we could do. They said we had no grounds for appeal. As long as Regency stayed within the RA framework, there was nothing the community could do. So that's why we didn't do anything. Today, the remaining patio homes, B, C, and D, are up for rezoning. And today, we're actually not listening to the City Planning Authority. Next slide, please. You've seen this. I can go to the next slide. So, what are our concerns regarding this? The absence of consultation has placed the community in an adversarial position with which North Glenora Community League would not choose to be in. We want robust and authentic consultation which allows community members to offer suggestions on how the development can be made to fit, enhance, or improve the community and quite possibly the development itself. The developer is proposing to demolish 4 central buildings in the heart of North Glenora, and the North Glenora Community League is potentially being denied through this rezoning application the opportunity for engagement through a formal consultation process. Next slide, please. So what can we do? What can we do? Well, 2 more seconds. Council can fall back on its bylaws, procedures, and regulations and say its hands are tied with this application. Or council can consider the impact of this development on the community, the processes experienced by the community, the absence of community engagement, and change the way this development is being imposed on the community. This application enables the developer to avoid community consultation, avoid contributing to a community amenity, and silences the community in perpetuity regarding this significant development. The North Glenora Community League is asking that City Council consider the community impact of rezoning all remaining patio homes without any mandated consultation process, and direct Regency Developments to consult with the community, notwithstanding the outcome of this application in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poirier. Questions, Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Poirier, for your submission as well. So I do want to ask you this question, which is that one thing that might come up, or one argument that might come up, is that, well, we're trying to do as a city more standard zoning so that we don't always have to move into a direct control of the system, which can be sometimes very lengthy and maybe even unnecessary at times. And being what can be built there right now is 3 stories under what is currently approved, albeit with a number of other regulations that might make it a little less feasible to build now. I do want to ask the question is maybe back to this question about what do you hope, what would be your hope to get out of that engagement? So so this is a little bit of the similar question I asked to Ms. Oko, which is that, is this community willing to potentially go outside of their comfort zone, knowing what's allowed to be built there now, to try to find that win-win? That's my understanding that this community has done things like that before, but I wouldn't mind hearing it from you. You're speaking on behalf of the community today, so can you share your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting. We're all trying to speak for the community, but no one's actually talked to the community, and that includes the developer. I cannot speak on behalf of the hundreds of community members in North Glenora, but I think that there is a desire to be consulted. Now, the original zoning is a DC2, and there probably was consultation 27 years ago, but the community has changed in 27 years. And this rezoning application denies our voice in any kind of benefit to the community. We can't ask for a community amenity if it's an RA7. I don't know what the community wants, but neither does the developer. Yeah. And I think we need to have an authentic opportunity to hear the voices of the community members in regard to this development. It may end up being the exact same thing that's on the papers now, but at least we'll have the opportunity to say so.
Okay, that's, yeah, and I guess, and maybe that was going to be, this ties a little bit, I think, to your last line on the slide, but I just want to double check, which is back to this notion of, we do, as a council and as a city, try to do more standard zoning, which doesn't require all the time extensive engagement. Standard zones ideally are meant to provide some, they'll have some requirements in there. People have a general sense of what's going to be there. So the question is, is it unreasonable to use a standard zone here, or is it, maybe that is in fact what might be the end result? Or I guess I just want to make sure if you're not necessarily asking for a direct control zone. That's not what I've heard, but you want to be able to talk through some things that might help better inform what the appropriate zone is.
Yes, and I nor the Community League are zone experts.
Okay.
We have been kept out of the process that involves the redevelopment of 4 central structures in our community, and we feel we ought to be consulted. Whether that's a DC2, whether that's an RA7, we would like to have a consultation process that is honest, authentic, and robust with the developer.
Okay. And just so make sure it's fully clear for me, again, having chatted with a lot of different folks, that there seems to be a general acceptance amongst community members that what is there is not going to be there it cannot be there forever at this stage, that there will in fact be redevelopments. So I just want to make sure, get a sense from you, from your committee, that there does need to be development and redevelopment based off the age of that home, or based off the age and the condition at this stage.
It's profoundly unfortunate that they were allowed to slide into the state of disrepair that they have moved into. I'm not a developer. I don't know if you can fix up what's there. I think the community generally would like to see some improvements to those properties. There are significant safety concerns. There are plants growing out of the roof. There are eaves troughs that are not attached. There are windows that are hanging on one bolt. it's not sustainable in its existing condition.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Again, my questions are in relation to the signs of deterioration on the existing structure. Yeah, and could you tell me whoever reported them to the, I guess, the owner, what was their reaction, and what further avenue did you guys explore to make sure those plans were, I guess, carried out?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the repairs?
Mm-hmm.
We began communicating with Regency Development in 2018. It took several months to get one response, and that was from their property development manager, McCore Management, where they made promises to fix safety concerns that we had as a community league regarding these properties. Though that work was not undertaken, we tried to follow up with additional communications with Regency Development. They never responded to us directly. They would only respond to us through McCore Management. And really, we were just delayed. I did bring this actually forward to Councillor Scott McKean, probably in 2019, asking what we could do in terms of bylaw enforcement for safety issues. And by the time we were moving forward, they were moving to a rezoning application.
Okay, and I don't know the answer to this question, so I'm going to ask you. Do you know for a fact that Regency Development owned that complex at that time?
Yes, I believe it was 2015 that Regency Development purchased the property.
Okay.
But Mr. Dunna can answer that better than I can.
Yeah, definitely. And my last question to you is, are you one of the tenants there, or are you just speaking as a community league person?
I'm not a tenant of the property. I am the co-chair of the Planning and Transportation Committee for North Glenora.
Okay, and your concern is that the community league was not consulted?
Correct.
At all?
Well, and not just the league, the residents of the community in some form of facilitated, robust, authentic engagement.
Yeah, weren't there any kind of notices being delivered to, I guess, in a certain area radius there around that property?
60 meters, yes.
Okay, and so in your opinion, is the issue with the 60 meters, or is the issue with this developer not following up properly?
The issue is that the developer purchased the property with an existing DC2 that is a legacy DC2 from 1993. They worked with the planning and development officer to significantly change the DC2 with no community input. And then now are seeking to rezone it to an RA7, which would further remove our ability for consultation.
Okay, and so in your mind, there's some kind of backdoor efforts to get this thing rezoned, I suppose?
I think they're doing cartwheels to not talk to the community. It just seems like the developers is doing anything possible to avoid actually having to talk to us about this development.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor McKean?
Mr. Mayor, my timing may be off, but I have prepared a referral motion, sent it to Ms. McCary, who may have received it. We could wait till after, I suppose, but I think after hearing from the community at the meeting that Andrew and I were invited to, and the sincerity then, and the testimony today, I think it is incumbent on council to ensure that there is proper engagement on this bylaw and the project in it.
So just to be clear, you don't have questions for Ms. Poirier?
Nope.
Okay. And in lieu of questions of admin, you would like to bring a referral motion at this time?
Yes, I would.
Okay. That's in order. We had extended, I think, because it would, procedurally that's in order. The one hitch is that we extended orders here just to complete questions and not to contemplate that motion. However, we may wish to consider that first, otherwise we'll leave people hanging here for the dinner break. So we'd need to extend orders again, otherwise I can't really take that motion until 7 o'clock. So,
I mean, I'm fine with moving to extend to finish this item, but let's see. So I'll move that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Councillor Knack, seconded by, I think, Councillor McKean, to extend. I'm just going to say, I'm going to suggest not to complete the item, but because that may presume a certain length of consideration. But if it's to consider the referral motion, would be my suggestion.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'll move.
Okay. And then just to play it out, if referral passes, that's that. If referral does not pass, then we would take the break and carry on with questions of admin at the conclusion of the break. So on referral, then I'll just seek unanimous consent. On changes to the orders first. Is there any objection to extending to consider referral?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a procedural question?
If it helps you very quickly determine whether you have an objection to.
Is there opportunity for new information or to hear from the other side that we haven't heard on referral?
Oh, well, we might get out of order if we start taking new information. Well, sometimes we'll hear from people on referral. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chair, it is at your discretion. You are not required to take new information on a referral because it isn't closing the matter.
But we're not barred from it either.
But you're not barred from it, correct?
Okay. Then that satisfies Councillor Katarina. Unless there are any other questions or concerns around extending orders to consider referral. Okay, not hearing any, then by unanimous consent we'll carry on referral. So Councillor McKean, I will go back to you for your referral motion now.
Carrie can put it up, but Charter Bylaw 19831 be referred back to administration to work with the applicant, to engage with the, did I write that? Work with the applicant to engage with the residents of the North Glenora community and Community League to discuss the community's concerns and return to a future council public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor McKean and seconded by Councillor Knack. So that's before us. Did you want to introduce it, Councillor McKean?
Well, yeah,
I
I would
did,
actually.
If you want to.
This began with a meeting that Councillor Knack and I were invited out to with about 20 residents of North Glenora who their plea was to have some opportunity to engage with the developer on this particularly interesting parcel of land because it's so central to the community, parcels of land. And, you know, in North Glenora, some of you will remember sort of made headlines at City Hall, at any rate, as a YIMBY community, because they were welcoming to that project for large newcomer families. And this is a community that sort of shows that kind of values those values all the time to me. And Mr. Duna has made it very clear in a meeting that we had earlier and then today that he does not want that delay. And I understand that, but I also think Regency owes it to this community to sit with them and hear what they might actually want to see, which could be reasonable. So I just, and I've seen councils in the past when communities said we were not engaged, that was shipped back. And I think it is incumbent on this council to refer this back to ensure that North Glenora community and Community League have an opportunity to talk with Regency Developments and see if there's something that can be worked out that'll satisfy both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Caterina?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and going...
Can you just pull your microphone
Going
over
back
there?
to the question that I had, and that I think this is not unreasonable, but I think we should hear from Mr. Duna on whether this is going to make any difference whatsoever, whether he's in agreement or disagreement, and I think that would make our decision much better, and it's much fairer to hear from that side as well at this point. So I would ask that Mr. Duna be allowed to speak to the referral.
Yeah, and I think he anticipated it and spoke to it earlier, but now that he's heard the specific premise and the concerns that have been raised, I think you're right. So we'll invite Mr. Duna. You've heard Councillor Caterina's question. If you want to offer some comments on referral.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Just going back, when the DC2 that's existing in place, we were okay building with what was actually there. We were okay to make this project work. I think City Council is well aware that I'm not one who shied away from community engagement. I'm not one that would ignore communications. I think my track record speaks for itself, whether the opinions of me are varied, but I don't think I've shied away from that ever. And so when we came to this development permit, like I said, we asked for 3 variances. One was landscaping, one was to rise to a flat roof. The most important one was to implement open parking policy, which speaks directly to affordability. And on that point, I have a project in the Brewery District right now we're renting, and you can move in for $1,090 into a concrete building that's 9 and 10 stories. So I think I know a little bit about affordability, and that's what we're doing here is taking 1950s product, which are all 2-bedroom units, which were designed in the 1950s and 60s, and making them 2-bedroom current units with ground-oriented family units. And we believe that's a better layout and better function of design than 1950s. When we got the first lot approved to RA7, we based that off what our competitor has. And it's not something I wanted to do, actually. We applied for DP under the existing zoning with some variances, which actually follow a policy that council's already approved. For whatever reason, SDAB felt otherwise, that the parking policy either needs to be rezoned or whatnot, but that's what they believed. So our goal here is to build this project and make it affordable. And I think council knows, and I think administration has put reports forward that a parking stall can cost up to $40,000 to $50,000 a stall, and add that cost to a project. That's really what we're looking to address here in terms of affordability. And I understand, the comments about engagement stuff, but I'm very perplexed, perhaps, that if all the communication channels worked the first time and the permit we applied for was appealed successfully, nothing different happened this time around. And the commentary regarding nobody showed up. Well, nobody showed up because I actually communicated with a lot of people. And I understand there was some commentary that I missed an email here or there, and perhaps that's true, but I also have a lot of emails responding to, I'd make myself available. I even said I'd make myself available on the record to discuss the lot that's approved RA7 today and incorporating any ideas that there may be. So in response to the referral motion itself, the only real change we asked for the first time when we asked for variance to the development permit was the open option parking. If this gets referred, we'll just go ahead and build with what's in place today. And I actually didn't expect this to be very contentious after the last lot got approved RA7 unanimously by this council a few months ago. So I honestly didn't expect to be in this position today. So we'll just go ahead and build with whatever the existing zoning allows. And if that affects affordability, well, that's on us to make it work. And the rents will be higher because we're going to have to build an underground parkade. But I haven't shied away from any engagement, and I've made myself available to discuss any improvements to even the current building permit we're about to submit. I'm not scared of community engagement. I think this council is well aware of that. So that's my stance is we'll go ahead and build what's there if this gets referred, but I don't feel we're asking for anything that different since a competitor of mine right across the street already has a similar sized lot approved RA7, and we're asking for the same RA7 this council unanimously approved a few months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dunna? Okay, not seeing any. Then on the question of referral, Councillor Knack?
Just to speak to it whenever it's appropriate.
Okay, yeah, if there are no further questions, feel free. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to, and I recognize that what we just heard is that if this is referred, that the applicant may decide to go and build what's currently permitted under the DC, and that's well within the right to. But I do want to take a step back and just sort of highlight some of the things I've heard over the last month as I've had the chance to go chat with a lot of folks there. What impressed me the most about almost every conversation I had with neighbors in and around and also living in the patio homes was the primary concern was about affordability of housing. That was their number one driver. The number one issue was not that a new building would get put up or that it could be 4 stories or that it could be any number of other issues. What I heard is a community who is actually very eager to find a way to make sure residents who have had access to what is likely not officially defined as affordable housing, but access to affordable housing. And so I would actually, you know, if this is referred, and I'm going to encourage council to refer it, I mean, it's well within the applicant's ability just to go and then build what they could, but I would actually say you've got a community here who is willing to make some very special things happen, that they're willing to come to the table in a very quick fashion and maybe find ways that can make it even better for both the developer and for the community. So I think that's something that's well worth doing in a community that really has shown time and time again that they are willing to accept and actually not just, that's probably the wrong phrasing, actively encourage changes to the community. And yes, there are some residents there that I spoke with that might not be keen on any type of building, whether it be a 3-story building like is currently permitted today or a 4-story building or something else. But the vast majority seemed very open, and they were excited about the ideas of something like having, and again, not everyone, some like the idea of having a cafe or maybe a little local restaurant on the main floor and what that could do. So I would hope that by sending this back, it gives a chance to allow that creativity to flourish and let the residents work together with an applicant who's got 3 very good parcels of land in the heart of the community that could provide a lot of opportunity for many different people to have different housing options. So that's why I think it's worth referring, and I guess if in the end something, you know, what's there is built and they need some variances, hopefully there's still some engagement, but I think it's a good opportunity before us today, and so I would encourage council to do this. And the last thing, just in closing, is with, I really want to specifically highlight the voices of those who live in those homes, who almost everyone I spoke with was, again, absolutely willing to work together to find a way so that everyone could succeed, so that they would have access to a new affordable housing unit and something that would make sure the developer had a successful project before them. And that was really inspiring to hear as well. It wasn't a collection of neighbors saying, no, we don't want this to change at all. This is our home and it should never change. They just want to actually be active parts of North Glenora for years to come. And the worry was that if there wasn't something available to them, that they would have to leave the community because there aren't many affordable options. And I think of the price that some of the folks are paying, I don't think there's anything in that neighborhood. So that's why they were very worried. So for those voices as well, who are eager participants, willing participants to come to the table, I would encourage council to support referral. And let's see what this community can come up with yet again in terms of creativity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak to referral? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We're missing quite a few yet. Councillor Banga.
No.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Councillor Katarina.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek.
Councillor Zadek, are you there? Okay, well, we'll have to call it. Have you got the rest of them?
Councillor Esslinger.
Councillor Essinger, are you there?
I can't see her on the meet. And Councillor Walters, who I believe perhaps dropped off.
He stepped off, yeah. Well, do we still have quorum then? Barely. Yeah, we've got 8 still, so.
Yeah, just Councillor Esslinger, one, and we have all the votes of those who responded.
So you have 8 votes?
We have 8.
I wonder if we should pause the vote here and see if we can get, well, or take the break and see if we can get folks back online for 7. So I'm gonna,
I don't know if you can, Don. Can you do that in the middle of a vote?
well, we thought we had a lot more people than we did. So I'm concerned that we may have lost connection with some people. So as a question of privilege, I want to.
Okay.
I was expecting Councillor Walters not to be there, but not being able to reach 2 other councillors. I'm not sure if it would make a difference one way or the other, but I want to try to establish attendance. So.
Yeah, I was just curious as a procedural issue. I was just curious. Sure, whatever you want.
Well, yeah, we haven't received all the votes we were expecting, and I haven't declared the vote yet. So, so we can call it back, and it's a technical question that I just want to have answered. So I'm going to suggest that we pause here and we'll recall the vote And we'll take a fresh vote. We'll see if we can refresh the system here, make sure we can get folks online, and we'll roll call at 7. Is 47 minutes going to be sufficient for a dinner break for us? Or does
Sounds
anyone
good.
want to suggest
Yep.
that we push it? No? Okay. So let's recess now. We'll try a vote again at 7 when we come back, and we'll roll call it if necessary. So let's pause there out of an abundance of caution, and then we will reconvene at 7 o'clock, and then we'll consider the question of referral. Good evening, and stand by. We'll roll call in a moment here. All right. Let's check in with Councillor McKean.
I am here.
Welcome, Councillor Nicol.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councillor Paquette.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councillor Walters. Councillor Walters.
I'm here, sir.
Welcome back. Councillor Banga.
Good to go.
Excellent. Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councillor Caterud.
Good evening.
I can see with my own eyes. Councillor Zadig.
I'm back.
Great. Councillor Essinger.
Good evening.
Good evening. And Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
All right. So that's everybody. We were attempting a vote and then lost a couple of folks, and we're not sure why, but that's okay. So out of an abundance of caution, we paused the vote, which I will recall now on having heard the closing arguments on it. Please vote on the referral motion that is before us.
Missing a few here. Councillor Katarina.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Yeah.
And yours, Mayor Iveson.
Oh, I forgot to hit submit. There, you should have it.
That's all of them. Thank you.
Okay, display the vote. And referral is carried 9-2. Okay. So next is the Grosvenor item. Let's get the presentation on that.
Thank you. This will go back to Ms. Holly Nicholson.
Sorry, it's just loading up here. Okay, good evening, I guess. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Grosvenor neighborhood from the R3 small-scale infill development zone to RE7 low-rise apartment zone. The proposed RE7 zone would allow for the development of a residential building with a maximum height of 16 meters or approximately 4 stories, with limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The subject site is composed of 3 residential parcels currently used as single detached housing and is surrounded by primarily low-density residential uses, with the exception of a 3-story multi-unit housing building to the west and 1-story strip mall commercial building to the south. Next slide, please. The current R3 zoning and mature neighborhood overlay allows for multi-unit housing in the form of row housing at a maximum height of 8.9 meters or approximately 2.5 stories. The proposed RE7 zone allows for multi-unit housing, but at a larger scale with a maximum height of 16 meters or approximately 4 stories. Another noteworthy change is the introduction of commercial uses permitted on the ground floor. However, the applicant has stated they intend to pursue purely residential despite this opportunity. Next slide, please. This site is well connected to alternative modes of transportation, with 149th Street Northwest being a frequent bus route, and the future 149th Street stop being within 300 meters distance from the site. McKinnon Ravine is also within walking distance and provides users with access to the ravine system and broader shared use path network. Other notable amenities within walking distance include commercial and retail services along Stony Plain Road, including the Jasper Gate site at the southwest corner of Stony Plain Road and 149th Street. Next slide, please. In general, the edge of neighborhoods adjacent to an arterial roadway is considered a suitable location for additional development intensity. This is especially true in the case where the southern edge of the Grosvenor neighborhood is bordered by the future Valley Line West LRT route, where the integration between land use intensification and convenient access to mass transit and other amenities is a desired outcome. The subject site, though not directly on the edge of the neighborhood, is close to Stony Plain Road, separated by one commercial property along its southern property line. Additionally, the site is appropriately located at the southern end of a residential block along 148th Street, which means the site functions very similar to a corner site where it is surrounded on 3 out of its 4 sides by road right-of-way and only sharing one property line with a residential land use. Next slide, please. The property along the the property along the site's northern edge, including other properties further northwest, north, and northeast, will experience adverse impacts from the proposed RA7 zone. This includes longer and wider shadowing onto private amenity spaces and reduced privacy from potential overlook. These impacts will be managed in part by the required setback of 1.2 meters from the north property line and an additional setback of 3 meters above 10 meters in height. Other mitigating factors can be reviewed at the development permit stage, where a development officer can require information regarding the location of windows and amenity areas, such as balconies onto adjacent properties, to ensure the windows or amenity areas of the proposed development are placed in such a manner that will minimize overlook in adjacent properties. Next slide, please. Administration hosted an online public engagement session through the Engaged Edmonton website from May 25th to June 8th, 2021, to provide additional information on the proposal and collect feedback from the community regarding the application. Common concerns heard through the online engagement session included that 4 stories is too tall, a larger shadow will be cast from this building, negatively affecting surrounding property owners' enjoyment of sunlight. This will create further traffic and parking congestion for the surrounding road network. The Jasper Gates redevelopment project is already bringing much density, taller structures, and additional traffic. Following the public engagement session, administration received a petition that included signatures of 161 residents who do not support this rezoning, with additional concerns including privacy, parking, noise, infrastructure, and community character. Next slide, please. In the city plan, the portion of Stony Plain Road that runs parallel to the Grosvenor neighborhood is considered a primary corridor. The width of a primary corridor is 1 to 2 blocks on either side. As such, the subject site is considered within the primary corridor. These types of corridors consist of a wide range of activities supported by mixed-use development and mass transit. As an overall guide, it states that the desired overall density in a primary corridor is 150 people and/or jobs per hectare, and the typical massing form is mostly mid-rise and some high-rise buildings. Though this application is not proposing a high-rise or mid-rise building, the site's relatively small size, combined with its surrounding low-scale residential context, would suggest that a low-rise building is more appropriate for this location as proposed by this application. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration recommends approval of this application because it allows for increased density near the edge of the Grosvenor neighborhood, in close proximity and within walking distance to mass transit and other amenities along Stony Plain Road, and provides intensification within a primary corridor as directed by the city plan, and creates a residential transition between adjacent commercial and low-scale residential uses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mickelson. We now have registered in favor, Mr. Yu.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome, go ahead.
Guess I'll wait for that presentation to get full screened, or is that how it's going to show up?
I think as a PDF, that's the best way to do it.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Stephen Yu, and today I'll be presenting on Charter Bylaw 19823, the rezoning in Grosvenor. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the Grosvenor neighborhood along the west side of 148th Street. The site is north of an alley and existing commercial development, east of a three-story development, and south of low-density residential development. Next slide, please. Currently, the site is zoned R3, and today's proposal is to rezone it to the RE7 zone. Adjacent properties to the north and east are zoned R3, and the site to the west is zoned DC2 with commercial land to the south zoned CSC. Next slide, please. Situated off of Stony Plain Road, the site has access to a variety of amenities such as commercial services, the river valley, and a future LRT station. With the Valley Line West being the next stage to be constructed, this rezoning would support ridership and existing businesses in the area. Next slide. The site is also in proximity to a major bus route, a heritage path through Columbus Park, and existing trails that connect into McKinnon Ravine. Next slide. As mentioned by administration, under the city plan, the site is located off a primary corridor and located nearby to an intersection of a primary and secondary corridor. Next slide. As mentioned again, primary corridors are expected to develop as mid to high-rise developments, while secondary corridors are expected to develop as low to a mid-rise development. Next slide. Given the nature of the surrounding context, a low-rise development seemed to be more appropriate when we were looking at the site compared to a high and mid-rise development given its location in order to sensibly transition into the adjacent neighborhood. Next slide, please. As with any infill project, public engagement was one of the key factors for us. As a result, our team went door knocking in March to hand out notification information booklets to residents and speak with landowners in the area. The formal application was submitted to the city in late March, not May as indicated on the slide, and with the city's notifications mailed out in May. The city's online engagement opened in late May, where the public was able to provide their feedback on the project, followed by a public meeting with the Grosvenor Community League that was held between Investec and the Community League in June. Next slide, please. From this process, as the administration had mentioned, there was a couple of concerns that were raised, including privacy, shadowing, parking, noise, infrastructure, and community character. This rezoning is to a standard zone where many of these items are addressed through the existing regulations such as setbacks, stepbacks, and development permit process where infrastructure upgrades that are required are identified and made a condition on the development permit. The zoning bylaw is designed to sensitively and appropriately transition from these higher density sites to lower density development. Next slide, please. In summary, this application is to rezone from the R3 zone to the RE7, which is a standard zone. The site is located within 400 meters of a future LRT station that is currently under construction preparation, and the rezoning also aligns with the vision and policy set forth in the city plan. Finally, the land use bylaw was designed to appropriately and sensitively transition low-rise developments with surrounding low-density development. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. Questions? Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm clicked on, but it doesn't show up there. But thank you. So thank you, Mr. Yu. One of the things we're going to hear about is similar to the other item that we just discussed, but I wouldn't mind your thoughts. You mentioned you've done some engagement, you had done some door knocking, and I think there had been some suggestion that there were some residents who were supportive. And then what I think we're going to hear, and it relates to the petition that was just referenced, is that the residents went then and door knocked sort of in a 2-block radius around the development, and they didn't get anyone in support. So I'm curious, since finding out about that, has there been any attempt to try to sit down to work through some of those issues with the communities?
Through your worship to Councillor Knack. So I guess through that timeline, that was what we were trying to, I guess, depict was that petition came in about, I believe, 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. And we had met with the Community League a couple weeks prior to that, So right now, what our intention was intending that if we were to proceed, the intention would be to re-engage with the Community League once we have an architect on board. A lot of the concerns that we've heard from residents were those kind of 5 key issues. We heard them when we were door knocking, we heard them through the online forum, and we heard them through the Community League when we had met with them. So there were those key issues, and a lot of them, it's really hard for us to be able to really address them until we have some sort of design to be able to show the residents. And where the status where we were being at the rezoning stage, we hadn't brought in an architect to be able to create a design to show what that could be and how we can address a lot of those concerns. However, we have heard what these 5 concerns are, and there are things that we can take back if this goes forward to incorporate into the future design of the development when we move forward with the project.
So I think part of what will come up is just around the sense of urgency. My understanding is that this is not, we're not at that development permit stage because we haven't even done design. And so I think what we're going to hear from some of the residents is recognizing where you're at, is there an opportunity to have that dialogue, considering there does appear to be a fairly large disconnect in the sense of certain factors. I think the community understands, or at least having spoken with some of them, that they understand that that site, that location, as close as it is, might be a reasonable site to have something different. But is there an opportunity to work on that in advance, in your mind, based off what you know of the, because you're speaking on behalf of the owner, I believe, right?
Through your worship, through Councillor Knack, that's correct. And I believe it would be our intention to re-engage, again, like I mentioned, if we do proceed forward, when we bring in an architect. That way, before we even design a building, the architect, who is the one who would design some sort of built form, can hear the concerns and be able to incorporate those concerns into that design to make sure that things such as shadowing, such as privacy, and parking are going to be addressed through that process.
So I guess the question that's going to be the main, I think, again, I'm just making an assumption, having spoken with some of the residents there, is there any reason that can't happen in reverse then? If we're going to do that work anyways, and we've got a community that's willing to come to the table and work and recognizes that there's going to be a change there, is there any reason that design work can't happen first and maybe help provide a bit more of that certainty that I think residents have been asking for? And, you know, this site is a little bit different because it's a very deep site, and so I think part of that concern is around how it interacts with the neighboring property in particular. I think we're going to hear that a lot today. Again, not that there's no desire to have nothing beside, but just how it interacts with that site. So is there any reason that can't happen first, in your mind?
I guess, through your worship, to Councillor Knack, I think the biggest thing would be finances. It would cost a lot of money to start bringing an architect to look at this and start designing it. And the client who we represent isn't one of those a large developer. They are a small guy who's trying to get into the ground, and to be able to start that cost of that design process was beyond what they were currently looking to proceed if this doesn't end up going through. So if we were to pursue doing that design, and then there just was not a way to meet that disconnect between what the community was hoping to see and what the desires of the client, and there's no way to meet a middle ground. And before council, before we got that rezoning, and we came forward to council, and council voted against this application, then they would have spent all this money without having accomplished anything.
Mm-hmm. So you're, and I feel like my time might be started late, so I'll use just one more question because then I think I'm out of time. So the worry, of course, is, from what I hear, is that if there was money to be spent on a design and then that comes forward to council and the community still was in opposition and it got voted down, there's a cost associated to that. So how, that's not a fair question. Okay, I guess I was just curious how likely that there would be nothing new there, and therefore I'm wondering how big of a risk that actually is for the applicant or for the developer to put in some effort into the design work in advance, just to see if there's a way to help address some of those concerns that had come up.
Through your worship, Councillor Knack, I guess the only thing I can add to that is that they had gone through this process before where they were going through a direct control with someone else, not with us. And that application, when they had provided a design, it didn't, I guess, well, that was just a different project, so I can't really speak to it. But they had, but because of the results of doing that project once, they know that meeting with the community and make sure that they can work with the community is a high priority for them because of that experience of the previous application that they did not ultimately pursue and brought forward to council. So they've learned from that experience and want to make sure that whatever they do end up moving forward, they want to be part of the community and support and work with the community on it.
Okay, I think I'm out of time already. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for presenting your side of the equation. Anyhow, my question to you is, during the door knocking, there must be some concerns identified by the community. Would you be able to summarize some of those?
Yeah, through your worship, through Councillor Banga. Yeah, a lot of the concerns are the kind of the same ones that we've heard when we met with the Community League and what the city saw on the online forum. It was shadowing the height of the building and privacy and just what kind of location where they were seeing it. Because there was a previous application on these lands that and this was not affiliated with. There was a previous application that had gone through that, I guess, had proceeded that, I guess, didn't engage the community or work with the community at all. So we knew from the beginning we wanted to make sure that we knocked on doors and tried to hear what the concerns were going to be. Oh, parking was the other one. But there were a variety of concerns that we heard, but they were kind of in the same themes of what we heard on the online forum and when we met with the Community League as well.
So what did you folks do to address some of those questions that concerns that came forward from whatever the consultation was?
Through your worship to Councillor Banga, a lot of the concerns are addressed through the land use bylaw because we are going to a standard zone, not through a direct control where we're looking to reduce things. We're working to work within parameters that the city has set out in the land use bylaw where sites such as RE7 sites have setbacks, have step backs, and using different underground parking as ways to address parking on site, to work to find ways to address those kinds of concerns. But again, we don't have those designed to show that to residents. However, the bylaw that council and the city has put together is designed to ensure that when you put RE7 beside an R3, which allows up to 10 meters, it can transition appropriately.
Okay. Is this the first application from that particular site we're getting today?
Through your worship, Councillor Banga, there was a different application. However, it did not include all the properties that we were talking about today. Because now this application includes the last property that's closest to Stony Plain Road, north of the lane, so that there was no isolated properties between this development and Stony Plain Road that was residential. Okay,
So according to you, you knew of the petition probably about 3 weeks ago. And what happened after that? Did anything take place? Any efforts on your part?
Through your worship, Councillor Banga, the developer had met with the area councillors to meet with them. And what we had done was what we had heard from the councillors as a result of those meetings, whether or not we would be able to meet with the Community League in between then and now. Unfortunately, the timing just was really tight. It was about a week between then and now by the time we had that discussion. So timing just wasn't on our side. However, we did know on our side that we had planned to meet with the Community League after as well if this was to proceed. If it didn't proceed, then there would be no reason to meet with the Community League.
So is the developer assuming any extra risk if this is not approved today and for some reason it's sent back for community consultation?
Through your worship, Councillor Banga, I think the biggest risk is just timing because of the current election and the number of council meetings left. There's only the meeting on September 8th between now and then that this could move forward with, or else we'd be kind of waiting until December or January or for that. So if they were looking to pursue a design, that's usually the winter kind of time you would do it. So that's kind of the biggest risk to them. That would kind of be it.
Okay. So in the event that it goes through today, what are the timelines when you will be putting a shovel to the ground?
Through your worship, Councillor Banga, I think the first thing we would do is definitely reach out to the Community League once again, though, because before we even have that discussion about shovels in the ground, because if we can't find a way to meet and work with the Community League, then we're going to run into problems with permitting and everything moving forward, and during the construction itself. So we would want to set that meeting with the Community League right away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Yu?
Mr. Mayor, I clicked on, but it didn't work.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKee.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Yu, and thanks for being here. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So your submission is that approving this zoning would still allow the opportunity for the community residents to have input on the design, the way the building meets the street, overlook, privacy, those sorts of issues that are quite common.
Through your worship to Councillor McKean, yeah, the intent would definitely be to engage the community league on the design of the building. If we were to move forward, we would bring in an architect to work and understand the concerns of the community league to make sure that we can find ways and see how we can mitigate a lot of concerns such as privacy and stepping the building back, moving some, stepping in and doing different architectural features to move to, provide that extra privacy on that north side, because that's really the high impact side, is that north side of that site.
You realize that we would be taking you on faith. If we do the zoning, then we, the community at large, loses some of the ability to force, I guess, you to work with the community. I think that's the issue for us, and the issue we had in a previous item is if the community feels strongly that they haven't been engaged and they really want to engage, we're sort of stuck with either not allowing the zoning, referring it back, or taking the proponent at his word that he will make changes to satisfy, the major community concerns. I'm not saying every community concern, but do you understand that that's the dilemma we have before us?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor McKean, definitely understand that. And I guess what we'll go back to is that we had started this community engagement back in March, and when we even did those door knocking and left letters at every single door within a 2-block radius of this site, we only heard back from 2 residents when we had done that. And then we met with the community league where I believe 7 or 8 or 12 residents attended. So we have reached out a few times throughout this whole process. And like I mentioned, we believe that a lot of these concerns are already addressed through the land use bylaw. There are a lot of regulations in there to provide that appropriate transition between a RE7 site to an R3 site, yeah.
So in one of your communications, I think it said that the community you got positive reactions. And I know in talking to some of the people in Grosvenor, they were upset at that and felt you'd lost your credibility on that. So any comment on how that could have happened, that you got positive comments when we have this many people who've now signed a petition against?
Through your worship to Councillor McKean, we can only comment on what we experienced, and what we experienced was when we went door-to-door knocking and spoke with residents. That's the only feedback that we received beyond the email communications and the needs of the community league. As we were not part of the preparation of that petition, we don't know what was mentioned, who was spoken to, so we can only comment on the fact that the people that we did speak to, there were a couple that we didn't meet that were in favor or had no opposition to the proposed development or proposed rezoning.
Right. Sorry. Mr. Yu, thanks for your time.
Any other questions for Mr. Yu? How about then Mr. Coppola is on to answer questions only. Are there questions for Mr. Coppola? Councillor Knack?
Sorry, I actually don't know if Mr. Coppola is representing anyone.
Oh, through your worship, Councillor Knack, he's part of Invistec. He's here for backup.
Then I think we're good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then we'll turn now to those registered in opposition. Hearing first from Brian Murnigan. Murnigan? Here, let's get that microphone turned on. Yes. Actually, no, we can't. I can hear you, but we need to get your microphone on there at the podium.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Murnahan, and I appear here to oppose this proposed rezoning application. I'll talk later about that petition, but I wanted to note from the outset that we're here, myself and three of my neighbors, Jason Abdesway, Pat Keatley, and Morris Frisk, on behalf of 161 neighbors within the Grosvenor community. I note from the outset that we seek to have this application denied with a referral back for consideration as a DC2 zone at a maximum. By way of background, you're aware of the properties at issue. There's a duplex to the south and two small bungalows to the north. They do not abut Stony Plain and are within a block and a half, as Mr. Yu mentioned. But the street itself is very narrow, and I think it's important to keep in mind both the narrowness of the street as well as the size of these lots. Each of them is approximately 36 feet wide and 183 feet deep. It's an absolutely massive section of land that totals approximately 1 hectare. I think we have to consider that when we consider the impact of this proposed project and its impact on the community. Now, I personally live about exactly five properties to the north of this proposed development, and this street is a perfect representation of everything good about residential communities within Edmonton. It's got old wartime bungalows, a full elm canopy. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a wonderful place to live with a family. Now, I'll be addressing concerns with respect to the community engagement that was led by InvizTech on the part of Mr. Yu and Mr. Coppola, and my fellow community members will address concerns with respect to shadowing, traffic parking and safety, and community character. I want to stress before getting into things that the community as a whole does not oppose development within the community. There's considerable support for development along the Stony Plain corridor that runs through Grosvenor. Conversely, there is near unanimous opposition to this particular rezoning application, and I suspect that that is largely due to the community consultation or lack thereof. We received notice of this application in late May of 2021. I was surprised to hear in Mr. Yu's comments that they had door knocked in March and had left letters at every door, because I never received one. I also have a doorbell that rings a video through to my phone, and it was never rung. We were approached by InvizTech on June 15th through the Community League, and we met with Mr. Yu and Mr. Coppola and a representative of the property ownership group, Jeff Lewis, an Edmonton realtor. We were advised by InvizTech that in accordance with the bylaws, they would have to meet the respective maximum and minimum requirements of the bylaw in order to meet the minimum density requirement and size requirements under the current bylaw. Despite this, they had done no surveys or studies. They had not analyzed the parking and traffic, infrastructure, environmental impact, or shadowing. There was no development plan, and there were no architects that they had retained or engaged. We were advised by Mr. Yu and Mr. Coppola that they had walked the community, knocked on doors, and taken feedback in respect to the application. We were advised the feedback had been very positive and there was strong support for the application. However, they refused to give us with whom they had spoken and what feedback they received, deferring instead to the Engaged Edmonton survey. When that What We Heard report was ultimately released, 80% of the respondents opposed the rezoning application. Following the InvizTech consultation, we met amongst ourselves to discuss it. None of us had been approached by InvizTech at any time, and that represented all 20 homes between Stony Plain Road and 103 Avenue that comprises 27 individual dwelling units. To my mind, not having any of them having been consulted was stood out as remarkable. So we undertook to walk the neighborhood ourselves, providing the residents with the applicant's proposed rezoning in their own words as taken from the Engaged Edmonton website. That formed the basis of the petition. As you've seen, there is unanimous opposition to this rezoning within the affected catchment area, and amongst the broader public, a total of 161 residents in 112 homes. What the petition did not address is that we did not encounter a single person who had spoken with InvizTech. We knocked on over 200 doors and we didn't meet a single one. We similarly met not a single person who supported this application. In conclusion, we feel the community consultation was totally inadequate. Every material detail we were told turned out to be inaccurate. The notice was simply a post on the Grosvenor Community League website and did not reach the broader community. We believe as a community that any large-scale development must require community consultation and input. We believe the community's concerns must be taken seriously rather than as a perfunctory step in the process. If these three lots are to be rezoned, a DC2 zone is more appropriate at a maximum, as it will ensure the community's concerns are addressed and allow the city appropriate controls to ensure any future development maintains the aesthetic and character of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Murnahan. Questions? Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Murnahan, for coming today. So I wanted to ask a few questions to summarize a little bit of what I think I heard. You know, there was a conversation with a number of neighbors a couple of weeks ago as well, where Councillor McKeon and I had a chance to come out and chat with yourself and a number of others who live along the block. While not, I think, unanimous, I just want to make sure, because you've said, hey, can we refer this to work on this to create, whether it's a direct control, something to be able to work through the issues. So what I want to make sure what I'm not hearing is, and you might not be able to speak for all 161, so I'm going to just ask you directly, and if you feel like you have a good understanding of other people's perspectives, please let me know. But what I'm not hearing is a suggestion that you are going to oppose any type of higher density development on those 3 lots. That's not what I think I heard, but I'd just like to hear it from you.
Absolutely, your impressions are correct. I know that there's at least one person on this call who's going to quite vociferously oppose any development,
sure.
And that's because she lives within one of the affected buildings. We specifically did not approach those people with respect to our petition because of the obvious conflict there. With respect to the broader community, those outside of the directly affected properties, which would be demolished, there is consensus, as far as I can tell, that development of that site is appropriate. We bandied about ideas of townhomes and row houses and other higher density developments, such as one, for instance, on 104 Avenue in Grosvenor, the first carbon neutral development within the community. It was built by Jackrabbit Developments a few years ago, and we think that something along that line is absolutely what the community needs. But what's being proposed so far and the way that it was proposed to us, we did not feel was appropriate.
Okay, yeah, so there's an appreciation that for a site that's fairly close to a future LRT station, really close to the main arterial road, that it is not unreasonable to ask for something more, but what it is the community would like to be an active participant in that process.
Absolutely, and I mean, our concern right now is the erosion of trust. It's hard to walk away from a meeting like that, go out into the community more broadly, and not find a single person to corroborate what we had been told. It was disheartening, to say the least, and I think Mr. Yu kind of summed it up earlier with his own comments, and I took a quote here that, sure, they plan to meet with us again if they're successful in this application. Otherwise, quote, no need to meet with Community League, end quote. And that to me really sums it up, that we were viewed as expendable, and I did not appreciate the way that we were approached.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Other questions for Mr. Murnahan? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your time.
Next up is Jason Abotswa.
Yeah, Tossway. Good evening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my list is missing the Y on your
yeah,
Abotsway.
yeah,
Gotcha.
that's my email address that kind of pops up like that. So, yeah. I've lived in Grosvenor for about 2 years now. Great community. And I'm just here to talk about mostly about the shadowing effect that it's going to have on the residents here in Grosvenor. So according to Bylaw 12800, any RA7 building must meet the following requirements: minimum density of 45 dwelling units per hectare. So maximum height not to exceed 14.5 meters for flat roofs or 16 meters for a pitched roof. Minimum front setback of 6 meters, as this is a mature neighborhood, a minimum rear setback of 7.5 meters, and a minimum side setback of 1.2 meters. We were advised by Invisitech on June 15th that given these constraints, any proposed development would need to meet those minimum setbacks in order to reach the minimum density requirements. We have compiled some rough photos that I welcome you to review at this time, showing the impact of the building of those dimensions would have on the neighboring houses. So if we can kind of just go through some of the pictures here that we've set up. Probably the next one. So this just gives a general idea of what the shadowing would be next to that house. And I don't believe that that house would see any daylight next to the adjacent there because of how tall that structure will be. So as earlier mentioned, the lot is 183 feet, so it's really big, 56 meters deep, so it's really deep. A building of that size would set back, would completely shadow the entire neighborhood property, and seasonally would shadow nearly the entire property north of that one, which it would. And from my understanding, this would, from the shadowing, would extend 7 houses down due to the size and elevation of this building. So we request that council refer this matter back to reconsideration as a DC2 zone to ensure that the entire neighborhood is considered in the future development of these properties. Thank you for your time. And we can kind of just go through some more of the pictures to get a general idea of what the size of the building. So, and then, so that just gives a good indication of what some of the residents would be against for shadowing and privacy. And yeah, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abotsway. Questions? Councillor Knack?
Sorry, Mr. Ray, no, I'm not on for this round.
Oh, okay. Any questions for Mr. Abotsway?
I actually was on. I can't get on.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKean. You're always
Yeah,
on.
I'm just going to use Jason, if that's okay, Jason, so I don't pronounce your name. But what I'm seeing there, when you show that picture of that large, long wall, is that with some good design and step backs as you move up, you might have the first couple of floors be sort of where they are, but as you step back, you can relieve that sense of domination. And is that the kind of thing that you think the community would be open to?
I don't know if I can speak on the community and those residents that are right into it, but I mean, I think with the whole shadowing, a size that size of building, you just can't get away from the complications of shadowing and causing those issues of a size that big, right? So that's kind of the point that I was trying to get across, definitely there.
Okay, so yeah, it looks very dominating, that photo you showed, and I just wondered, I mean, I'd mentioned that when we visited the site about proper setbacks, and step backs may be able to relieve some of the overlook or sense of overlook on that small house to the north. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I realize I probably, it's unfair to ask you specifically, but I'll try it again. Do you think there's a way to design a building that still gets pretty good density out of it and utilizes that deep lot and still respects much more, I would say, the needs of the people to the north?
Yeah, I think that could be a possibility for sure. I feel that, but there's a couple issues that are at play here and that Brian brought up and all those other issues. But something that's elevated that high, just you can't get away from that. You know, a 4-story anywhere around there is going to give off a a lot amount of shadowing, right? So it's something that's inevitable unless the design is kept a lot lower and high density that way. Where that lot goes deeper, they could build deeper, right? So that's definitely what they could possibly look at.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
See no further questions for you, sir. Thank you very much. Next is Pat Keatley.
Thank you for listening to us. I know it's getting late in the evening. It's Pat Keatley, and I've lived in the Grosvenor community for about 8 years. I'd like to talk a little bit about parking and the traffic on the 148th Street. And I think that Brian mentioned that it's a very narrow road, And it's also abutted by commercial developments, and those commercial developments have caused issues in the past. The ones that face 140, Stony Plain Road, because of the narrowness of the alley and the fact that there are invariably, when you want to go down the alley, there's either a delivery van or a service van in there, and the alley is too narrow to pass. So that has caused an awful lot of problems in the past, and I think it might be exacerbated by any development near that corner. The other problem we have on our streets is also the fact that 149th Street, because it's a major thoroughfare, there's no parking on the street. So what we find is a number of people who are visiting or service vehicles who actually park on 148th Street and then walk through to 149th Street to visit or do work. So that has also caused us considerable problems. The other thing I think Stephen mentioned that there's another apartment just just west of the existing location of this development, and that apartment there's underground parking there, and the egress to that parking happens to be but right against where this development may go. So that's going to cause a major problem in the back alleys. There's a number of other things that are at play. We also have a lot of parking on the street because McKinnon Ravine and the McKinnon Ravine Bridge gives very good access from 148th Street. So we have people parking on the road to go walking in the ravine and also cycle in the ravine. And we do have just an awful lot of foot traffic on 148th Street that crosses the road into McKinnon Ravine. And there's been a number of very close calls on the road because of a lot of bike and pedestrian traffic. Also, with the LRT being built on Stony Plain Road, there will be no left turns on or off of 148th Street, which is going to divert an awful lot of traffic further north. I feel, and I think I speak for the rest of the group, that the RA7 zoning and the number of people that may be in that building, perhaps 45 units, is going to add an awful lot of extra traffic to the roadway. And we believe that probably the RA7 zoning is not appropriate for the areas, and I think that something like a DC2 zoning would be much better, so we could have more discussion with the developer on what we would be doing in that area. I think also the fact that these lots are actually 183 feet deep lend themselves very well to providing a different form of building with perhaps access for some of the residents at the alley and on the street. And with that size, I think there's the opportunity to mitigate some of the traffic problems by moving some of those units further to the back of the property. And that's about all I have to say.
Thanks, Mr. Keatley. Questions? Okay. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Keatley. And I wanted to ask you something a little less related to traffic, but I know we had a chance to have a bit of a chat already and wouldn't mind just revisiting that a bit here for the hearing.
Sure.
So again, I understand where your perspective coming in. So I want to just ask this, because one thing I did notice over the last little while of visiting with many of your neighbors is while Grosvenor has a really interesting diversity of housing types on almost every block in terms of single-family homes on small, on large, duplexes, single-family homes that are 4 units, there really isn't a lot for those who might no longer be able to maintain a home. And so I guess I want to ask you this question, because I did hear from a number of folks throughout the neighborhood around, if they woke up tomorrow and they couldn't maintain their home and they wanted to stay in Grosvenor, there's not a lot of options. So do you see, so my question is the sense of, are you open to, again, some type of development here that provides, maybe fills those gaps that might still be of a higher density, but can help address some of the gaps? So I think I use the example of if you go essentially on the other side of Stony Plain Road and 1 block in, there's a property called Summit Village, which is a 3-story building. It's larger, but it seems to fit really well into the neighborhood. And so I'm curious if you can see something like that still on that block.
Yes, I could.
Okay.
With the proper type of setback and the configuration, and if we're talking about more the senior population, there would be, as an example, less opportunity for perhaps traffic on the streets.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure I knew sort of where everyone is at, and recognizing that even amongst your block, there's different perspectives, and some might not want any change at all on it. But I think recognizing even the current zoning allows for a change beyond what's currently there right now.
Yes.
So, okay.
We're definitely not adverse to having the certain kinds of developments in the area. It's just a question of the size and positioning of what an RA7 might bring to that part of the street.
And with the interesting depth on that lot, I mean, there's opportunities, like you say, of even having maybe something that's taller, closer to Stony Plain Road, that steps down a little more gradually. Those type of things that you'd be interested in working on.
Oh yes,
Okay.
yeah, and one of the things we talk about seniors' homes in the back alleys. I forget what the proper name of that is these days, as far as
the garden suite ideas,
a garden suite along the alley with row houses or something like that. I think it would help meet the density requirements, but also keep it a little lower as far as elevation for the other neighbors.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Keatley? Seeing none, then let's bring Morris Frisk up.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and appreciate you hearing our concerns today. So my name is Morris Frisk. Our house is across the street and just a few doors north of the proposed rezoning. It was 30 years ago I first turned onto the most remarkable tree-lined street and fell in love with 148th Street. It's where my wife and I started our family. Our sons are now 16 and 17. Avid hikers, bikers, we all enjoy the river valley. Over the years, we've seen an interesting array of infills and families. It's always been a diverse and welcoming community. As others have noted, supportive of development that aligns with that community, welcoming all. It's hard for me to imagine a pure RA7 development at the south end of this particular block that does not negatively impact the character of that street and the community in general due to the minimum density requirement and the commercial criteria. That's why we're asking for a DC2. Mr. Yu's presentation noted specific goals of the city plan as they relate to primary and secondary corridors. I'll note that his presentation uses a page out of the city plan that's about 250,000 people ahead of where Edmonton is today. It shows 149th Street, as I understand it, more like an administration, Hal Holly's plan there. As a blue line, the city plan should be in the nurturing and strategizing phase. Again, giving us the opportunity to think about what's right for the community. As we go down with specific goals, how they relate to the primary and secondary corridors, Stony Plain is a primary corridor. That makes sense. The LRT's coming, makes sense to build higher density there and share that access with all. Same city plan provides descriptors for the secondary corridors. Under land use and built form, secondary corridors provide the opportunity for a broad range of employment, commercial, retail, housing, form, tenure, and affordability. They have heights that are compatible with surrounding areas, but facilitate medium density housing opportunities. Secondary corridors provide for a variety of commercial uses. Secondary corridors are mixed use, vertically, horizontally in nature. Mobility, high quality public transit. We go on, they're well connected to adjacent communities. Complete streets in terms of design and treatment. Secondary corridors provide a strong and vibrant pedestrian realm that encourages street level comfort and safety for users of the space. Examples that were provided of corridors were 104th Street downtown, 95th Street, like Little Italy, 34th Avenue, west of 91st Street. Respectfully, 148th Street is a quiet residential street that meets none of those criteria. Built out under an RA7, the building would impede on those elm trees. It'd be impossible to build it without cutting several branches off of them. It's inappropriate to compare 148th Street with those secondary corridors, or 149th. And as we said earlier this afternoon, again, Holly, it's reasonable to expect densification, especially near nodes. Nodes are identified at 156th Street to the west there and 87th Avenue. Expanding on those nodes, we're at the very fringes. And I think a relaxation and a tapering is totally appropriate. We're well beyond the 1 kilometer from the 87th Avenue. So we request that our comments not just be minuted here, but we'd like to work with the developer, the city council, and incorporate it into development plans and a strategy to see the right type of development happen on that particular property. So I'm requesting that council refer this matter back for consideration as a DC2 zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Questions? I think your presentation spoke for itself, sir. No clarifying questions coming at you, it looks like. So thank you to our speakers. We'll ask you to stand by here while we direct some questions to city administration now. Councillor McKean, you had selected this one as well, so I'll go to you.
Sure. I think I wanted to start with that photo. Ms. Mickelson, it's you again, is it?
Yes, it is.
The photo that was produced by one of the residents, and it looked pretty stark as a big wall next to a very small home. Can you tell if that's at all accurate?
So the RA7 zone would require an interior side setback of 1.2 meters. And for an additional 1.8 above that at 10 meters in height. So you'd be 3 meters step back of 10 meters. So at ground level, it would only be a 1.2 meter setback. That's compared to 3 meters with the RF3 zone and the MNO applied.
It's a fair question for you, but what's going through my mind is we have made considerable effort to create standard zones that work. And let me ask you this way. Do you ever run into situations where you say a standard zone isn't going to work, you should look at a DC?
Yes, we do. If we, zoning bylaw directs us to do so, if the site is unique or if the asks are exceptional, we feel that there's contributions maybe that would be needed to offset, or any mitigation that would be needed to offset the asks in development. In a case like this, where 3 standard lots adjacent to a primary corridor, tucked behind the commercial, we do believe that our standard zone is sufficient and compatible with the surrounding land uses. The changes to the RA7, which reduced it to 1.2 meters, occurred with the missing middle changes, which were very recently approved by council. So in this case, we do obviously support and recommend the use of a standard zone at this location.
Yeah, and I think we run into the situation where the community can't see it. We can only see a box in their mind, and so we run into these situations, and they can be very frustrating. The proponent may have very good intentions about designing something that fits much better. And you would have looked at the depth of this, and it struck me when I was out there on site, the depth of this lot and the potential to do something perhaps a bit more creative there. But again, you're hamstrung. The application is for a standard zone. And you then, as administration, don't have the ability to suggest ways to reduce potential impacts with neighboring properties.
That's correct. We rely on our standard zones to have met those requirements as approved in the zoning bylaw. And when we review standard zones on any site, we look at maximum potential build out in deciding whether or not we would recommend approval of such zone.
And you would have looked at the neighboring property
Yes.
and the impacts on enjoyment of that property, and thought that it was not too imposing.
Yes. And obviously we also look at the general, policy context in the city and where we are going with our infill portfolio in Edmonton, and what our broader goals are as well. So it's a balance, but we do feel that this RA7 zone is compatible at this location.
So, Mr. Saeed, perhaps, it is a very narrow street. And at what point do you consider the width of the street and the impacts of additional traffic on a street like that, it feels like it's in close proximity to the houses as well. So the street it becomes much more of the sort of your living room, if you will, if you're on a street like that. And I just wondered if you consider that as far as the amount of traffic a development like this could generate.
Councillor McKean, in terms of the narrow street, what I can offer is 148th Street is a local road. It has the carriageway that is up to the standard, like any other mature neighborhood in the area, in the city. I did hear some comments from the speaker in terms of narrow alley width. Just to clarify, the alleys in this area are 6 meter wide, which is again similar to alleys in any other mature neighborhood. In terms of the traffic generation, we don't have at this time clear understanding of what exact number of units to quantify the traffic. But we did get some sense from the applicant that it will be in the realm of 40 plus minus units. So with enhanced access to 149th Street in terms of ETS and future LRT along Stony Plain Road, the amount of traffic generated is expected to be minimal as far as 40 units are concerned, even if we discount these enhanced options available in this area.
So do you have another opportunity to look at it, Mr. Saeed, at the development permit stage when the building is closer to design and we know how many bike parking units are, that sort of thing, where you would be able to then judge it more on the traffic it'll generate?
That is correct. And I forgot to mention that we have flagged a couple of things in terms of the requirement for a corner cut at the intersection of east-west and the north-south alley, together with the potential for upgrading a portion of the alley in front of this site. And in addition to that, yes, whether it's bike parking and other elements related to transportation will be looked at as well.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just maybe following up a little bit on one of Councillor McKean's earlier questions, it's not uncommon for us as a city to have a standard RA7 zone beside RF1s. We have many of those throughout many parts of every city, every community. Is that correct?
It's not uncommon to see that in the core.
Yeah, I mean, even the building I live in is an RA7, and I'm right up against single-family homes. Now, what I do want to double-check is that because of the density requirements, does that prevent any type of more sensitive setbacks from, I recognize the standard zone here is 1.2 meters. And since it is very deep, I think most of the picture that we saw, with the exception of likely the fourth floor, would in fact be accurate. There'd be a little bit of a step back on the fourth floor, but it could be a fairly long piece. So because of the density requirements, does it allow for creative or more sensitive setbacks at all?
No, so they would just be required to meet the minimum setbacks that are in the RA7 zone, regardless of the length of the site.
And I guess what I'm wondering is that if they wanted to do more, they could. Now, the density requirements of RA7, is it a minimum?
It's a minimum of 45 units.
So, but it's a minimum on whatever the size of the lot is. So, I mean, if they wanted to shrink down the developable space to have a larger setback, that is within their ability to do that. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's a minimum based on the site size.
On the site size. So it is possible to have 3 or 5 or further, and then the density requirements based off whatever the building envelope is at that point. Okay. I want to ask a little bit about engagement for standard zones. And I know the idea behind standard zones is we do want to make it, I don't know if easier is the right word, more a simpler process. But what is our expectation of applicants when it comes to engagement, even using a standard zone?
So, Councillor, with every application, we encourage our applicants to go out and talk to the community and the community leagues. That is above and beyond our own process, which in this case was both a notification and a Engage Edmonton page. So there isn't any set procedures such as the DC2 process, which requires pre-application notification for the applicant to undertake. It is relied upon the applicant to take upon themselves to go out and do that, but they are strongly encouraged by our team to do that.
Sorry, just 1 second. I think I had one more question somewhere. I think that was sort of asked already. I'm curious about, and I'm trying, maybe correct me, and I can't remember why. I'm trying to remember, because we set it for RF3 that an interior side setback would be 3 meters away from a home, single family home, and yet RA7 we didn't have that same requirement. We have the step back at the 10 meters. And I'm just trying to remind myself as to why we took that approach. I know the 3 meters for the RF3 was made to not have a wall, sort of that wall approach, especially when it's on the flanking side. we've never looked at that. That's been what been in place for some time, I think.
Through the latest missing middle changes of the RA7 and the RA8 zone, both the front and the side setbacks were modified to encourage the larger development pocket, as it was seen as a way to encourage some additional development when these sites were in constrained situations.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. I may want to do a referral motion, but I don't see anyone on the board, so maybe I could do that.
Let me just check to see if there are any more questions. Okay, not seeing any.
Okay, so the motion will actually look very similar to a motion we just passed. It would be that Charter Bylaw 19823 be referred back to administration to work with the applicant to engage with the residents of the Grosvenor community and Community League to discuss the community's concerns and return to a future city council public hearing.
Second.
You want to introduce it?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So I know this, and this one may be even in itself a little different than the one we just talked about. And that's a fair point. I want to offer a few thoughts. I don't think it's unreasonable to have some type of building a block and a half away from the LRT, just to be very clear. We have approved many things. I mean, almost kitty corner from here on the other corner of 149th and Stony Plain Road, we've approved massive redevelopment as part of the Jasper Gates site. So I think, while I think there are some neighbors who wouldn't want to see anything there, I think it's pretty understood that a site like this should likely be redeveloped to a higher form of density. So I think we should say that up front so that there's no confusion if this referral motion were to pass. And I think the community heard that fairly clearly when the conversation happened. I heard from a lot of neighbors, as I think, and I'll let Councillor McKean speak for himself since he's on the board, but I got a sense from the community residents there that while maybe some were a little hesitant to support anything that would be higher, even a 3 or 4 story building there, it's not unreasonable for where that site is situated. What I did hear is because, as we heard through the presentations today, there does seem to still be a gap with the engagement here. And I don't want us to have to keep sending standard zones back for proper engagement. At the same time, I do think we need to, I think we need to say aloud that it's still important for that to occur. And I appreciate that administration, encourages that of the developer. So I want to be very clear. This is not administration not doing that. It's that I think there was a disconnect here, and there wasn't a meaningful conversation about change. And as we go through implementation of the new city plan, which will result in changes like this. I mean, in my own neighborhood, a couple months ago, we approved a 6-story building in a similar type of site and location, 1 block interior. So it's not unreasonable to have height. It's not unreasonable to have a building. But I think in some of those other examples, there was at least a meaningful attempt at engagement. And that's going to be the piece here, is that there will be times where there will be meaningful engagement completed, and the community and the developer will not see eye to eye, and then ultimately council will make a decision. We've done that many, 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 many times before. But it does not feel like we had that meaningful collaboration. And so I think it is worth referring this back, recognizing that there is going to be development on the site. But to have that opportunity for the community to really come together on what is an interesting site. I mean, with how deep it is, I actually do feel it provides some really cool opportunities, pretty unique opportunities for development and maybe filling a couple of different gaps in the neighborhood. And I didn't specify specifically, we left it similarly open-ended to the previous motion. It doesn't specifically reference the direct control, but I think that's a very possible option to come from this, especially because of how this site is designed. And so I would encourage council to refer this back so that work can happen. And I think, again, I feel like I've stressed this a lot, but I do feel this is a development that needs to happen in all of our mature neighborhoods. Spent a lot of time chatting with a number of different folks who have lived in that neighborhood for a long time. And I do worry, having talked to a number of them, about where they would move if they woke up tomorrow and they couldn't maintain their home anymore. You know, the neighborhood right over has a 3-story development called Summit Place. It's great. It's home to many long-term residents who chose that space. So maybe this gives us an opportunity to come up with something a little more unique that does address that. And we didn't get to hear, unfortunately, one of the speakers who was supposed to join us today was from one of the 3 homes there, and they, not unlike what we heard from the last item, wanted to have an opportunity to talk about their home and their community and how they want to continue to be a part of that, and they really haven't had that opportunity either. And unfortunately, they couldn't join us today. They sent us a message at the last minute, but I think we need to also be very aware that that was something we had heard from the folks living in those 3 homes. So that's why I put forward the motion. I'd like council to consider referral so we can do a little bit more work with the community that I understand is willing to do that work and willing to sit down and make sure there's something well done here. Thank you.
Councillor McKean?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I realize these are back to back and council might be loath to do that, but you know, as I will complete tonight my second last public hearing, I am left with the impression of a failure to communicate in many of these cases where projects should not be this difficult. And I almost selected one in Oliver today by Edgar Developments, where they were originally thinking of a 20-plus story tower and went down to a 7-story building that is so beautifully designed, so with a lovely inner courtyard where they're going to direct public traffic into it to make it very much a public space. And it's a really neat design building. And I will leave this role on City Council regretting that we didn't raise the bar enough on a lot of developments, that we're just willing to say good is good enough. And I think that this city, that reflects a city that hasn't grown up enough yet and recognize what a wonderful, beautiful city this is to live in. And that it's time that we started to ask the development community to raise the bar as well. Not necessarily by spending millions of more dollars, but with better design. And then we run into this situation where these standard zones, where we've pushed and pushed to get more and more into standard zones, and yet the community is leery of them because they can't see what they're going to get. And I totally understand that. And a developer here who may have the best intentions in the world to meet with the community and design some sort of building with terraces or something that make it fit more sensitively into the street. But I remain leery of what we've done and what we're doing. And in this specific case, heard from a lot of people who, when I was out talking to them, when Andrew and I were talking, were reasonable people. This is a really unique lot. The depth of this lot is amazing. It's like a 3-minute walk. It felt like a 5-minute walk to get to the front to the back. And there's got to be room there to be a bit creative, to put in some density pretty close to what is proposed, and yet not towering over the next door neighbors or giving the impression of something that just is totally out of alignment with the rest of the street. And I really believe that can be done with good design. And we need good design in this city, and we should demand good design in this city. So my small part of it will be voting yes to send this back for more work, hoping that the proponent, who I've met briefly, seemed like a very, very nice chap, will take this all very seriously and start out with a wonderful design that he can be really proud of and that the community of Grosvenor can support. So I guess what I'm saying, and I won't get to say this much more, is please consider that we represent the public in a great city, a great city. And we were reminded by the previous mayor of what some of the design had been like, and he said the statement that was no more crap. Well, I don't think we've had a lot of that, but I still think we can raise the bar. And in doing what we're doing tonight, we're raising the bar by telling the development community, these neighborhoods of ours, because we represent all the neighborhoods, really want to have some say in how these buildings are designed, how they meet the street, how they overlook neighboring properties. And I think the challenge is there on the developers to do a really good job. And I think for the most part, the vast majority of them are already doing it. And we need to push a few more to do that. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Can you take the chair for a moment?
Happy to.
Yeah, I'm really torn, honestly, on this, because I'm seeing different rationales in different circumstances to balk at the use of the conventional zoning. And the rationales are very different in each case, and in that case, ironically, they are sort of site-specific, as they should be, because the question of, you know, what is the impact on a long and narrow east-west running lot immediately abutting low density is a very different set of conditions than what we were talking about previously. And I think that raises then questions that we can't solve here today about whether there are issues in the conventional zoning and the step back and setback requirements and mitigations that are, and the kinds of questions that are often answered with site-specific zoning. And I think we had gotten into the habit, I'm seeing this come full circle here, of going in these complex infill situations, really essentially demanding site-specific zoning, which always came with a lot more FAR as well, to offset the additional cost of the amenities and the articulation of the building and the materials and all the other things that got stipulated in the negotiations. We've seen the bar rise enough to amend and seen the need and the maturation of conditions in the design community, in the marketplace, in the real estate community, to confer not all of that, but quite a bit of it in the conventional zoning, particularly in RA7. And so now we've got a mass diagram in a cursory conventional zone public engagement requirement that is spooking people. And then when we come here, folks feel like there hasn't been enough engagement because we can't tell them very much at this stage where it's a wireframe. And I am just flagging a worry that if we refer conventional zoning back, expecting to get more of that specificity without also requiring that they all come back as direct controls, then we're creating potentially a false expectation, or a hard to fulfill expectation anyway, that there is a lot of give and take at this stage, when really a lot of that conversation happens at the development permit stage, where council can't weigh in anymore and where the public's leverage is less than in this situation. So, I mean, I think there's a natural tension here, and I've seen it ebb and flow and change over the years, and I don't know what the right thing to do is here tonight. Because usually we see something more specific than the wireframe to work from, that at least gives us a sense of where things are tracking and some commitments are made. But again, all of that is not actually relevant to the zoning rights that are conferred by council that run with the land. So I think we've got to challenge ourselves to be a bit directive about what our expectation is, because we've seen circumstances where I guess that's the irony, is when it's a DC, you've got variables that you can manipulate, and you can say, change the articulation, or change the massing, or change the step backs, and then actually test whether those things get changed. But I'm not sure what we're asking to come back differently. And it may be contextual, it may be time, maybe circumstances. I guess I won't speculate. It is late in the term, let's put it that way. So, but this can't be how we deal with conventional zoning applications. One after another either. That won't work. So, if we think it should be RA6 or 5 or 8 or UCRH or something, we should say what it should be and give administration some parameters to work with. I realize that's not entirely consistent with the last conversation that we had. Very different site, very different context, very different underlying rights, and different engagement. So I'm not sure what to do, to be honest. I just wanted to put all that on the table before I'm forced to make a binary choice here, which feels more complicated than that. So anyway, I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Anybody else want to weigh in? No? Okay. Councillor Knack to close then.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and very much appreciate your comments. And I realize I think part of the awkwardness is just the fact that these two have been back to back, and that might be may cause us to look at it a little bit. But I think about right at the beginning of the day, there was a site rezoned in the neighborhood I represent of Glenwood to an RA8 standard zone, where we actually just even also amended the Jasper Place ARP, which is a very recent document. So I think it is worth saying that out loud, that we just used a standard zone in a spot that's not too far away, about 10 blocks to the west, and it worked. And I know the community, they would speak up if they had felt there had been specific concerns on that change. And so I do think generally it is working. So when I think about this, there's two reasons why I am inclined to make this motion, and that is, one is that I do believe there is a true need for a bit of a better engagement process. And I recognize the community asked for a DC, and I didn't specify that in the motion, because potentially the solution might be a standard zoning, but with a proper upfront engagement where the community can have a lot more certainty and understanding in some of that. And that might not make everyone happy. But I think the other piece is I would really encourage people to look at, because of how unique this site is, because of how deep it is, this is something that's quite a bit different than what we would have in a lot of other sites. Typically where we've done RA7 up against single-family home, it's been oftentimes on an arterial road where the site is situated a little bit different, and this provides a bit of a unique space that might in fact require us to look a little bit differently. So I very much appreciate your caution and your point, and I do not want to get into a situation where standard zones are being sent back just because the community says there wasn't enough engagement. Or because then what will happen is every rezoning, the community is just going to come and say, oh, we didn't get enough engagement, send it back. I also want to know, is there sincerity in the community? And so I can only tell you from having walked that street and talked with those neighbors that I do very much get the sincerity that they are more than willing to make something work there, and recognize that that might be out of some of their comfort zone, at least some of the neighbors. But overall, the community is willing to make that work and recognizes that this is part of having the LRT right up against the neighborhood, which is an exciting time for the community. So that's why I think it's worth referring this one back. I think it is a bit of a special circumstance, and I will also heed that caution that I do think we need to be very careful and thoughtful about referring back standard zones, but this does feel unique enough that there is a worthwhile reason to do so and a community willing to do it. So I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
please vote on referral.
I'm sorry, whoever that was that voted verbally, could you please confirm again?
Are you in a submarine right now, Councillor Zadig?
I am not.
Okay. You haven't been recalled to duty and sent to sea. Okay, that's good. We just couldn't hear you at all, but we got your vote. Okay.
So was it yes or
Yes,
no?
it was a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Katarina?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried 9-2. Okay. So that's referred. And last but not least, what are we, 8:30 now? We'll see how we do. It is the Cromdale item, which is back from a referral.
Ironically.
Oh, boy. All right. So, administration. It's your time to present on the fruits of your conventional zone to conventional zone referral.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Holly Mickelson will once again provide the overview from administration.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Cromdale neighborhood from R1, single detached residential zone, CNC neighborhood convenience commercial zone, and the RA7 low-rise apartment zone to the RA8 mid-rise apartment zone. In association with the proposed rezoning, there's also a road closure application, which would close an unused lane that is positioned internally to the rezoning area. Once closed, the closure area and adjacent parcels will be consolidated to assemble the development site. The proposed RA8 zone would allow for the development of a residential building with a maximum height of 23 meters, or approximately 6 stories, with limited commercial opportunities at ground level. This application was presented to Council on May 4th, 2021, where a referral motion was passed to have administration conduct additional engagement with the community. Additional engagement has been conducted, and this charter bylaw and bylaw are ready for a decision by City Council. It should also be noted that this application formally proposed to amend the Cromdale Virginia Park Area Redevelopment Plan during the previous public hearing on May 4th. The plan was repealed by Council on June 8th, 2021, and therefore is no longer being brought forward as part of this application. Next slide, please. The 0.24 hectare vacant site is located along 112 Avenue, which is a major roadway between 78 and 79th Street. Next slide, please. Site borders single detached housing along its southern and western edges, and a park space along the north and east edges with Borden Park north of 112th Avenue and Stutchbury Park east of 78th Street. In addition to the abundance of park space within the vicinity of this site, other notable land uses within walking distance include commercial amenities west along 112th Street, including a grocery store and access to the River Valley and shared use path network through the Canard Ravine to the south. The site is also, the site also has great access to public transit, with the Stadium Station LRT stop located within approximately 550 meters and frequent and local bus routes available along 112th Avenue and 82nd Street. Bicycle facilities are also available along 79th Street adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. As the majority of the site is currently zoned RA7, identified as the blue on the slide, the current development rights for those portions also allows for the development of multi-unit housing in the form of apartment buildings with limited commercial opportunities at ground level, albeit at a lower maximum height of 16 meters or approximately 4 stories in smaller floor area ratio. As a result, the land use change being considered by this application, with the exception of the parcels currently zoned CNC and RF1, identified on the slide as purple and yellow, can be generalized as a request to increase development intensity on the site by approximately 2 stories, along with associated increases in floor area ratio and minimum density. Next slide, please. The site's most sensitive edge is along the southern boundary where it shares a property line with single detached housing. To mitigate the impacts produced by the increase in building massing, the R8 zone will require a minimum building setback of 7.5 meters from the property line. Further mitigation measures that can be undertaken at the development permit stage, which include landscaping within the setback area and the location of windows and amenity areas to minimize overlook onto adjacent properties. Next slide, please. Being located at the northern edge of the neighborhood and adjacent to a wide arterial road, the majority of the shadow that will be produced from this building will fall on road and park space during the equinoxes and summer months, creating little to no impacts on surrounding residentially used land. Next slide, please. Following Council's motion for administration to conduct additional engagement with the community, administration hosted an online public engagement session with the Engaged Edmonton website from June 21st to July 9th, 2021, to provide additional information on the proposal and collect additional feedback from the community regarding the application. Common concerns heard through the online engagement session included development being out of character for the neighborhood, 4 stories as opposed to 6 is more appropriate at this location, the negative impacts to surrounding property values, concern and skepticism of the landowner's vision and intent for the site, and lack of project details such as site plan and elevation drawings. Next slide, please. There are several factors that suggest that this is an appropriate location to accommodate the additional development intensity by the RE8 zone. This includes the relatively large site that is located adjacent to a major roadway, 112th Avenue, where this type of development is most appropriate. It is within walking distance to a variety of amenities which can support the additional density, including public transit options, LRT and bus, commercial services, parks, and convenient access to the River Valley and shared use path network. The site is separated from adjacent properties to the north, east, and west by existing roads, and from the south through adherence to the RE8 rear setback. And the site's location at the northern edge of the neighborhood creates little to no impacts on the surrounding residentially used land. Next slide, please. On the north side of 112th Avenue is the newly council-approved exhibition lands planning framework. This application is compatible with this framework, which also allows building heights of up to 6 stories. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies the stadium station area as being a district node. While there are no specific boundaries identified for district nodes, they are considered to be approximately 1 kilometer across. Located approximately 550 meters from the stadium station LRT, this site is within close proximity of the district node. The district node is diverse and includes housing, employment, and amenities. Typical building types include mid-rise and some high-rise buildings. As such, from a high-level policy perspective, this proposed mid-rise building is in support of the infill objectives of the city plan. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration recommends approval of this application. It proposes a moderate increase in building mass on a site already zoned primarily for low-rise apartment buildings with limited commercial opportunities. It is appropriately located along a major roadway and within walking distance to a variety of amenities, including transit, commercial services, park space, and River Valley, and introduces a mid-rise building near the Stadium Station District node. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have William Daly up first. Come on down. Unless you want to change the order. Yeah, if you folks want to adjust the order, that's fine. We just need to know ahead of time, ideally. So if you can let us know what order you want to do this in. Hi there.
Go.
You're William?
I'm William.
All right. Well, we're all ears. Go ahead.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. And the property that we are talking about, you've already been described by. We have developed a little bit of property in Spruce Grove. We've got one now going at Stony Plain, west of Stony Plain and south of Stony Plain. And we bought this back in 2007. And shortly after that, my wife and I started going to Arizona for the winter. And when we got back in about 2010, my daughter said to me, if you're going to keep going to Arizona, the houses which weren't pretty have got to go. So I decided I'd rather go to Arizona. So we took the houses down. And now we are applying for a senior's residence. It has always been that way, and it will be that way from start to finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Questions? Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, thank you. And again, it's not showing up on there. Good evening, Mr. Daly. Thanks for hanging out all day here. You're aware of the referral of May 4th?
Yes, I'll address that.
We can only take you one at a time here, so.
Well, first of all, are you aware that this was referred back May 4th and
Yes.
directions
Yes.
were to work with the community, consult with the community, work with the community? So to the best of your knowledge, what's happened since May 4th to now? What engagement have you had with the community?
Sir, because I'm not as young as I used to be, and never will be.
Yeah, neither am
I
I.
have hearing aids, and right now with this box around here, it's the pits.
Mr. Johnson, is there a process for this?
I think, Councillor, to ask you to repeat the question quite loud and clear if you can.
Okay, so Mr. Daly, and tell me if you can't hear me in that. Can you tell me what's happened? The referral on May 4th was to go back and work with the community and consult with the community. Can you tell me what you've done since May 4th with the community consultation process?
Since then,
Sorry, sir, can you speak into the microphone now while you're answering the question?
Okay.
Thanks.
we've had several meetings, some because of COVID, on the computer, which I'm not used to, but we'll work that one out. And we had one on the actual lot on June 26th, which we had between 12 and 15 people come out and speak with us. We have a team who are working with us because we haven't run a seniors home, but they have. And they will be speaking as well. And I would invite the further questions to go to them. They're younger than I am.
Understood, Mr. Daly. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Daly? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Carrie Daly? Yep. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, those present and those that are virtually present. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Carrie Daly. I am here to kind of give a brief introduction as to who Ebenezer Developments is, as we are the landowners of the said lands. We are a family company. We were incorporated in 1993. As my father alluded to, we have been involved in a few other projects. Unlike probably a lot of other companies, we're not out there and highly visible as others are. We purchased the land in 2007, have held on to it until now, and as my father alluded to earlier, it did have houses on it when we purchased, and it had rental. It was renters at that time, and yes, some of the houses were not in the greatest of condition, and there was concerns from the neighborhood. We had some neighbors come to us with concerns of things that were going on, and we took proactive steps in mitigating those concerns and As my dad alluded to, we knocked down the houses, and since that time have tried to be good neighbors in maintaining and taking care of the now empty lots that we own, cutting grass in summer and clearing snow in winter. And we're coming to you tonight with the request to change the zoning to fulfill actually the real reason why we bought the property originally. It was our intent when we first purchased it to do some seniors housing. We've never lost that vision and that dream per se to do that. And we are requesting a zoning change for a few reasons. Yes, first and foremost, financially. This is what we do. This is how we make our living. I will not make any bones about that. That's what we do. But secondly, for the residents that will eventually inhabit this building, the extra 2 stories and extra square footage will also decrease the rent that will have to be charged to them as an end user. And so it is with that in mind that we come to you tonight requesting this change. And yes, as has been said, we did take seriously the referral. We had a couple Zoom meetings, and we had some engage with us on both of those. The last one that we had, no one showed up on that one. And then we did set up a meeting right on site, and we had a number of residents come, and we interacted with them. And Andrew, you said earlier, you know, in the midst of the interaction, we're not always going to end up seeing eye to eye. And you will, as you already probably know, that is their situation. But we did what we were asked to, and now we're leaving it in your hands to make a decision tonight. And I think that's all I'll say for now. If there's any questions, I would gladly answer them.
Thanks, Ms. Daly. Questions? Councillor Katarina?
Thank you, Ms. Daly. So going from May 4th, you just stated now that you believe you've done significant consultation and nothing has come out of it. There's been no change from your side, and at this point, is that?
At this point, no.
Was there compromises offered by you or asked of you? Because as you know, I don't know if you were here the last, on May 4th, the community expressed a great interest in the RA7 zoning, that seemed appropriate for the site. So was that part of your discussions?
Yes,
and did you
yes,
consider
that came up a number of times. And as I said a few moments ago, 4 stories financially isn't viable. We need the 2 additional stories for the project that we want to take on and build.
Unfortunately, I don't think we consider the dollars and cents of this. We're here at land use only. Tell me something with the site, and I know the site really, really well. And it's been stated that it's just a small change from RA7 to RA8, but you have probably 20% of that property is going from RF1 to RA8, and a portion of that is CNC, which is a 1-story requirement to an RA8. So in your mind, do you think that that is not significant change in the zoning? That it's not just RA7 to RA8, it's considerably more when you take a look at the entire site, including the alley, that this is part of the closure of that alley, which accounts for some percentage of that building. So RA7, you've looked at that, and that's not viable for you?
RA7 financially is not viable. Also, I'll say RA7, if an RA7 is built there will be no on-site parking. it probably doesn't matter who the developer will be. There will be no on-site parking. It will be a walk-up apartment building. And the concerns that have been raised, two of which primarily are parking, and, well, maybe three, parking, transient, and increased crime, are very realistic possibilities with that scenario. More so than what we're asking for and doing on-site parking and alleviating a lot of those concerns. Seniors typically don't bring high crime. Seniors typically don't increase traffic. And we have proposed to do underground parking as well as surface parking to mitigate the parking concerns of the community. We do want to be good neighbors.
Yeah, no, understood. But again, the crux of this was to have you go back, work with the community, and come to some sort of agreeable resolution. So what you've stated is you've had two meetings.
We
two
had
meetings.
Three meetings, and then I took a package door-to-door as well.
Okay, because I think we're going to hear from the opponents to this that that is not the case, and it wasn't significant enough given the referral motion that was made in May, that I think everybody understood that both groups or both sides were going to go back and work something out. So it looks like we're back here today with exactly, there's been no progress made, and from what you've stated, I don't know if you've made a significant effort in order to consult with the community and try and work something out. So I guess we'll hear from the other side at this point. Thank you, Ms. Daly.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Daly? Not seeing any. Thank you. Mr. Golightly?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to bring a little context to the conversation, and I appreciate Councillor Katarina's questions. Maybe we can expand on responding to that a little bit. So if we could just go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to refresh maybe the vision that the Daly family has for this project. So I won't read these next two slides, but just to remind everybody that we're talking about a seniors-oriented project. It's been the dream and the vision of the family to do that from long ago, and it's intended to be a little bit more of an affordable seniors development, one that is heavily dependent on volunteer work, which keeps people involved. A little recap on the vision as it stands now, and it would be obviously refined as the design development occurs. Roughly 62 units, as Carrie Daly mentioned, underground parking, some surface parking, and a variety of amenities in the building. Going to the referral motion, next slide, please. Next one after that, sorry. We did conduct quite a bit, significant actually, community consultation in a variety of different ways. It started with a door-to-door door knocking, I guess one could say. It might be appropriate in these times. So it was a 200-meter radius, 71 homes were contacted or were reached. Everybody got a package. There is a report in the city package as to how that looks as well, but regardless. There were 3 Zoom meetings as mentioned. First one on May 27th. 3 area residents attended that meeting. These were advertised during the door-to-door. June 24th, 9 area residents joined that meeting. On June 28th, nobody attended that meeting. We were near the end of the school year. It could have been conflict there. We don't know. On Saturday, June the 26th, we had an open house meeting, as Mr. Daly mentioned, and we had 7 area residents show up to that meeting. So the family has made themselves available, and as you can see, there wasn't a lot of pickup on it. We couldn't do in-person meetings with the COVID situation. So I sincerely believe that an honest effort was made to try to reach out to the community. And also to Councillor Katarina's comments, there was significant discussion with those who did attend about the design elements of the building, the programming of the building, and yes, there is a fair bit of opposition to a 6-story building over a 4-story building. To make this affordable, as Ms. Daly mentioned, the program doesn't work on a lower height building, which is the purpose of this rezoning application. Next slide, please. The application, as you know, has the support of development services. We believe this concept helps the city meet the infill objectives it's working hard to fulfill, which I fully support. Obviously, the development will generate increased tax revenue, and it is a positive improvement to the neighborhood for the neighborhood shops and services. You've got the grocery store down the way. There's a health clinic across the street, which is a good fit for this kind of a development. So last slide, please. So in our view, a sincere, fulsome community consultation effort was made. That was heard loud and clear when we were here on May 4th, and the developer embraced those ideas and agreed that it should happen, and it did happen. We believe that the proposal meets the goals of the city plan and will improve the neighborhood, and we're requesting this application receive 3 readings and approval tonight, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Golightly. Councillor Katarina.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I guess the crux of this, and we're going to hear from the 30-odd speakers that have registered to this on their opposition and their view of whether it was a significant consultation or not. So just as a sort of a precursor to what we're going to hear, and that's why the question to both Mr. and Mrs. Daly and to yourselves as well too. So that's your position, that you've done meaningful consultation. That's all I can ask you.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Councillor Katarina. Every door was knocked on, and certainly there was lots of opportunity to discuss with the Daly family. And in fact, there were a number of other independent discussions beyond those community consultation formal sessions. So it is interpretive, and we've seen all day today the discussion around whether or not there was fulsome enough consultation. I've been involved in a lot of these things, and I frankly got to tell you that every door was knocked on, and it's difficult to, without the ability to hold a community hall meeting or something like that, it's difficult to see how else to reach the folks, but that
Okay,
will
so
flesh out.
saying that now triggers something. That was every door was knocked on. How many people did you actually talk to?
I don't have that information handy. I will say, though, it was a low percentage. It was,
Okay, so that I guess is the crux of why I'm asking the question. You knocked on doors, but you didn't actually get many people responding to it and that to me seems like there could have been other mechanisms in place. Do you think there was something else that you could have done?
Sure.
Or do you think that everything that was possible was done? And just to follow up on that, the referral motion, I guess the intent of it, what do you think the intent was? Just to go knock on doors, and whether you received a reply or not was sufficient to cover that part of the referral motion? Or did you accept the fact that you needed to sit down with people, and however you did that, you needed to be able to at least come to some sort of conclusion by this point, by coming back, and not with exactly the same application? But if that's what it is, that's what it is.
well, Councillor Katarina, my interpretation of the referral motion was that there was not enough community engagement, there was not enough community consultation, and that, as you pointed out, a fulsome engagement, sit down with people, have those discussions was what was called for. And so a sincere, strong effort was made to do so. So it was a combination of knocking on doors. If people weren't home, information packages were left. In fact, I speculate that the reason we even have more people in opposition here tonight, or ready to speak, unfortunately in opposition, is because more people are now aware of it than they were before. There were 3 Zoom meetings, an on-site meeting, and a number of independent conversations between the developer group and folks living in the community. So by all means, the intent was to have a fulsome and meaningful conversation with the community. That's what we took away from the referral motion. In fact, I'd go further and say that our impression was the idea of an R8 zone was supported in general. However, we were referred back because there wasn't in the minds, and we agreed. And if you may remember, I completely supported, there wasn't enough community consultation. So we've gone back and done that. Now, going to your comment about door knocking, you know, I suppose you can debate if no one's home, what do you do about that? So what we did about that is we left information behind and invited people to call, and they did. In some cases, we had people reach out directly.
Okay, so in saying that, with my last 40 seconds here, so I think you've said that you agree that there wasn't sufficient communication just because of circumstances, given restrictions and that sort of thing, virtual and that. Are you prepared to go back and actually conduct meaningful, because now those restrictions are not there, you can meet, you can organize community and that, and be willing to discuss again, now that you have the opportunity that you missed, obviously, with the circumstances?
Well, with all due respect, Councillor Caterina, I don't agree that there wasn't fulsome community consultation conducted. And I think we may have to agree to disagree on that. And with respects to, it is unfortunate that with the pandemic situation, we couldn't hold town hall meetings. And given the motion or the action that this very council has taken, which I applaud them for, with further mask restrictions coming into play, I believe it's Friday, I said, and looking at the numbers, I don't think the COVID situation is going in the right direction anyways. But regardless of that, there was a sincere, fulsome attempt to communicate, and there was a lot of communication. So I again, with due respect, I don't agree that I did not say there wasn't enough consultation. I think there was quite a bit. And I know we're going to hear disagreement about that tonight.
Yeah, and just a forewarning that...
No, we're aware.
Yeah, just knocking on doors is not consultation, so thank
Sure.
you.
All right.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions in regards to, I know it's been said over and over again that 62 units of seniors-oriented development. As we have also seen in the previous couple items that we can't really control who lives there. How could you assure me that it will be a seniors development?
Councillor Banga, that's a fair question. I think that it comes down to the perception or the confidence in the sincere intent of the development group and the family that owns Ebenezer. This has been their dream and their vision for this site all along. Quite frankly, with an RA7 zoning currently in place, more or less, they could just go ahead and develop a market, often referred to a 4-story walk-up apartment. That could have easily been done. They could have done that years ago. So the very fact that we're here today for the second time asking for a zoning that'll work to develop a you know, a medium-scale seniors development. I've got a lot of experience in seniors development, and 62 units is actually quite small, but it's appropriate for this neighborhood. So you're right. This is going back to our mayor's lament about conventional zoning. It's true. Lots of things could be developed on it, but I think if that were to be the plan, it would have already happened on the RA7.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna re-ask the referral question and ask anything about, I guess, the community consultation when it was sent back. But however, I'm going to ask you, at this point in time, there are no details of what actually is going to be built on there, are there?
We have concept plans developed, Councillor Banga, but this is a zoning application, and I think it's important that we keep that in mind. Nonetheless, we have distributed to the community a series of early iterations of concept designs with building elevations, site plans, a layout of the way the parking would work. So there are designs contemplated already for the building, or for the site, pardon me.
Okay, so in your mind, when you were trying to talk to, I guess, the neighbors in that area there, do you think it would have been helpful if they saw something that was going to be built at the site there, rather than just letting them know it's a 6-story building? Your thoughts, please.
If I understand your question, I believe you're asking, would have it been helpful to show the folks in the neighborhood what we intended to build? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we did. While they were only concept designs, not site, they weren't fully fleshed out designs for the site. As you know, that takes a lot of work and a lot of energy, and maybe as importantly, a lot of money to go through a fulsome design, which until there's certainty on the land use permissions, there was no intent to go ahead and engage an architect and do a full set of designs like one might do for a DC application. But I just want to help you understand or reiterate that there were design concepts showing the massing of the building, showing the site coverage of the building, showing the height of the building. Those were all left behind or shared with folks who did engage.
Okay, and so that will be all for my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Any other questions for Mr. Golightly? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your time.
Terry Collier is here to answer questions only. Are there questions for Mr. Collier? Not seeing any.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to have 2 minutes just to explain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Certainly, go ahead.
I'm Terry Collier with EFG Architects. This is my 34th year in seniors housing. All I do is seniors housing as a career. This letter has been written on behalf for Points West Living, Connecting Care. We have 31 properties, 1,400 employees. This letter was written by the Chief Business Development Officer, Doug Murphy. Dear Mayor and Council, I've asked Terry Collier from EFG Architects to be our spokesman for the rezoning application agenda 3.25. Terry's part of our development team, and in 2017 brought to our attention a site located at 78th and 79th Street on 111th Avenue. Terry had a meeting with the Cromdale Neighborhood Association executive in July of 2019 and was told that the project would not be supported by the Community League unless there was a component of affordable housing. We are now adopting a strategy to include affordable housing on this property. which significantly impacted the size and scope of the project to make it financially sustainable. Ebenezer Developments, their realtor, Lee Smithson, suggests that we move forward with an offer to purchase on the property. We declined at the time as the site did not have the appropriate land use classification for a senior supportive living apartment. I then had Terry Collier contact Marvin Job from MDM Construction and suggest that his company purchase the site and work with Ebenezer Developers to secure the appropriate zoning. Mr. Job agreed to the strategy and submitted an offer to purchase subject to a change in the land use classification. Mr. Job was a general contractor and investor in an 85-suite seniors supportive living apartment that was developed by Points West in Stony Plain, Alberta. I have suggested the above strategy as MDM will be our general contractor and for the proposed project. Points West Living and our operational company, Connecting Care, are very interested in the site and look forward to developing the project with MDM Construction and Ebenezer Developers. I suggested Terry Collier to attend the public hearing on August 31st as our representative. I look forward to addressing any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. There may be questions now. Councillor Caterina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. So just a clarification on that. The Dailies have an offer on the property from you or Living, Points West Living?
Once again, no, sir.
Okay.
MDM Construction was requested on behalf of Points West Living. Our board does not suggest that we enter into contracts without the appropriate zoning. Therefore, we ask an intermediary, our general contractor, most often to put a purchase agreement together, as they'll be the general contractor working with the architectural company to design it. So this was the same strategy we did in other communities, and it's what we follow as a company.
Okay, so just so I understand this, this zoning is required in order for the offer to purchase to be triggered.
That is correct, because the present zoning does not make the project sustainable, especially with the affordable housing component. Therefore, we could not enter into Points West Living into a purchase agreement. We asked our intermediary to do that.
Okay, so now that you brought up this is a sale and that, Mr. Johnson, you can correct me or admonish me if you want, so this upzoning would have a significant financial return to the Dailies, and they would not actually be building this this building or complex. Is that correct?
Well, hold on, Mr. Johnson's going to weigh in on that.
Yep, that's...
Councillor, I am going to admonish you if we can stay away from the revenue potential of the property, but the viability of the property with the zoning is appropriate.
Okay, so that's part of it, and that's been stated that in order to make this project work, it would need to be 6-story versus a 4-story. That's just the economics that you've stated or has been stated at this point.
That is correct. And you can't expect the Ebenezer Group to develop a project of this size and magnitude with the complexities of operations. That's why they enter into agreement with a seasoned company as ours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collier. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Collier? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. And Gordon Garside is up next.
Your Worship and members of council, my name is Gordon Garside from the law firm of KMSC. We represent Ebenezer Developments. A lot of reasons for this development have already been provided. Perhaps we can keep one thing in mind or one point that might be useful for everyone. Under the existing RA7 zoning, a 4-story apartment could be put on the site. That would be 52 feet. The height of the intended seniors development will not be 75 feet, which is allowed under RA8, but will be approximately 60 to 62 feet, which is only 10 feet higher than what would be allowed under RA7. In other words, the change from the existing zoning designation will be relatively minimal. Ebenezer has appreciated meeting with members of the community and hearing of their anxieties and apprehensions and perhaps even fears. We understand some of their concerns and believe that many of their concerns will be alleviated by the proposed development. When it comes time to develop detailed plans, it is the intention of Ebenezer and Points West to involve the community in focus groups in order to help with some aspects of the design of the facility, which will be an ongoing consultation. As you've noted from Mr. Collier, the consultation really started in 2017. Sometimes with referrals or consultations, it's not possible to come to a meeting of the minds. Some members in the opposition group have stated that there is nothing we can do in order for them to support a 6-story facility. And so part of the compromise is not a 75-foot building, but a 60-foot building, which is hopefully a little more palatable to the community. In the consultation process, one of the key things that was mentioned was there is a facility in Stony Plain which will be very similar to what's going to be developed on this site. And we can arrange tours for any member of the community to go visit that facility and touch the bricks and feel the site and see it and have a greater concept of what it's going to be about. I'm not sure about this, but I don't believe anyone took us up on that offer. That was a significant offer for consultation and meaningful consultation. With the reduced heights and focus groups, there has been offers for, we'll say, compromise. There were 71 homes in the area within a 200-meter radius that were delivered concept plans with indications of people to call and meetings to attend and to be heavily involved in that process. Again, unfortunately, sometimes minds are made up before consultation can even begin. It's unfortunate that no one took us up on the offer to visit the bricks and mortar in Stony Plain. I'm going to take a bit of a risk, but financially, the Dailies will not be making money on this site. I'll just leave it at that. They want to accomplish their vision and are determined if council will let them to do that. It's been mentioned that this is consistent with the city plan, and it is. At the risk of offending someone, and I'm not intending to offend anyone, but change is always hard, particularly initially. But if the city is going to achieve its objectives of greater density and more infill, and if residents of Edmonton want less taxes, then everyone, all residents, will need to sacrifice a bit. And we cannot say, oh, we're not opposed to development, but. I've heard that several times today. Or we can't say we can't say that our objections are good for the process is good for everybody else, but not in my backyard. Well, my time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Garside. Questions, Councillor Caterina?
Yeah, thank you. So thanks for the presentation, Mr. Garside, and your opinion on this. So you understand that RA8 is a standard zone, and your promise of a certain height and your promise of anything else really good intentions, but we have no way of forcing you to do that If this was a DC application, then we could certainly put it in writing that it's going to be X high and it's going to be this or it's going to be that. So it's out of context. I venture with you to RA8 with that zoning, it's conventional. After it's done, you can do whatever you want that fits within the RA8, or someone subsequent to your group could do exactly the same thing. So maybe explain that on the rationale of promises that really aren't legally binding with the rezoning.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I appreciate it. Council needs to trust the citizens from time to time, and the citizens need to trust the council. And sometimes the council needs to trust the developer, and the community needs to. Bill Daly's from the old school. If he gives you his word and he shakes your hand, that's the end of the matter. And so, yes, we're asking for a bit of trust. But when he bought the property in 2007, the neighbor kitty corner came up to him and said, "What are you going to do with the property?" And his answer was, "I want to build a seniors facility here." That's a long time ago, and the vision really hasn't changed.
Yeah.
We can talk about the DC possibility. I can comment on that now or later if you'd like.
Is that an option that you would consider in order to guarantee what you're saying is actually binding?
Because of the vision, I think everything is on the table, and the consultation isn't over. Here are my concerns with DC1 or DC2, and so yes, they can be considered, but we'd have to think about that. That's not my decision. It's not Terry Collier's decision. It's not Golightly's decision. It's the people who own the land's decision. They would need to be talked with about that. Bill Daly isn't getting any younger. I'm sorry, Bill. But that process would delay things for quite a bit. It might add certainty, but there would be certain delays. Ebenezer is not a big developer. They don't have the big pockets of many other developers. They're a humble and sincere family that simply wants to do the right thing. The DC2 application, if I understand, would require them to spend $100,000 or $200,000 in specific detailed plans. And that's a risk that they'd have to be willing to take, given that they would have to come back to council in order for a final decision. If there could be some assurance from the other side that if the detailed plans were 60 feet or whatever, maybe that's something to look at. I'm not sure there can be agreement on both sides, from council and from the developer.
Well, I can tell you that that's not possible
Right.
for us to agree to something that we haven't
Right,
seen
we'd have to
yet,
come
so.
back and rely on the council, and just like we're asking the council to rely on the developer. We should all be a bit cautious with DC zoning, that it's not used too often. And there is a need for seniors housing in that area. And again, more delays just delay the whole situation. Having said all that, if that is what council wants to do, I think that should be seriously considered with the Dailies.
Just one more clarification on that. So you believe that there's seniors housing needed in that area. Have you got some sort of specifics or concrete evidence of number of people that have expressed interest or prepared to put a down payment? And why I'm asking you is because another project specifically for seniors used that same argument and got nobody to take them up on it when it came to making a deposit.
To the credit of the Dailies, they've been able to gather together two of the best seniors developers and managers in probably Western Alberta.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. The question is, do you actually have commitment from seniors or some sort of surveys that you've stated that it's needed in the area?
It's too early in the process
Okay, so
to
you
have
don't
that
have that
information.
information. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Garside? Can't see if there's anyone else on the board. No, it's just Councillor Caterina. All right. Thank you, Mr. Garside.
Thank you.
So we are barreling towards 9:30, which is the scheduled end of today. If we were close to the end, I might make a pitch for working late, but we have 27 more speakers to go, so we're going to need to look at some time to continue. There are a couple of different options. One is, I understand tomorrow's public hearing has all of 3 speakers on it, so we won't require the whole 2.5 hours that's set aside in the morning. There's also the time currently held in our calendars for the Emergency Advisory Committee, which after discussion with Mr. Corbould is probably moot after yesterday's discussion and action at council. And so that's that would be next Wednesday, actually. And we are a bit limited in our time, so so I'd look to any other suggestions from the clerks, but a default might be to continue tomorrow at the conclusion of the morning's public hearing item. Or to postpone this to that public hearing to continue at that time. What would work better for the clerks procedurally?
Since tomorrow's meeting is a non-regular public hearing, I think we'd want to set this as a separate so that we would continue at the conclusion.
Okay, so this meeting would continue at the conclusion of, with a short interlude, at the conclusion of tomorrow morning's. Realistically, that would be sometime after 10 o'clock. So that's we can do at least a couple more hours tomorrow and see where we stand. Unless there's other direction tonight. But that would be the default if we're to continue this, so.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question on next Wednesday. Is that time slot, how much time is?
That's 2.5 hours as well, so that's a morning slot from 9:30 to noon on the morning of the 8th, which is before the next barn burner of a multi-day public hearing, so.
I would tend to pick next Wednesday because I don't think tomorrow we're gonna, it might be finished at 10 in order to start this, but it might not. So we might have to do tomorrow and next Wednesday regardless. So if we can get 2.5 hours in on next Wednesday, I think that would be a reasonable amount of time. That's just my first blush at this.
Okay. All right, well, let's collect a couple other perspectives, but that's a default. And I see hands going up from members of the public, and I trust me, I understand that you're all here as volunteers and community members, and you've been through one of these already, and I think we took you through a multi-day session to get to hear you the last time. So I know it's a lot to ask for you folks, but there's absolutely no way we can hear from 27 of you tonight. So we're going to need to establish a continuation time, and unfortunately that's at the discretion of council. So please bear with us as we determine when that's going to be, and we have to resolve that with a motion. And there isn't really an effective way for us to canvass all of you about your availability. So I apologize for that. It's very it's suboptimal from our perspective, believe me. So Councillor Caterina's suggestion is 9:30 next Wednesday. We would need to pass a motion to cancel the EAC, which again, in consultation with Mr. Corbould, the city manager, is would be his and my recommendation anyway. Councillor Paquette had clicked on, and then Councillor Banga. I don't know why the order's shifted here, but Councillor Paquette, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious about timeframes because, you know, with 30 speakers, we're looking at more than a couple of hours just to hear from speakers, and that's assuming no questions are asked of them. So I just don't want us to paint ourselves into a corner with not enough time. So I'm just wondering about that.
Yep, I'm concerned about the same thing. That's fair ball.
So if we only have 3 hours in which to do it, is that going to be enough time for hearing from speakers, asking questions, questions of administration, new information, and so forth?
Probably not.
Right. So I'm just wondering if we also need to add tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear where you're coming from.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
I just thought that should be considered.
Yeah. Councillor Banga?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my suggestion would be exactly the same, considering the number of speakers we have. I don't think we can have a predetermined time slot. Yeah, that's next Wednesday. So I believe we get done whatever we get done tomorrow, and then we would have more time next week. I think that's probably the safe route to go. That's all.
Okay, I'm hearing a bit of consensus that we should see how much we can get done tomorrow as well, and then to make the most of what looks like a bit of time available tomorrow, potentially on top of the other item at 9:30. So unless there's a strong objection to that, because I think we'll need more than that, so we got to grab probably all the time we can in the schedule. Otherwise, this is going to start cutting into your door knocking, folks. So why don't we make that, if absent a strong objection, the motion that this meeting continue at the conclusion of the public hearing tomorrow. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, I apologize, but for procedural fairness, you have to give a start time for the meeting, and maybe that's 10 a.m. or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 a.m. or the conclusion of the other meeting, whichever comes first. No.
Yes.
Whichever comes second. No.
Whichever comes first. So that people know that at 10 a.m. if they log in that they are ready and waiting for this meeting, that would be fair.
Yeah, we may still be tidying up another meeting, but be ready from 10 a.m. onward. Yeah, that's fair. So.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may suggest 10:30, just looking at the time it'll take to switch the system over as well.
10:15.
10:15?
We are so screwed, so I'm grabbing up every minute I can here.
Mr. Mayor.
We won't need the whole eScribe up and running. We just need to be able to get folks loaded into the Google Meet. Well, that's half the battle, right? Yeah. Well, we'll do the best that we can. Let's say 12:15, and if it's 10:15, and if it's 10:30 because we need time to get it on, won't be any earlier than 10:15, and it may well be 10:30. So I hear where you're coming from too, but we'll just try to get as much in as we can tomorrow. So I think I've beat this poor horse to death here. So I think that's our motion, is that continue at 10:15. Tomorrow, or at the conclusion of the other public hearing tomorrow morning. So, okay, anything further on this? All right, and to the 27 folks who are registered, please come back at that time. Clerks will send you login instructions similar to these for rejoining us tomorrow. If the order needs to change, you won't lose your right to speak, And we may not get through all of you tomorrow, so that we're likely to continue, again, potentially next Wednesday morning as a default, though we haven't made that determination yet. So if you're not able to join us tomorrow, whatever order you're in, we may well be able to fit you in next Wednesday or at some other time. So stay tuned as to when the next overflow will be, so we can do our best to hear from folks. And you can respond and let the clerks know about any scheduling complexities, order changes, substitutions, et cetera, consolidations of your speaker roster, et cetera, et cetera. All right, please vote on changes to orders to have this meeting continue.
Need a mover and seconder.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Councillor Katarina, seconded by Councillor Knack. Sorry, I am tired. Yeah, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes too, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Sadek.
Yes, Nickel.
Yes, for Banga, my computer is tired.
We have the votes.
Hallelujah. Display the vote, please. Consensus, finally. Okay. Thanks, folks, for your patience with us here. We'll see you tomorrow at around 10:15, no earlier than 10:15. Bear with us. We'll carry on.